Introduction. The 15th century marked a significant development in Englishmen's approaches to alchemy. Recipes for the philosopher's stone, formerly mostly confined to the expression of Latin prose, were now circulated in English rhyme. Between the 15th and late 17th centuries, in particular, Middle English alchemical poetry permeated manuscripts, and with them, their readers' understanding of the art. Indeed, alchemy was the most popular topic for scientific poetry in 15th century England, and the genre of alchemical verse defined scientific literature to a significant extent. The sheer bulk, variety, and consistency of Middle English rhymed Alchemica even eclipsed the vernacular alchemical poetry of continental Europe. While it is clear that many alchemical practitioners and writers considered verse a good medium for the communication of the transformation of base metals into gold, the contexts and reasons for this are manifold. Some alchemical versifications were written in the hope of procuring royal patronage. Others, like the poems at the heart of this book, derive from a more laboratory-based background. Various poems were circulated as works of famous authors and alchemical authorities, often contributing to a pseudo-epigraphic tradition. But many alchemical poems, among them the corpus of texts considered here, traveled from one manuscript to the next anonymously. Alchemical poetry in all its guises would continue to preserve alchemical lore for more than 2 centuries, until it vanished together with the craft of alchemy on the threshold to the modern period. This book discovers the secrets of alchemical writing, thought, and practice through an investigation of Middle English alchemical poetry. It identifies and explores a previously unidentified corpus of alchemical verse, a noteworthy part of the extant written record of alchemy hitherto neglected in scholarship. The studies in this book present an alternative corpus-based approach to the history of alchemy, to complement and intersect with narratives focusing on, for example, individuals and institutions. They put an untitled, authorless, and often textually unstable body of vernacular recipes center stage, and show that the poem's original reception as a corpus, once unearthed from the manuscript record, offers a unique perspective on historical conceptions of language and literature, authorship and authority, natural philosophy and craft knowledge. 1. Defining a corpus, the scope of historical materials considered. The poems considered here, Recipes for the Philosopher's Stone, were written, circulated, and received in connection with each other, and in various permutations, throughout the early modern period. By merit of these connections they form a corpus of texts. The corpus poems include the verses upon the Elixir, Exposition, Wind and Water, Boast of Mercury, Mystery of Alchemists, Liber Patris Sapientiae, Richard Carpenter's work, short work, In the Sea, On the Ground, I Shall You Tell, and Trinity. Anonymous English prose texts like Terra Philosophicae and Alumen de Hispania, and a number of secondary writings complete the corpus. The poetic core of this corpus is significant even just by statistical considerations alone. It was recently estimated that ca. 70 alchemical poems were written in England between 1500s and 1700.3. The 21 corpus texts identified here clearly left a significant mark on this textual tradition. More than 130 manuscripts containing 400 witnesses of texts from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir survive. Some are plain notebooks, others products of scholarly arts, and yet others beautifully illuminated scrolls, the famous Ripley scrolls. Notably, the nature and scope of this corpus, while necessarily a pragmatic construct to a certain extent, are primarily suggested by the historical materials themselves. The anonymous poem, Verses upon the Elixir, not only circulated on a larger scale than even George Ripley's most popular English verse work, The Compound of Alchemy from the 15th through 17th centuries, but also accumulated a number of exegetic, supplementary or parallel texts in its reader reception. Late medieval and early modern users of the poem appear to have employed an identifiable core set of texts to illuminate their interpretation of the verses upon the Elixir, and vice versa. Some used parts of the verses upon the Elixir as raw material for the composition of new recipes. Others wrote compendia which showcase text from the corpus in strategic positions. All core texts emerge in extant manuscripts from the mid-15th century onwards. An older textual tradition connected with the origin and development of the poem provides the chronologically earliest parts of the associated corpus, while later translations and adaptations transport the corpus poems and associated texts into the later early modern period, until their manuscript production and reception wanes, in part replaced by print, around the mid-17th century. The corpus identified here is necessarily not truly exhaustive. With some imagination, it could be conceivable to write the entire history of medieval and early modern alchemical literature based on a thoroughly extended corpus alone. The corpus as defined here, however, is sufficiently self-contained to present a meaningful body of works for study, and a representative cross-section of alchemical writing. The poem Verses upon the Elixir shows a larger number of textual and material associations with other alchemical poems than other alchemical poems of the time, in all manuscripts investigated. It therefore also occupies a central position in the constructed corpus as well as in Middle English alchemical literature. Criteria for inclusion of ancillary texts in the corpus around the verses upon the elixir are straightforward. Conclusive textual or material indications, poems from the core corpus appear in a significant number of extant manuscripts, which date from the 15th through 17th centuries, mostly together with other items from the corpus. Texts supplementing the core corpus in turn demonstrate close material and textual affinities to the same, as well as a solid number of surviving witnesses. Contemporary annotations and comments on corpus texts constitute additional evidence for the connections that form the corpus. The only group of texts included despite a restricted circulation history are exegetic prose texts written after, and directly referring to, the verses upon the elixir. These texts provide such essential context for the poem that their omission would also have neglected vital information about the contemporary reception of the corpus texts. The emphasis on material and textual linguistic connections in my definition of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir should be considered more significant than a nod to scholarship on textual corpora. It is the presentation of the poems and manuscripts that represents the most tangible, and thus also most reliable definition of the corpus, its creation and reception. Underneath this physical manifestation, the corpus texts also share a school of alchemical thought and recognizable content. They are all recipes for and commentaries on the philosopher's stone and related processes, which join in the alchemical tradition of practice most popular in early modern England and Europe at the time of their composition, and thus based around pseudo-Lulian concepts and their derivates. Their understanding naturally changed over time, and thus as the corpus around the verses was adapted to different contexts. It is this juxtaposition of a stable yet adaptable tradition in manuscripts, and a constantly changing context in which the manuscript copies were produced and received, that creates the opportunity for historical analysis highlighted in this book. Perhaps the corpus around the verses upon the elixir may be compared metaphorically with an extended modern family. Blood relations and best friends combine to form a recognizable unit whose identity can be defined and acknowledged, and whose progression over time can be investigated. This particular family of alchemical poems encapsulates the creation, transmission, and evolution of alchemical knowledge in the laboratory and the scriptorium, witnessed the development of different genres and note-taking techniques, and forms part of the history of Middle English verse, technical vocabulary, and Gebrauchsliteratur. 2. Writing history through the lives of texts, an alternative approach. Since at least the 17th century, the natural sciences seem to have resolutely erased, not relived their past. They are amnesiac disciplines, and insofar as they have a history of their own making, it is an epic history of titanic individuals, Geber and Rhazes, Raymond Lull and Paracelsus, John Dee and Edward Kelly, Andreas Libavius and Michael Meyer, for all periods, cultures, and geographical areas. Alchemical history is traditionally anchored in the names of famous alchemical practitioners. Modern histories of alchemy often acknowledge the human agency in alchemy and develop narratives for audiences familiar and indeed comfortable with the history of science populated with known individuals and defined by institutions. This applies to both famous and infamous historical characters, the latter including alchemical fraudsters and practitioners well known for their misfortunes. Another, recently more fully developed approach to the history of alchemy, which is concerned with the chemical aspects of alchemical experimentation, similarly builds upon historical alchemical practitioners to tell its tales. Further, the histories of collectors, early bibliographers, antiquarians, and intellectuals, their libraries, cultural and institutional backgrounds contain valuable information about manuscript circulation and pertinent places of learning. Studies on famous individuals concerned with alchemical lore and writing often even incorporate elements from the corpus around the verses upon the elixir among their source materials. The methodological approach adopted in this book, however, considers texts, not individuals, as the main actors of its narrative. It thus captures a part of the history of alchemy and Middle English writing that is not usually considered in historiography. Indeed, for the majority of texts contained in the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, a person-centered approach would prove problematic. A preliminary list of the dramatis personae, named across the 134 manuscripts containing texts from the corpus around the verses, includes close to 100 individual references. This number may appear to be a cornucopia of information for the investigation of these persons. Indeed, it has been argued that the loss of materials affects merely the number of manuscripts and not the balance of information contained in Medievalia. In the case of the corpus around the verses, however, as for other alchemica, the surviving names, especially those for whom biographical information is available, generally do not relate to the manuscript's early production and reception but overwhelmingly to their afterlives. More than a quarter of names recorded for the corpus refer to early modern or modern collectors from the 17th century onwards. The associated individuals considered alchemy not primarily a craft or topic of natural philosophy, but one of literary, aesthetic, contemplative, religious, or occult value. Further, an analysis of the personnel behind the corpus around the verses would be selective by necessity. Many individuals did not leave a trace of their agency other than the manuscript text itself or annotations. The majority of those whose names are recorded are connected, in one way or another, and for various, often collection-related reasons, with Elias Ashmole or John Dee. Yet from the perspective of the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, Ashmole and Dee play a late and marginal role. Finally, the individuals situated between the famous and the unknown yield some interesting research, yet fewer results than a dedicated biographical study would merit. The discrepancy between the number of recorded names and the larger, unknown number of now anonymous users of the manuscripts, between the stories already told about the prominent 7 parts of the former and those not possible to tell about the latter, suggest that there is more to the history of alchemy and its writings that needs to be investigated. With regard to authors as potential focus of historical studies, the matter is just as complex. Authorship can be assigned, removed, contested, and ignored in isolation from the original act of a text's creation. This is particularly the case for manuscript copies, each of which may confirm or deny a pre-existing attribution, or establish or ignore an absent one. Authors' popularity was a similarly volatile matter. As Walter Map put it so aptly in the 12th century, "My only fault is that I am alive. I have no intention, however, of correcting this fault by my death. I know what will happen after I am gone. When I shall be decaying, then for the first time shall be salted, and every defect in it will be remedied by my decease, and in the most remote future its antiquity will cause the authorship to be credited to me, because, then as now, old copper will be preferred to new gold." Generally, the story of authors and their works, often pseudonymous oeuvres and corpora, that influence the history of alchemy to a considerable extent, have proven to be marvelous material for addressing difficult and pressing questions in the history of alchemy, with results that are as valuable to scholarship as the texts they investigate were to their historical readers. Editions and case studies often agree with the historical prominence of a particular author, and yield wonderful results, foremost the investigation of the highly influential pseudo-Lullian body of late medieval works. However, copyists involved with the production and reception of contemporary alchemica like the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, more often than not, did not record an author for a text. The body of medieval and early modern alchemical poetry, even alchemical writing in general, is largely anonymous, although illustrious authors like Thomas Norton and George Ripley played instrumental roles in the history of alchemy. They merely represent the bookends of the reception history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, and moreover only for part of its texts and manuscripts. In this context, it seems that a history of alchemical poets in particular would be an arbitrary elevation of obscure poetasters into major figures, simply on the grounds that they have identified themselves in some way as authors. Incidentally, in the early modern period authorial attribution was at times refuted. We can only imagine classical scholar Isaac Casaubon's delight at discovering the true dating of the Hermetic corpus at the turn of the 17th century, which proved a great tradition wrong. Generally in the history of alchemy, however, even more so than for other Middle English literature, critical, disputed discussion of the authorship of a canonical text seems comparatively rare. Anonyma therefore require special attention. Their role in the communication of knowledge can and needs to be told separately from other histories of alchemy. This book, and its focus on the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, follows a complementary approach to most existing methodologies in historiography. This is the history of texts written by mostly unknown individuals, approached through the evidence of their material output, not the history of individual writers, the story of the adaptation of texts in individualized manuscript copies, not of standardized texts. As the case studies will demonstrate, the advancement of alchemical writing and thought as told through the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir reveals information about a large number of previously unknown writers and users of alchemical texts, and about little-known discourse communities. This book is, in short, intended to lend voices to hitherto silent parts of alchemical history. 3. Reading this book, a brief guide. This book presents both sources and studies on an influential corpus of Middle English alchemical poetry. Beyond its contribution to historical scholarship on the history of alchemy and Middle English writing, it is also intended to function as a reference book. The main body of the volume introduces the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, and delivers case studies on particularly interesting aspects of its creation, circulation, and reception. Each case study is self-contained, and focuses on a different theme of alchemical literature and manuscript production. The appendix reproduces the raw materials underlying the case studies, editions, and stemmata. The individual chapters and editions may, therefore, be consulted in isolation from each other, even if the entirety of the book reflects the corpus and its uses for historiography best. The initial 2 chapters concern the corpus and its history within its literary and historical contexts. Chapter 1, the basis for all subsequent chapters, starts with a survey of the genre of alchemical poetry in late medieval England, then introduces the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, from its origins to its afterlife in print. This includes comprehensive entries on the individual corpus text scope, contents, and position within the corpus, which may be read in conjunction with the editions and stemmata provided at the end of this book. Chapter 2 discusses the characteristics of the corpus as a corpus, that is, as an interrelated group of texts, especially its original formation in the 15th century and the scribal, linguistic principles underlying its connections. This part closes with a survey of the individuals that shaped the corpus over time, and a reflection on those whose names have not survived. The two middle chapters approach early modern conceptions of authorship and authority, now through the lens of the corpus's history from two rather different angles. Chapter 3 considers the haphazard attribution history of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir and the issues of translation and genre in relation to alchemical verse. This essay on authorship, ascription practices and perceptions of authority reveals that the genre of vernacular alchemical poetry in itself carried merit for its readers. Chapter 4 focuses on the beautifully illuminated Ripley scrolls, which incorporate poems from the corpus from the late 15th century onwards, to investigate connections between authority and illumination or medium. This chapter demonstrates that the manifestations of the poems on the scrolls and in plain manuscripts relate to each other in hitherto unacknowledged ways. The final two chapters provide case studies of the cultural contexts in which individual, outstanding corpus-related manuscripts were written and received. They concern material and institutional aspects of the organization of alchemical knowledge, and dedicate more space to the development of two specific environments in which the verses and associated texts were received in: the 16th century. Chapter 5 explores the academic environment in which a copy of the verses upon the elixir was read and debated, then analyzes the sequential appearance of a series of marginal notes around the text. A written conversation between readers over the course of several decades, these marginalia witnessed early modern scholarly approaches to vernacular craft recipes. Chapter 6 identifies the organization of a series of notebooks written and annotated by a single unnamed physician of the 16th century. His experimental, text-based conceptualization of the use of alchemy in the manufacture of medical remedies bears implications for the history of alchemy in medicine, the history of the book and manuscript studies, and for the historiography of medieval and early modern science. Together, these 6 chapters showcase the merits of a corpus-based approach to alchemical and generally Middle English literature. Themes discussed and chosen for focus in chapters 3 through 6 may seem heterogeneous, and indeed they are intended to sample the richness of the corpus at hand. They are examples of, but also exemplary for, corpus-derived historical studies. The appendix reproduces critical editions for the core corpus texts, the first to be published of the corpus poems and associated prose texts, as well as diplomatic editions of ancillary works. The rationale for editorial procedure and a note on the visualization of the text's histories in stemata may be found there. Introductions to each edition summarize key data for each text, identify all known manuscript witnesses, and depict stemata for the critically edited texts. The editions themselves and their apparatus were put together with an eye to user-friendly presentation. They are intended to be primary materials for further research. Taken together, the studies and editions presented here, like the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, form a microcosm of alchemical historical communication. Critical Studies. Chapter 1. Introduction to a Corpus of Middle English Alchemical Poetry. 1. Alchemical Poetry in Late Medieval England. In the 15th century, on the threshold of the early modern period, England witnessed tremendous political, social, and cultural change. The universities of Oxford and Cambridge operated amidst a growing number of academic institutions in the British Isles and in continental Europe. The Scottish universities of St Andrews and Glasgow were part of a surge of new academic foundations and headed the vibrant international scholarly exchange characteristic of the pre-Reformation period. The scholarly study of natural philosophy thrived alongside medical doctors' attempts to contain epidemics, a general enthusiasm for astrological intelligence and its applications, and an increasingly vigorous flow of scientific information to a wider range of audiences. Scientific communication evolved amidst the contemporary cultivation of poetry that inspired Chaucer's successors, John Lydgate and Thomas Hoccleve, as well as James I of Scotland. Meanwhile, craftsmen continued to work under the guardianship of the guilds while adding literacy to their set of professional skills. Alchemy, a craft based on an intricate theoretical system, intersected naturally with university disciplines concerned with natural philosophy on a theoretical level, and with some crafts on a practical level. Not organized in a guild, it was commonly practiced both by those who came into contact with alchemical lore and bibliophilic environments, and by craftsmen engaged with metals, furnaces, and the modification of substances. Sophistication of practice and individual emphasis on theory or practice necessarily varied between these groups as well as from one individual to another. But in the 15th century in particular, craftsmen with alchemical leanings refined their knowledge in a newly revived combination of word and deed, in the workshop and on paper. It was in this environment, and, in the course of just a few decades, that Middle English alchemical poetry became the most emblematic, successful, and current expression of the craft and its teachings. The written world of alchemy into which alchemical poetry was introduced looked back upon a relatively homogeneous tradition, Although medieval manuscripts may be quite diverse in content and written expression, it is possible to discern two main types of medieval alchemical literature. Firstly, ancient, traditional, Arabic or Greek texts, often theoretical in nature. These ancient texts had passed easily into the Latin tradition of the Middle Ages, which added large corpora of pseudonymous alchemica, populated under the names of ancient authorities, to the body of literature. They continued to be circulated, adapted and applied in the 15th century. This part of alchemical literature was associated closely with the high culture of writing, monasteries and, in the later Middle Ages, academic contexts. Secondly, medieval alchemical literature included text written in and for the workshop. This pragmatic applied body of texts consists of recipes and working notes, often of more imminent and recent origin than the traditional texts mentioned before. They were frequently noted down either in blank spaces of theoretical manuscripts or, as time passed, in dedicated volumes and craft recipe collections, so-called books of secrets, many of which are lost to the historical record. It was particularly this latter branch of alchemical writing that produced Middle English alchemical verse. If a novelty in alchemical writing in the 15th century, Middle English alchemical poetry was nevertheless based on an ancient tradition, one that defined its genre and medium. Like all medieval scientific poetry, alchemical verse evolved as an adaptation, imitation, translation, and continuation of classical didactic poetry. Poetry had been the preferred educational medium of classical Rome, and was reintroduced to the canon of elevating and instructive writings in the course of the humanist revival of late medieval Europe. Didactic poems by Lucretius and Pliny, Manilius and Pseudo-Aristotle enjoyed a particularly enthusiastic reception. The world of knowledge preserved in the extensive body of medieval scientific poetry developed to be rather more inclusive than either an ancient or a modern concept of science and its objects would imply. Poetic works relating to medicine and botany, to astronomy, astrology, and cosmology were joined by technical poetry, for example on masonry, by rhymed culinary recipes and household books, by grammatical rules and other items related to academic education and the artes proper, as well as encyclopedic poetry, an extensive digest of various branches of scientific knowledge. Writers of the late medieval and early modern periods also accepted alchemical recipes among the subjects worthy of versification, both enthusiastically and for the last time in history. A vernacular tradition of scientific poetry emerged from the 14th century onwards. In England in particular, this proved to be a successful format for the preservation of alchemical lore. Vernacular alchemical poetry throughout continental Europe pales before the sheer volume, variety, and consistency of Middle English alchemica. German alchemical verse, for instance, favored not practical recipes or extensive explanations, but mostly comprised received knowledge about alchemy in useful phrases and pithy maxims, so-called gnomic texts. The more wordy Italian form of alchemical poetry flourished in the Renaissance in imitation of Latin didactic poetry. In France, the Roman de la Rose determined the style and reception of alchemy in verse to a significant extent. But across the continent, alchemical verse would never quite achieve the ubiquity enjoyed by its English equivalents. Notably, the range of subjects covered in Middle English scientific poetry is not identical to that of scientific prose. Poetry and prose were considered complementary and not necessarily interchangeable by both writers and readers. Also, different disciplines employed verse to a different degree. Although medicine was by far the most popular topic for scientific texts in 15th century England, and indeed throughout Europe, medical, theoretical texts only occasionally took verse form. Yet generally the sudden thirst for scientific information in Middle English, particularly in verse, by a growing audience fueled the production of scientific writing further. The 15th century produced roughly 6 times more text than the 14th century, a body of writing which included a much higher proportion of vernacular texts and an unanticipated number of scientific poems. Recipe texts were particularly prone to the textual transformations typical of the 15th century, versification and vernacularization. Like the majority of medieval alchemical poetry, the corpus of poems at the center of this book comprises recipes for the philosopher's stone, the ultimate product of alchemy that was believed to remove all imperfection from substances as well as the human body. However, the general late medieval penchant for rhymed recipes applied to all branches of scientific learning. Hundreds of Middle English pragmatic alchemical, medical, and culinary recipes survive, as well as secreta and instructions for mixing inks or making vessels. These last in turn have material points of contact with alchemical recipe literature. They describe methods for producing equipment necessary for the practice and writing of alchemy. This enthusiasm for verse recipes may, in part, have been motivated by practical considerations. Practicing alchemists in particular, among them a large group of craftsmen not fluent in Latin, may have found using a recipe from memory easier when ingredients and methods could be recalled in pairs of rhymes. The poetic form lent itself to carrying information from page to furnace. For copyists of Alchemica, the medium of verse held similar merits. Rhythm and rhyme as mnemonic aids allowed the transmission of text from one manuscript to another without the danger of skipping a line or phrase by accident. Other merits of employing the poetic medium include its potential in attracting patrons for the alchemical work. This function developed more fully in the 16th and 17th centuries in the form of dedicatory poems prefacing alchemical prose, or the production of presentation copy manuscripts containing alchemical poetry. It does not, however, apply to the core corpus of texts discussed in the remainder of this book. Overall, as the most popular branch of scientific poetry in 15th century England, alchemical poetry is more emblematic of the period than scholarly prose texts or other scientific or non-scientific verse in many respects. Alchemy now spoke not just the language of the man outside the university, but also in a rhythmic, melodious voice. A consideration of the material manifestation of alchemical verse in pragmatic, notebook-like manuscripts enlightens our understanding of its uses, dissemination, and indeed its author's envisaged audiences further. It is worth noting here that alchemical manuscripts, including those containing alchemical poems, are in some respects different from their other scientific counterparts. Alchemical readers and writers used a fairly specific form of terminology and expression to navigate a growing body of alchemica, one that might have restricted the nature of volumes in which alchemical verse might be recorded. But since alchemical poetry in particular provided an ideal template for the ordering of thoughts and experiments from the 15th century onwards, with time, it entered a wide variety of manuscripts. Alchemical verse could be found on scholars' bookshelves and in artisans' and practicing alchemists' workshops. It was read by physicians as well as miners and goldsmiths, and altered, wittingly or unwittingly, in spelling, wording, or even structurally by all audiences. The body of alchemical poetry thus reflects the context of its production and reception. Each copy was a unique product, a mixture of an exemplar's model and a copyist's reading of the same, of theoretical beliefs and practical considerations. Therefore, perhaps more than the academic art of medicine and other scholarly disciplines, the written heritage of alchemy constitutes evidence of the interactions between theory, practice, and texts. In linguistic terms, alchemical poets use characteristic styles, motifs, verse forms, and structural elements. Some of these naturally intersected with the expression of alchemical prose. It had long been believed that only a worthy alchemist would be able to understand a recipe and discover the secrets of nature behind alchemy's obscure, metaphorical terminology and expression. In the 15th century, copyists and readers of vernacular alchemica, and the growing body of alchemical verse, found themselves forced to interpret alchemical terminology derived from the Arabic, Greek, and Latin in Middle English terms. Here, alchemical poetry became instrumental in the refinement of a scientific terminology in Middle English. Rhyme words provided unfamiliar terms with a phonetic point of reference. They also drew the copyist's attention to important information, which was often placed towards the end of lines. The transition of alchemical terms into Middle English, and thus of alchemical concepts and thought into a living language's referencing system, thus occurred successfully, consistently, and memorably in verse. For the remainder of the active period of circulation for alchemical literature, which lasted well into the 17th century and beyond, the detectable alchemical poetic idiom remained remarkably stable. Only the appearance and increasing dominance of chemistry among the sciences, now striving to be modern in approach and symbolic formulae, banished poetry from the study of nature and separated literature from science. In terms of famous authors, 15th century England brought forth two alchemist poets whose names and works have dominated the historical impression of their period: Thomas Norton and George Ripley. Norton, Bristolian municipal officer and courtier, wrote the Ordinal of Alchemy, the only text attributed to him, in the final quarter of the 15th century. A single substantial poem of 3,102 lines plus preface, the Ordinal ensured Thomas Norton's role as a figurehead for English alchemy in the 15th century from its early reception onwards. Like Norton, George Ripley is a historical alchemical author whose poetic oeuvre eventually superseded his persona. Ripley was canon regular of Bridlington Priory in Yorkshire, and is said to have traveled to Louvain and Italy to study with masters of the arts and alchemy. But his sizable body of alchemical poetry, and his later pseudonymous oeuvre, have preserved his name in history much more forcefully. Ripley works present mostly an adaptation of Latin sources using alchemical principles commonly attributed to 13th century philosopher and Dr. Raymond Lull. They also purport to preserve Ripley's own laboratory experiences. Among Ripley's best-known works are The Compound of Alchemy, 26, The Mystery of Alchemists, and a number of these, the vast extended pseudo-Ripleyan corpus dating from the late 15th and 16th centuries onwards, and the illuminated scrolls bearing alchemical poems now known as Ripley Scrolls, will become relevant for the history of the corpus of poems discussed in this book. By the early modern period, the iconic Middle English alchemical poet George Ripley had thus joined the ranks of the very authorities he emulated. Beyond and including Thomas Norton and George Ripley, the tradition of vernacular alchemical poetry was defined by spurious or changing attributions to both ancient and contemporary authorities. More often than not, poems were circulated without the name of an author attached. The reasons for this strong tendency towards anonymity are relatively straightforward. As Gebrauchstext proper, most alchemical poems did not require a fixed named author to lend authority to their contents. Readers and copyists selected useful contemporary recipes and theoretical texts by different criteria like genre and language. The circulation of alchemical knowledge and the reception of texts differed in contemporary and canonical alchemical literature. As such, Middle English alchemical poetry in particular constitutes an immediate witness of the contemporary understanding of alchemical substances, methods and theory on one hand, and their translation into writing and practice on the other. Anonymous alchemical verse provides a direct glimpse into the production, communication and circulation of both theoretical and practical knowledge. It is not only because of the traditional historiographical focus on famous authors, alchemists and works, but perhaps also due to the modern separation of poetry, alchemy and science that scholarship has neglected, and at times even scorned, alchemical poetry. To the modern eye, its literary merits pale before the poems of Chaucer, Gower and their 15th century peers. In his monumental History of Magic and Experimental Science, Lynn Thorndike famously dismissed the work of George Ripley as very stupid and tiresome reading. In the 15th century, however, scientific and other poetry was much more integrated and formed different parts of the same body of Middle English writing. At times they even intersected. Chaucer's oeuvre, the Romaunt de la Rose, and Lydgate's verse regimen entitled Dietary are prime examples of medical themes in literary verse written by poets without a professional interest in natural philosophy. Conversely, the style and language of alchemical poems written by alchemical practitioners without any literary ambitions resemble those of the Middle English poetic oeuvre to a remarkable extent. Scientific, alchemical, and literary poems all participated in the development of the Middle English language and expression. They also often shared space in contemporary manuscripts. Finally, the scientific reception of specific passages in otherwise literary works, and the artistic appreciation of scientific poetry also testify to the original interactions between the disciplines. Scientific, and thus alchemical, poetry was an integral part of the written culture of 15th century England. The afterlives of Middle English alchemical poems are distinctive, even if they pale before the thriving late medieval and early modern manuscript tradition of poetry. While manuscript production and reception continued well into the 17th century, alchemical verse did not enjoy an early representation in print, the medium whose invention left a most distinguishing mark on the latter part of the 15th century. Much of the Middle English alchemical poetic oeuvre, such as pragmatic recipes and mnemonic rhymes, was probably considered too practical, ordinary or ephemeral to be printed together with a carefully selected body of works intended to preserve a legacy of human knowledge. By the time some alchemical poems materialized in printed volumes, particularly in English, the genre itself had almost turned into history. Elias Ashmole's Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, a compendium of alchemical verse published in 1652 as an homage to the English language, marks the beginning proper of the published body of alchemical poetry as well as its epitome. Thanks to Ashmole's bibliophilic, historically sensitive interest in alchemy and poetry, his compendium includes works by Thomas Norton and George Ripley, as well as Chaucer's Canon's Yeoman's Tale and many of the poems, which form the focus of this book. As such, Ashmole's collection, both the printed book and the underlying manuscript collection, may be considered the final resting place of the body of alchemical poetry of medieval England. The corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, the late medieval alchemical poem Verses upon the Elixir, played a vital part in the communication of alchemical knowledge. In the 15th through 17th centuries, it was written, copied, read, annotated, interpreted, tried and tested, dismissed or accepted, and certainly constantly discussed by readers and writers with alchemical interests. Within contemporary networks of written knowledge, the poem Verses upon the Elixir not only represents a prime example of its genre, but, as will become clear throughout this book, a central work utilized by early modern scribes and readers to discover the correct procedure for making the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, its users considered the Verses upon the Elixir not a standalone text, but a poem to be consulted, altered and digested in comparison with other alchemica. These associated texts form a corpus around the Verses upon the Elixir, a microcosm of written alchemical thought containing clues about how their users thought, wrote, and practiced alchemy. It is this corpus that is at the heart of this book. The reconstruction of its text interactions presented in this chapter will both aid the development of case studies in later chapters of this book and, generally, prove useful for an understanding of how alchemical ideas were circulated and received in late medieval and early modern England. A Middle English rhymed recipe of up to 194 lines, the poem Verses upon the Elixir formed connections with a large number of contemporary and ancient alchemica through proximity in manuscripts, in language or content, and in the contemporary perception of the body of alchemical literature. At least 15 texts and their variants are related to the Verses upon the Elixir. The nature of their connections with the verses divides them into several groups. Boast of Mercury, Mystery of Alchemists, and Liber Patris Sapientiae are poems whose text coincides with parts of the verses. The poem's Exposition and Wind and Water form bonds with the verses by virtue of being appended to the poem in manuscripts. The set of poems now gathered under the title of Richard Carpenter's work is connected with the verses upon the Elixir through intertextuality. Those appearing together with Richard Carpenter's work on the Ripley Scrolls, 1561.7, 1364.5, form an extension of this group. Peripheral additions to the corpus are poems resembling the verses upon the Elixir, on a poetic linguistic level, short work in Trinity. It should be noted that all texts mentioned appear overwhelmingly in manuscripts together with other corpus texts. Their affiliation with the corpus identified here is both material and linguistic in nature. 3 16th-century prose texts, a translation of the verses upon the Elixir and 2 commentaries on the poem, provide the final links in the chain. As products of a textual evolutionary process over the course of 2 centuries, the corpus and its cross-connections are fairly complex. Naturally, the origins and interactions of these texts could not be fully explained in terms of causality, origin, and succession. However, for the present purpose of introducing the corpus and its individual texts as objects of historical investigation, the clustering of poems according to their manner of association with the verses will provide a practical way of managing information about the corpus. Texts belonging to the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir survive in more than 100 manuscripts dating from the mid-15th to the later 17th century, numbering more than 400 copies of these texts in total. An ever-changing written and thus documented reception accompanies this active circulation of the texts. Although the corpus around the verses was not acknowledged explicitly by late medieval and early modern audiences, for example in form of a dedicated collection or commentary upon its nature, it would have been recognized by informed late medieval readers of English Alchemica. Individual manuscripts containing a high number of corpus texts, notebooks analyzing a remarkably large portion of the corpus in the search for reliable alchemical intelligence, and numerous annotations across all extant manuscripts debating corpus text alchemical content are witnesses to its ubiquity and joint reception by compilers and readers alike. Considered in its entirety, the corpus of texts associated with the verses upon the Elixir represents a late medieval virtual reference work, a reserve collection, and a repository of knowledge. 2.1. The verses upon the Elixir. Take earth of earth, earth is broader water, and earth it is none other, and fire of thirth that beareth the price, and of that earth, loke thou be wise. Verses upon the Elixir, insipid. The poem, Verses upon the Elixir, which comprises a recipe for the Philosopher's Stone in verse form, was one of the most frequently copied verse texts of the late medieval and early modern period. It survives in a comparatively large number of copies, at least 30 full copies, and numerous substantial and minor fragments. The 4 extant 15th-century manuscripts and their 16th and 17th century successors certainly represent only a fraction of those originally in circulation. Written in the customary cryptic alchemical style, the poem details substances and operations, including specific information on measurements, proportions, color, stages of the work, and durations of the experiment's parts, in 6 individual yet interdependent cycles. The first isolates 3 elements from earth by cold dissolution in aqua nemoris, then advises elaboration and the production of a gum by evaporation. The subsequent distillation of aqua vitae is followed by the appearance of a red fire from which a black dry earth emerges, the basis of all following steps. This black earth is purified until it assumes a bright color, imbibed with the aforementioned water to turn white, heated to produce a red substance, and imbibed further to produce the stone. The second section discusses the alchemical philosophical underpinnings of the work, among them the importance of the 4 elements, of sperm as a vital force, and of aqua nemoris as solving agent. The third part proposes a shortcut to the recipe: sublimation in arsenic, calcination with mercury, combination with aqua fortis, fixation over fire, and imbibition. The produced stone, the recipe tells us, can transform 40 times its weight of copper and lead. The fourth section focuses on aqua vitae derived from 2 elixirs, which have been made from lead. Part 5 explains the cleansing properties of this water and expands upon the use of oil for rubrification, before detailing, possibly repeating, the progression of the work from black to red. The final section delivers the results: projection of the stone on mercury to transform it into gold. The recipe's structure, the intersection of its steps, and the repetitive nature of the alchemical practice would have been familiar to its readers from other alchemical writings. For example, George Ripley's near-contemporary Compound of Alchemy is presented in 12 gates, which divide the manufacture of the Philosopher's Stone into 12 steps. While the poem is interspersed with decnomen for substances and procedures, it is noteworthy that allegorical passages in the verses do not make use of traditional personified or populated imagery like hermaphrodites, king and queen, childbirth, or mythical creatures, as many contemporary alchemica do. But even if actual processes referred to in the verses cannot be identified with certainty due to linguistic ambiguity, both the recipe text and its reader reception suggest that the poem was intended for use in the alchemical workshop and actually employed as such. As a Gebrauchstext, the poem bridges two literary traditions, concise, straightforwardly practical prose recipes often found in margins of medieval notebooks and alchemical allegories. The supposed author of the poem Verses upon the Elixir is named by Elias Ashmole and some of his contemporaries as Pierce the Black Monk. There is no evidence of this ascription dating from before the 17th century. Indeed, some manuscript writers may have taken their information from the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. The source for the attribution in the TCB, however, is not clear. The only external reference to Pierce in the period of the active circulation of the verses, the mid-15th to 17th centuries, may be found in another corpus text. Trinity, a poem which forms part of the Ripley scrolls, mentions Pierce or his oeuvre as an authority on the alchemical work. Who is Pierce? Unfortunately, no historical evidence is available in the form of other writings or biographical information. His explicit affiliation with the Benedictine order is probably more indicative of a copyist's evaluation of the verses upon the elixir and alchemy, rather than an indication for the existence of an actual author of that name. Beyond the text of the verses, Pierce remains an early modern legend. Like so many of the vernacular alchemica of the late medieval period, the verses upon the elixir developed different versions which circulated simultaneously throughout the entire early modern period. The two main variants of the verses share substantial textual parts but differ in their rendition, order, and in part wording of the recipe. Only two couplets are peculiar to the shorter version, A, in comparison with version B. The first references the liquefaction or extraction of aqua vitae from elixirs. Its absence in version B1 is noteworthy, as it either implies that the water is synonymous with the elixirs, or leaves its production up to the reader's interpretation. The second couplet relates a conventional religious reference without any obvious necessity or practical purpose. Pithy and practical in nature, version A of the verses would have been ideally suited for use in the alchemical workshop. Version B, one of the verses upon the elixir, expands the same recipe with theoretical sections. It includes 9 additional passages which cover not just practical instructions but the entire scope of alchemical writing in their content. Its religious and philosophical phrases are mostly rhetorical in their discussion of the ideal disposition and pious conduct of the successful alchemical practitioner. They often function as transitions between different parts of the poem. Other parts diverge from the alchemical recipe or its description in version A, among them details on natural and chemical principles, more details on the qualities of aqua vitae, and on the transformation of base metal into gold. An introduction to the personified substance Mercury, and an allegorical monologue in which she praises her own alchemical qualities forms one of the most substantial amplifications of version B1. This section also occurs as an individual poem entitled The Boast of Mercury in later manuscripts, often verbatim and occasionally as a variant text. Altogether, while not entirely misplaced beside the alchemical furnace, version B1 probably best represents the essence of the didactic tradition of alchemical poetry. Version B was further rearranged in some copies to alter the sequence of practical steps. Here, 2 medial parts of the poem are positioned towards the end of the poem, wedged into the middle of a section which is peculiar to version B. Consequently, all practical steps of the experiment are placed towards the first half of the verses, and followed by theoretical and religious passages in the second half. It seems that structure B2WAS, thematically organized to facilitate direct access to the practical parts. It combines version A's pragmatic nature with the alchemo-poetic aspects of version B in its standard form. Sections not numbered but listed with a letter are peculiar to one version and itemized by letter, XY for version A and AH for version B. The content. Alternative versions and standard forms of the verses upon the elixir were firmly established by the end of the 15th century. It is not clear which version predates the other. The extraction of condensed texts from more elaborate versions was a common practice for alchemical writings of the medieval period. But the supplementation of short texts with more material and amalgamation of texts were similarly valid writing techniques. In the 16th century, all versions of the verses entered a phase of subtle adaptation to different manuscript contexts including fragmentation, amalgamation, authorial attribution, and translation. It is notable here that the poem's fragments by far outnumber the variant copies. Selection and omission were generally more widely practiced among copyists than the alteration of poems beyond word level. In their historical reception, the 3 variants of the verses did not supersede each other but were retained, circulated in parallel, and even copied side by side in some manuscripts. Some of the later compilers involved in this parallel rendition may have had a literary or antiquarian interest in documenting several versions in the same volume. However, the notebooks preserving many of the earlier copies, and their annotations, imply that many copyists and readers considered the different versions of the verses complementary renditions of an alchemical experiment, constituting multiple approaches to the manufacture of the philosopher's stone that were, hence, to be preserved and dissected for meaning, rather than approved or discarded in competition with each other. 2.2. Texts associated with the verses upon the elixir. 2.2.1. Physical relations, Boast of Mercury, Mystery of Alchemists, and Liber Patris Sapientiae. The poem Boast of Mercury and its textual relations, Mystery of Alchemists, and Liber Patris Sapientiae, are texts most intimately connected with the verses upon the Elixir. Medial passages of the verses appear verbatim in these poems. In the 16th century, the poems developed variants which formed further different connections with the verses upon the Elixir and its surrounding corpus. In many ways, Boast of Mercury, Mystery of Alchemists, and Liber Patris Sapientiae form the nucleus of the corpus around the verses. 2.2.1.1 Boast of Mercury. I am Mercury, the mighty flos florum. I am most worthiest of all singularum. I am sower of Sol and Lune and Mars. I am genderer of Iovis, of him be all wars. Of Mercury, version A incipit. I am Mercury, the mightiest flos florum. I am most royal and richest of all singularum. I am Patronus and Princeps most royal. I am the mother of all manner of metal. Boast of Mercury, version B incipit. An excerpt from version B of the verses upon the Elixir. The poem Boast of Mercury isolates the first-person soliloquy of Mercury personified. The resulting standalone poem of 12 lines is a theoretical explanation of the qualities of Mercury as an alchemical principle, rather than the common metal philosophical Mercury form the basis of all alchemical work. The Boast emphasizes Mercury's status as ruler of all other planets, that is, material superseding all lesser metals. Individual copies of Boast often include an additional original but unobtrusive couplet in the same style. If these lines carry supplementary information, this is not obvious to the modern reader. This early version of Boast as an individual poem, which is roughly contemporary with the verses upon the Elixir, was circulated anonymously, widely and independently from the verses. Notably, copyists were aware of and explicit about its origins. Many copies of Boast conclude with an etc. Boast also developed a completely different and much more substantial variant, version B, in manuscripts from the 16th century onwards. Version B of Boast is related to Boast, version A only by virtue of its incipit, theme, and speaker, and it fluctuates in length between 59 and 62 lines. Its contents. This version concentrates on the Mercury-sulfur principle in detail befitting its extended scope. Here, Mercury not only encompasses all metals but also all types of substances and elements. She acts upon substances, is a life-giving principle, and embodies black, red, and white stages of the work, and reacts adversely to some substances. The poem also incorporates a polemic discussion of elements familiar to readers of the verses. Ample space is given to the introduction of Mercury's husband, their complementary roles in alchemy, their exclusive compatibility and, once united, inseparability. The poem also introduces a third substance, the product of their conjunction, the philosopher's stone, which is specified to multiply by the factor of 1000. This text of Boast of Mercury clearly employs a different metaphorical register than the verses upon the Elixir, in which similar personifications do not occur beyond the inclusion of Boast in version B. Further noteworthy tropes in Boast of Mercury are metaphors relating to matrimony, monogamy, by Introduction to Middle English Alchemical Poetry. 33. The Law of England. LLDE, phrases mentioning Christ and God, the futility of some alchemists' search for Mercury and the alchemical secret, philosophy, fire, and Sol and Luna. The omission or insertion of particular lines affects the tenor of the poem and its content in varying ways from one copy to the next. To complicate matters further, Boast version B survives in two variants, one of which is even more long-winded than the standard version. This is not due, however, to the addition of lines and content, but to the elaboration of each line. The expanded version contains additional words or phrases in each line, rhetorical devices, perhaps stylistically favored by some writers but certainly not essential to the poem's contents. The resulting unwieldy lines and irregular rhythm are rare within the corpus around the verses. I am air, water, and also fire among all others. I how no peer Boast. Version B2 L 8-9. For I am earth, water, yea, and I am ire and fire. Among all other in ye world I have no peer. Boast. Version B1 LL 8-9. Some copies of this elaborate version extend the poem further at the end by adding another 27 lines to the text. This variant ending changes the perspective from Mercury to an unspecified narrator who summarizes the contents of the poem. Noteworthy in relation to the poem proper are the ending's explicit mention of alchemy and operations, of earth as engenderer of all metals, and of sperm as life-giving substance. Further, the ending comments upon the nature of elements, upon Mercury's soul, and states that its cold calcination is more powerful than fire before specifying the thousandfold multiplication to be effected by calcination, and the end result is gold. For the 16th century in particular, the popularity of Boast, in all its manifestations, is remarkable. For its copyists and readers, the different versions must have fulfilled different purposes in order to have been copied so regularly, in parallel, without conflict or competition. They testify to the early modern appetite for alchemical information in different formats. 2.2.1.2 Mystery of Alchemists. I am Mercury the mightiest flos florum, I am most rile and richest of all singular, I am patronas and princes most rile, I am mother of all manner of metal. Mystery of Alchemists, stanza 79. Mystery of Alchemists, a substantial anonymous Middle English alchemical poem, forms an indirect extension of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, as it absorbs substantial passages of Boast of Mercury into its text. The common passages now form part of a didactic dialogue between father and son, that is, alchemical master and apprentice, concerning the workings of nature, the conditions of alchemical transmutation, and the manufacture of the philosopher's stone. The poem's scope varies too much from one copy to the next to justify the definition of a standard version. The Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum prints a text of 296 lines, which may be considered a median length for current purposes. The NIM-F states 132 quatrains as a guideline. Probably written around the same time as the verses upon the elixir, Mystery of Alchemists is difficult to place in the corpus of texts in terms of chronology. Similarly, the poem's relation to Boast of Mercury and the verses upon the elixir in terms of originality or derivation is uncertain. All three poems, however, testify to a late medieval enthusiasm for an allegorical first-person monologue of Mercury as personified substance. With approximately 12 extant copies, Mystery of Alchemists does not seem to have been as popular as the verses or other texts from the body of late medieval Alchemica. Some scholars considered George Ripley, Canon of Bridlington, figurehead of 15th century alchemical poetry, to be the author of Mystery of Alchemists. The poem plays a significant role in Ripley's oeuvre, a body of work which includes both authentic and pseudonymous texts. It is, however, best considered one of the latter. Manuscript evidence indicates that the poem was originally circulated as an anonymous poem with intermittent but consistent attribution to Ripley. 2.2.1.3 Liber Patris Sapientiae. This worthy science of alchemy, wife thou wilt it learn a little money out of thy purse, thou must forbear to buy therewith flos florum, it is most worthy est and to build well here chamber, and here neste. My son is called the mightiest of flos florum, and most royal and richest of all singularum. She is very patron, and princess most royal, and she is very mother of every metal. Liber Patris Sapientiae, excerpt. In the corpus of texts associated with the verses, Liber Patris Sapientiae represents a sister text to the Mystery of Alchemists. Also dating from the 16th century, Liber Patris Sapientiae too borrows medial passages at times almost verbatim from Boast of Mercury. Patris Sapientiae may also be considered a didactic dialogue in verse form, even if the speaker's addressee, a son, does not explicitly partake in it. The full version of the poem takes up a staggering 120 quatrains in Ashmole's edition, and varies greatly in scope in its manifestations in manuscripts. Liber Patris Sapientiae combines extensive apologetic and advisory sections on secrecy, the social and legal aspects of alchemy, and, occasionally, a stanza on alchemical verse with theoretical allegorical passages on the alchemical work. Some copies provide a summary of the seven metals' properties, a more metaphorical rendition of the conjunction of Mercury and sulfur, and an explanatory paraphrase of earlier parts of the poem. Notably, the text never uses the imperative, and does not stylistically resemble a recipe in any of its parts, even if some of them engage closely with the theoretical underpinnings of the manufacture of the philosopher's stone. Altogether, Liber Patris Sapientiae resembles a medley of philosophical theoretical alchemical lore, possibly a secondary creation pieced together from a variety of other sources in its individual copies. Surviving copies of Liber Patris Sapientiae, only 5 in number, at times omit pertinent passages, and therefore lose the connection with the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, in which Liber Patris Sapientiae generally occupies a marginal role. 2.2. Spawns, Exposition, and Wind and Water. Their physical attachment to the verses distinguishes the poem's Exposition and Wind and Water from other texts in the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. Both poems are frequently copied in sequence directly after the text of the verses, often as if intended to be read in conjunction, at times even without visual separation to form an amalgamated text. As physical extensions of the verses upon the elixir, Exposition and Wind and Water establish a broader basis for the extension of the corpus in the early modern period. 2.2.2.1 Exposition. Now of this matter to you most clear an exposicon I do make here, wherein I charge you secrete to be that frinde fudu its exposition incipit. In style similar to that of the verses upon the elixir, the Exposition describes a transmutatory alchemical experiment in a space of 68 lines. Sources do not imply that the poem was ever attributed to an author, with 26 full copies and substantial fragments surviving. The Exposition establishes its significance in Middle English alchemical poetry through its prominence alone. The Exposition is characterized by its incipit as an exegetic text dependent upon the presence of another, as well as by its appearance in many manuscripts directly after version A of the verses. This close association goes back to the earliest surviving, 15th century witnesses of both poems. yet cannot be confirmed intrinsically. Their contents depend too much on an interpretation of the language of alchemy to match the experiment described in the verses upon the elixir with that of the exposition. It is perhaps for this reason that the exposition always circulated in physical proximity to one or several poems from the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, to maintain a connection which might otherwise be lost quite easily. Only the most modern copies of the exposition appear independently from the verses in manuscripts, an unintentionally autonomous text of uncertain exegetic value once stripped of its point of reference. It is difficult to tell whether this dissociation was a deliberate or accidental process. The content of the exposition may be summarized thus. After the above-cited introductory lines, with the notable use of the secrecy topos, the poem provides a cursory glossary to the key terms upon which the experiment in the verses is based, and emphasizes sericon as key ingredient, a substance interpreted variously by early modern readers as lead oxide or other substances. A series of processes ensues, the extraction of mercury, and sublimation of its 3 liquors from a gum. The first is won by bain-marie, the second has generative powers within the philosopher's stone and is employed for the purification of earth, the third is used for the production of a red gum. The final section concerns the production of the philosopher's stone, and emphasizes the importance of the 2 gums and the 2 elixirs generated. Other lines, rhetorical glue between the outlined steps, include apologetic appeals to God as the creator of all matter and giver of secrets. The scribal treatment of the exposition in Elizabethan times is generally careful. The poem does not generate any variant versions and thus constitutes a rarity within its family of related texts. Perhaps afraid of leaving out essential detail, copyists were also reluctant to truncate the exposition. It is curious then that the scope of the poem's text fluctuates between 67 and 70 lines. The addition of passages to some copies, the removal of those perceived as redundant, and the replacement of others account for this subtle yet meaningful variation. The exposition was also subjected to a large number of alterations at word level, particularly variation of the positions of words. Why would generations of alchemist writers constantly reshuffle the words and phrases in an ancillary alchemical poem? One explanation might be that the individual changes relate to aspects of alchemical practice. Indeed, it is noteworthy that only passages not essential to the poem's alchemical content, for example religious topoi, are not subjected to alteration. Another likely answer is that they tried to do something which the modern historian still fails to achieve, to match the advice given in the exposition with the text of the verses, and to better understand their composite recipe for the philosopher's stone. 2.2.2.2 Wind and water. Take wind and water white in grain, and draw thereof lac virginis, where some it call a water clear, the which water hath a no pair. Wind and water, version A insipid. Now will I clearly declare viento you all, the making of our elixir which we call our stone, truly and instantly how, herkin eurashon first know ye materials and proportion of echuan wind and water, version B insipid. Thanks to the survival of 17 extant full copies, the standard version of wind and water belongs to the group of the most widely circulated Middle English Alchemica, both together with and independently of the verses upon the elixir. Wind and water also dates from the mid to late 15th century, and is often appended to the exposition, another anonymous addition to the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. This original concise version of wind and water does not seem to describe a full experiment. Its text concerns the distillation of lac virginis derived from 2 elements, wind and water. Notable is the advice to change the receiver, preserve a white fume and observe a red strong fire, possibly the stage of rubedo. The Latin ending specifies that this last rubificated substance, the menstruum, is philosophical gold, which may be used for a number of further processes. Wind and water, version A, shows intertextual connections with the verses, where 6 of its lines surface almost verbatim. It is not clear whether wind and water was intended to represent a summary of the verses upon the elixir, or exposition, or to be circulated alongside the 2 poems to elucidate their content. Readers often considered wind and water the final section of the composite poem, without commenting on the repetitive nature. Like Boast of Mercury, however, Wind and Water leaves its most distinctive mark in the history of early modern alchemical writing in its alternative 16th-century guise, an extensive poem which introduces the reader to the subject matter in an almost dramatized form, and complements version A with more technical detail on procedures, equipment, theoretical background, justification and relevance of the experiment. Its final lines mark this variant as a recipe for the philosopher's stone. Version B certainly comprises very dense information in metaphorical terms, but not necessarily a clearly structured series of steps. In the lines between incipit and end, we hear of proportions, procedures of reactions and adaptations. If this stone child is made with the power of his father, it is the king of metals. If made with the mother, it needs to be imbibed further. The text is careful to distinguish between common precious metals used for currency and the ideal outcome of this work, their philosophical counterparts. A transition referring to the authority of the Old Testament leads into the second part of the poem, which starts with a discussion of the hidden nature of the philosopher's stone and its all-encompassing qualities and instructs on its congelation, elaboration, rubrification by heat and congelation into the red stone. The final section comprises more general moral pious advice on good alchemical practice. Parallels between versions A and B of wind and water only become apparent in individual phrases. Take wind A and water, white and also green, and like as I mean do you them together, and by a limbec draw Europe milk water clean, and do it into ye liquor. Rex Borea et Regina Meriti Evan Thether, Wind and Water LL 5961. This may explain why version B of Wind and Water generally circulated independently from the standard text. Only 5 full copies and substantial fragments of a more recent date than witnesses of version A survive. Nevertheless, the contemporary generation of a few commentaries provides a good impression of the original impact both versions of Wind and Water must have had originally on Middle English alchemical poetry and its readers. The third major Carpenter connections, richer group of poems associated with the verses upon the Elixir, entertains subtle yet solid relations with different parts of the core corpus presented above. All 4 versions of Richard Carpenter's work belong to this group, as well as a fragment variant and the more ancient prose original of Richard Carpenter's work, Alumen de Hispania. With their adaptation of familiar, recognizable phrases, terms, and expressions from the wider corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, these texts provide the corpus's sinew, an inner structure that connects various poems in a firm yet flexible way. The modern umbrella title of Richard Carpenter's work unites 4 originally separate alchemical poems which circulated independently, often anonymously, and always without a common title in manuscripts from the second half of the 15th century onwards. To their original readers, the recipes presented in these poems would have seemed, if not straightforward, then at least decipherable and indeed complementary to one another. Even though not all, if any, contemporary readers succeeded in translating Richard Carpenter's work into practical terms, or even wished to experiment in the workshop, they recognized the poem's promise as well as the connections between them, and often tried to unveil their secrets. This is evidenced by annotations, and the existence of several parallel copies of the poem's versions and in many manuscripts. The poem's similar incipits, probably the reason for their modern indiscriminate title, are variations on the couplet of Spain take the clear light, the red gum that is so bright. In the other 3 variants, the term Spain is replaced with metaphorical synonyms for gold. These terms will serve as short titles for the individual poems throughout this book. The identity of the man who lent his name to the title of Richard Carpenter's work has been elusive since the first record of the name appeared in a 15th century manuscript. This may be the old manuscript seen by Ashmole, and hence responsible for his declaration of Titan Magnesia as the work of Rich Carpenter. Surprisingly, although the name is documented only for this poem and appears sporadically in manuscript copies of the text, Richard Carpenter was established as an alchemical author by the end of the 17th century. Antiquarian Elias Ashmole is only one in a long row of scholars who, with varying conviction, attempted to supply the name of Richard Carpenter with biographical information. I find that in anno 1447, John Carpenter, then Bishop of Worcester, founded the college at Westbury near Bristol. Besides this, he built the gatehouse at Hartleborough, a castle near and belonging to the Bishop of Worcester, and did several other works of piety and charity. This Bishop Carpenter is supposed to be brother, or near kinsman to Richard Carpenter, our author, an accountant and hermetique philosopher. He was contemporary with Norton and Cannings, and for the most part lived near unto them, at the aforementioned Westbury. More recently, it has been suggested that Carpenter's brother was the Bishop of Worcester, or an Oxford graduate, a canon of Westbury-on-Trym, and as a West countryman may have known his fellow alchemist Norton. With no other conclusive evidence available, however, Richard Carpenter remains a name to do little more than conjure with. 2.2.3.1 Spain Titan Magnesia. Of Spain take thou thy clear light, the red agam that is so bright, of philosophers the sulphur viv callid gold, withouten strief Spain Titan Magnesia incipit. The first 2 variants of Richard Carpenter's work, Spain and Titan Magnesia, are identical except for the variation in the first line. For the sake of conciseness, the term Spain will be used henceforth to refer to either text unless indicated otherwise. An alchemical poem of 96 lines, Spain presents another transmutatory recipe instructing in the manufacture of, as the poem puts it, the riche ruby, the stone of price. It begins with the extraction of a tincture from Spain, further specified as red gum sulphur vive gold, whereupon a husband and wife are amalgamated to generate a stone with the help of Mercury. The stone is then subjected to liquefaction, probably by distillation, as the recipe warns that the fume must be preserved. It also specifies the temperature needed to see a succession of colors in the work, as the aforementioned stone decocts and changes its properties, black, white, red, and citrine LL. 24-34. The result, an amalgamated, inseparable substance, decocts in a sealed container to generate the animal stone. The remainder of the poem is a long section of more theoretical advisory content. Noteworthy here, is the emphasis on temperature regulation and decoction, on books and literacy, and the mention of Mary, sister of Moses, as an alchemical authority. Spain is indirectly connected with the verses through intertextuality. The poem shares some passages with the theoretical parts of the Exposition in a modified yet recognizable form. The following parallels are just one example of such coincidences. 4 fowls in there therewith do flay, and also fishes swim therewith in the sea. 4 moisture of the ready grape, and of the white who can it take Spain LL. 65-68. Earth is within most fine water of woad a cell of wine for the moisture of the grape who can it take, and Saracondon our maestri make Exposition LL. Since the relevant line does not fit into the metric and rhythmic structure of the Exposition, it may have originated in Spain or a third, shared but unidentified source. More pertinently, such an appearance of familiar elements in different, approximately contemporary alchemica is very common in late medieval and early modern written culture, if in different degrees of congruency. Notably, Spain is the only version of Richard Carpenter's work with this quality. All other versions connect with the corpus around the verses upon the elixir in different ways. The position of Spain within the corpus around the verses is much more complex than simple intertextuality. It also links different parts of the corpus with each other, and with an ancient tradition of alchemical literature. Its Latin prose ancestor, Alumen de Hispania, served as a model for this translation as well as others in the late medieval period. For the history of Spain in the late Middle Ages, it is significant, firstly, that its English verse version was the first vernacular translation of Alumen to gain particular popularity in alchemical circles. Although a 14th-century French prose version represents the first vernacularization of Alumen, the Middle English poem Spain drew a larger audience and more enthusiastic reception. Secondly, the above-mentioned reference to the legendary ancient alchemist and authority Maria, a figure also prominent in annotations of post-15th century copies of the verses, links Alumen and Spain with a poem from the Ripley scroll, Trinity. Both Alumen de Hispania and Trinity will be discussed in their own right below. Spain proved to be as popular as it was tenacious in manuscript survival. The 19 extant copies of Spain, and various smaller fragments include an unusually high proportion of early 15th century witnesses. Copies of Titan Magnesia are more rare. While popular yet not ubiquitous in early modern manuscripts, the individual versions of Richard Carpenter's work certainly encouraged much scribal creativity. Some copyists of Spain chose to omit a theoretical section, others composed variant endings and alternative incipits, or changed single words and terms in order to improve, one suspects, the poem's contents or style. In terms of circulation and survival then, Spain represents both the tradition and the expansion of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir.
Dos Alumen de Hispania. Accedens Aaron ad Mariam prophetisa sororem suam salutans em dixit, o prophetisa soror me audiui sic idem de te multo ties quod albificas lapidem in fondi.
Respondit Maria, vitico Aaron per diem and in parte die, Alumen de Hispania incipit. Alumen de Hispania, a 15th century Latin translation of a Hebrew, and possibly an even older Arabic text, served as the source text for the Middle English poem, Richard Carpenter's work, variant Spain. In this didactic dialogue, Maria shares the secrets of alchemy with Aaron, a rather inquisitive philosopher of uncertain mythical or historical parentage. Within the dialogue we find discussions of the possibility of albification in a single day or less, the production of the great elixir. Another purportedly ancient recipe using mountainous herbs, also referencing kibrit and alkibrit. Its product is of vast projecting power. This is then summed up more pithily by Maria to cheer up the struggling Aaron. A gum elsirog is added to the mixture, followed by further explications on the nature of certain substances used, including moist calces, 4 stones, a reference to Hermes, a warning about foolish and lengthy nigredo, and the futility of trying the work even in a year without the necessary knowledge and divine grace. The text closes with Maria's observations on the hermetic vessel, the temperature of the fire in the alchemical work, and on true hermetic lore. Some copies of Alumen then end in a short Latin poem attributed to Arnold of Villanova, which may be considered a pithy mnemonic rendition of some of the key phrases from the preceding prose text. The above-mentioned popularity of Spain in the 15th century may, however, be more due to its ancient ancestry than the attribution of this short verse text to a near-contemporary authority. Together, the prose and verse component of Alumen represent the pre-Western roots of alchemy and the didactic poetic style revived in early modern Europe. The title used here, Alumen de Hispania, agrees with a popular version of the incipit of the recipe proper. The text's author is not stated explicitly in late medieval manuscripts. However, thanks to her incorporation into the text, Alumen was consistently associated with Maria. Incidentally, Maria was to become a figure so prominent in English writing and its general non-scientific conceptions of alchemy that Ben Jonson's mention of her in his play The Alchemist would have fallen on comprehending ears. The Latin text of Alumen de Hispania survives in at least 13 copies. There also appears to be a slightly more recent German translation of the text. 16th century prose translation into English, copied into at least 5 manuscripts over the course of the following decades, completes the text's cycle through manuscripts and their media. Within the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, Alumen represents an ongoing yet somewhat outdated genre bearing the authority of an ancient tradition. As a Latin prose text often reproduced in the same manuscripts as English poems from the corpus, it offers a literary, cultural, and scientific point of reference to 15th century readers and their successors. 2.2.3.3 God Angel. In the name of the Holy Trinite now send W.S. grace, so hit be first God made Bo Angel and Huan and Ale, so the world with planets Suan God Angel, incipit. Amalgamation and fragmentation generate much of the marginal corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. God Angel, a rather influential variant of Spain, was created as part of this scribal exegetic creativity right at the start of the manuscript circulation of Spain. In fact, it first materializes in a manuscript that also contains possibly the first and probably the only surviving 15th century copy of Titan Magnesia. The poem comprises original passages and phrases borrowed from the final, literary parts of Spain, including the above-mentioned phrase shared with the Exposition. The title used here combines key words from the first distinctive line of the poem to distinguish it from a variety of poems with similar incipits. God Angel models its incipit on a religious commonplace by invoking the Holy Trinity to support the alchemical work. This beginning also connects God Angel with another poem from the corpus, Trinity, mentioned twice above because of its references to alchemical authorities. Although otherwise a diluted derivation of corpus poems, God Angel is thus a distillate of various connections within the network of knowledge preserved in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. God Angel is a collection of aphoristic couplets on the divine origins of matter, prerequisites for alchemical success and qualities of the ideal practitioner, permeated with allusions to God as the creator and keeper of secrets. Its practical content is negligible. The text merely mentions 3 flowers and the moon, silver as essential to the work. The poem's full scope of 40 lines is the same as that of other variants of Richard Carpenter's work, even if all except one of the manuscript copies bisect or truncate the text. The second half of the poem appears separate from the first part in the earliest witness, and was erroneously identified as the single extant copy of a poem entitled Liber, on the virtue of the planets and of the Philosopher's Stone in an early catalogue. Overall, only 3 witnesses of God Angel survive. It seems that its theoretical pious advice was eclipsed by other more practical variants of Richard Carpenter's work in their reception. It is all the more noteworthy then that Ashmole includes the poem in his Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, in isolation from Richard Carpenter's work and the corpus around the verses. 2.2.3.4 Sun. Of the sun take the light the redigome yat is so bright, and of the M1 do also the white gome there both to sun version A incipit. Of the son take the clear light the red stone yat is so bright. The philosopher in all his life called it son, and it is argent vive sun version B incipit. Richard Carpenter's work variant sun adds complexity to the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, as it survives in different formats, on several scribal media and in various connections with different parts of the corpus. Sun version A is similar to Spain in several respects. Both poems provide practical and theoretical instruction in the alchemical work, possibly even the same recipe for the Philosopher's Stone, and 16 of the 42 lines in Sun coincide with the initial part of Spain. But Sun generally assigns more importance to the documentation of synonymous terms for alchemical substances. Short variant starts with red and white gums. From these a tincture is extracted before they amalgamate while imbibing aqua vitae. The long version continues beyond this line, to explore the nature of the aqua, again specifying common terms by which it is known and its role in the above-mentioned process, followed by a rhetorical conclusion of this part of the recipe. The stone now generated is mentioned before the practical parts of the decoction leading to its generation are explained. Perfect temperature and a perfectly sealed vessel are of vital importance. In addition to the shared passages with Spain, Sun version A connects with the corpus around the verses, and the Exposition in particular, in a manner which deserves special reflection. Compare, for example, the following 2 passages. Acetum yat is good a and fine better to them than any wine sun ll. 31-32. Earth is within most fine water of woad a cell of wine Exposition ll. 5-4-6. The cohesion between these phrases is not exactly intertextual, yet their rhyme patterns, terminology, and phrasing agree with one another. The passages seem to be interchangeable. This interphraseology, an extended use of formulaic phrases common to poetry beyond the alchemical, can be observed in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir in a large number of instances. It will be discussed in the following chapter in more detail. Both long and short versions of Sun form part of the illuminated Ripley scrolls, though always in one version only. The short version is peculiar to the scrolls, and does not appear in codices when, on the scroll, Sun is implicitly attributed to Ripley, and written underneath the imposing opening image of an alchemist holding an alchemical vessel. In this vessel, a roundel, or wheel of circular images depicts the progression of an alchemical experiment. The relation of this image to the text of sun, if any, is not clear. The choice of sun as the initial text on the scroll is nevertheless remarkable, given the fact that it does not in itself appear to be special or different from other poems on the scroll, or in the corpus of poems around the verses upon the elixir. It is noteworthy that individual anonymous copies of version A of sun in bound manuscripts always render the complete long version of the text. Moreover, only in association with other texts from the corpus around the verses. The authorial attribution to Ripley for this poem is restricted to the scrolls. The production of bound manuscript copies of sun surges around the mid-16th century. But even generally, version A of sun enjoyed enduring popularity. 11 and 10 witnesses survive of the long and short version respectively. Version B of sun, another short related yet essentially different alchemical poem of problematic comprehensiveness, appears independently from version A in manuscripts from the 15th century onwards. Version B describes the conjunction of the red stone and argent vive, and the addition of the bird of life, possibly referring to the Count of Pavonus. It then echoes other poems' advice on the preservation of the fumes in this process and ends somewhat abruptly. Within the written culture of early modern England, version B of sun is only marked by a comparatively unenthusiastic reception. In the corpus around the verses, it occupies an ancillary position. 2.2.3.5 Father Phoebus's. Take the Father yat Phoebus so bright that sitteth so high in majesty with his beams yat shineth light in all places wheresoe'er he be Father Phoebus incipit. Father Phoebus's is a true and late 16th century variant of Richard Carpenter's work of 40 lines. The term peculiar to this variant's incipit requires further explanation. Phoebus, an epithet of Apollo, the sun god, could represent the metal gold in general and the philosopher's stone in alchemical contexts. The fact that the term Phoebus also occurs in Spain is not entirely due to coincidence. In its contents, although formally another recipe text, Father Phoebus's focuses on theoretical aspects of the alchemical work. 36 of its 40 lines are mainly rhetorical phrases. The main focus is on the ingredient, the Father yat Phoebus so bright, here also homogeneae, its role as vital principle and its opposing principle, magnesia. After a quatrain announcing the recipe proper, the same merely advises the division of gold and refinement of the substance. The remainder of the poem follows the terminological inclination of sun in its tenor, and explains the difficulty of identifying the recipe's substance correctly. With its alternating rhyme pattern, Father Phoebus stands out among other variants of Richard Carpenter's work. As a result of this distinction, not only is Father Phoebus is more difficult to memorize and conducive to accidental use of identical rhymes in the copying process, but its abundant textual similarities with sun are also obscured, perhaps a desired effect considering their joint appearance on the Ripley scrolls. With regard to its supposed authorship then, the poem Father Phoebus shares sun's implicit attribution to Ripley. Ashmole's historically faithful reproduction of Father Phoebus among the texts on the Ripley scrolls confirms this in print. The fact that this variant of Richard Carpenter's work was never associated with Carpenter in early modern manuscript copies is also telling. Father Phoebus is materialized primarily on the scrolls and had a defined standard text rather than several variants, so that a consistent attribution was comparatively easy to institute and maintain. On the Ripley scrolls, Father Phoebus is written beside the image of a sun and above a bird of Hermes, a composite of a bird's body and a king's head. The debatable significance of this position, and association between image and text, resulted in the swap of this poem with sun in one exemplar. Patterns of survival for Father Phoebus's mirror those of sun, version A, almost completely. And like that of sun, the history of Father Phoebus is marked by a lack of textual variation, fragmentation, or other alteration. This may be due to scribal inertia, an inherent quality of the text which ensured its preservation, or to accident. A perhaps pertinent observation, however, is the reciprocal relationship between textual instability and practical content of alchemical poems of this length. Within the corpus around the verses upon the elixir and the family of texts gathered under the title, Richard Carpenter's work, Father Phoebus, an essentially theoretical text, seems the most prescriptive, static and reliable poem. The outer boundaries of the Fiferal corporality, short work and Trinity. The outer boundaries of the 15th century corpus around the verses upon the elixir are defined by texts which are either modifications of those described above, or, while originally only remotely related, an integral part of the corpus and later parts of its history. Their multifaceted histories, roles in the corpus and historical development introduce the questions of orality, literacy and materiality to the history of the corpus around the verses. Was it a trend of the workshop outside of manuscript culture that prompted the text to change as they did? Or could it have been a purely literary reception of the texts which inspired certain adjustments? In the case of the short work, a pithy original recipe expands and grows to be connected with the verses, somewhat similar in its textual expansion to the long versions of Wind and Water and Boast of Mercury discussed above. In the case of Trinity, the Ripley scrolls and a contemporary, analytic literature on alchemical texts and authors play an important role. The resulting picture of the variability and malleability of corpus texts mimics the cycles of the original circulation of the manuscripts in which they are written. 2.2.4.1 Short work. If you will to bys medicine apply, make first heavy hard hot and dry nesh light cold and wheat, put ham together and make ham meate. Hair to heavy hot and dry, put togader for so did I hot and most a cold and wheat, make them togadir to meat. Short work, version A insipid. Short work, version B insipid. Take Huey soft to could, and dry cleanse him and call say grind subtly if thou can any good to soul him in water yat is so wad short work, version C insipid. A poem with a rather elusive role in the 15th century corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, the short work is here named after its early modern description as a work very short and true. Variations of this line head, several 16th and 17th century copies of the text. The poem was mostly circulated anonymously, but was attributed to the scholar and Franciscan friar Roger Bacon in two 16th century copies, an infrequent yet thought-provoking attribution. Formally recipes of up to 10 lines, the original versions of the short work present similar and yet differently phrased alchemical instructions which are not clearly practical or theoretical in nature. They are indeed too short to be instructive, and the tenor reminds of gnomic rather than scientific poetry. Yet the poem proved ideal for insertion into blank spaces, among the sundry scribblings on flyleaves, or in one instance on a manuscript cover. Many copies must have been lost, but 6 and 14 copies of versions A and B respectively survive today. On a linguistic level, the short work witnesses scribal emendation at its most active. The few lines that comprise the poem show a great amount of variation, including a formless fluctuation of individual words, an always recognizable yet notoriously unstable incipit, a unique rendition on a Ripley scroll, and various amalgams with commentary texts and different versions of Richard Carpenter's work. The last is also the poem which appears in close proximity to the short work in early manuscripts. It seems that the text was considered a rhetorical commonplace which could be replicated and altered on the spot. It is further interesting to note that late copies of Sun show some intertextual and physical affinity with version B of the short work. Yet overall, the short versions of the short work permeate the corpus around the verses without leaving a lasting impression. The essential role of the short work in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir is only established with the emergence of a long variant in the 16th century. Version C of the short work was copied and circulated independently from the concise texts, and belies its title with a total of 98 lines. With a shift in emphasis towards practicability, this version describes a practical experiment in functional, metaphorical, and theoretical terms. Similarities between versions B and C end with the incipit. The content of the short work, version C, may be summarized thus. A series of instructions moves from the cleansing and grinding of the first line's cryptic substance to its dissolution in aqua nemoris, and extraction of a tincture, whereupon the earth ignites or turns red. After an interlude mixing advice with another familiar instruct, son to make water of earth and earth of water, that is a division reducing the matter to the 4 Aristotelian elements. The recipe continues to induce albedo and nigredo, by calcination, congelation, then liquefaction, fermentation, and dissolution in aqua vitae. The resulting conjunction of a soul and body requires ingression, specifically imbibition with its own distillate. This section of the poem ends with one stanza on the merits of decoding alchemical recipes for the practitioner. Afterwards, the recipe instructs the manufacture of antimony from philosophical sulfur, specified as vital force for Mercury, followed by rubrification, the generation of another child out of the two principles conjunction and its imbibition. Two substances emerge, which must be conjoined again. A long final section explores textual exegesis for alchemical purposes further, and analyzes the meaning of some substances and processes of the preceding recipe in much detail, referencing the Bible and the Turba Philosophorum. Most interesting is the final quatrain, which identifies the ashes left in the vessel at the end of the procedure as the desired precious outcome, a clue not often contained in alchemical recipes with this clarity. Version C survives in 13 full copies and substantial fragments, as well as numerous smaller fragments. On a textual level, extant copies of the short work, version C, show little variation, and any changes that do occur are mostly of a stylistic or rhythmic nature. Finally, with regard to its authorship, Ashmole's attribution of this elaborate version of the short work to George Ripley cannot be confirmed from manuscript evidence. Most notably for the present context, the elaborate version shows striking affinities with the verses of the nature described as interphraseology above. Linguistic patterns, rhyme structures, and other echoes between the two poems abound. It seems likely, therefore, that the short work, version C, was written in reaction to the popularity of the verses upon the Elixir. The poem may also be another indicator for a 16th century trend of elaboration in alchemical poetry, similar to that already observed for Boast of Mercury and Wind and Water. although clearly not a product of coincidence. The interaction between all mentioned corpus texts cannot be described completely in terms of causality or chronology. The short work version C takes part in a theme that defines the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, in style, language, and content. 2.2.4.2, Trinity. In the name of ye Trinite hearken here, and ye shall see mine octar yat formeth these work both first last bright and dark Trinity incipit. The content of Trinity, an alchemical poem here named pragmatically after its abbreviated incipit, is more narrative than practical or theoretical in nature. It delivers a chronicle of alchemical authorities as mentors of the poet-narrator's work. The poem possibly dates from around 1500s, may have been written for the context of the Ripley scrolls and, overall, represents a fairly late addition to the 15th century core corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. The role of Trinity in the corpus is first established in its physical appearance together with Son and Father Phoebus on some Ripley scrolls, a physical manifestation which defines it more firmly than these two variants of Richard Carpenter's work. 4 of its 8 extant copies can be found on the scrolls. Given its consistent appearance on the Ripley scrolls, it is perhaps surprising that the implicit attribution of Trinity to Ripley did not supersede the poem's actual anonymous origins. This may be due to the fact that Trinity never became an essential part of a typical Ripley scroll, but only features as the final text on some of them. In this case shown on the final panel, Trinity is surrounded by the image of 1 or 2 human figures, supposedly an alchemist and a king or bishop of uncertain relation to the text. In some witnesses, Trinity was not meant to be included. Other surviving exemplars appear to have been cut off at the end, possibly affecting the loss of some copies of Trinity. Incidentally, Ripley scrolls contain either the long version of Son, version A, together with Trinity, or its short version without Trinity. Scribes' decisions to compile either the former concise scroll or a relatively long one including the long version of Son and Trinity may have been deliberate. It is also possible that Elias Ashmole recognized this scribal rationale, as he did not print Son or Trinity together with Ripley scroll texts, nor indeed elsewhere in the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. By extension, Ashmole then does not seem to have considered Trinity and Son a part of the Middle English alchemical literary legacy. He did not choose to include the texts in spite of their existence in manuscripts outside of the scroll context, of which he must have seen several in the course of his editorial work. Within the corpus around the verses, however, Trinity occupies the role of keeper of the alchemical literary heritage in yet another way. The authors named in the poem to certify the excellence of Trinity include 1 Pierce, the supposed author of the verses. Significantly, this confirmation of Pierce as an author occurs prior to the 17th century, and therefore prior to allusions to Pierce in extant copies of the verses upon the Elixir. Trinity also refers to the Sustra of Moises Mary Prophetess, the female alchemical authority at the heart of the tradition of Richard Carpenter's work, Variants Spain and its ancestor, Alumen de Hispania. Uniquely in the corpus around the verses, Trinity is both a part of the corpus and a witness of its history. 2.2.5. Additional poems from the Ripley scrolls, On the Ground, in the Sea, I Shall You Tell. With their allegorical depictions of the alchemical work, the Ripley scrolls' illuminations are the most famous manifestation of alchemical illustrations of early modern England. As receptacles for text from the corpus around the verses, the Ripley scrolls are markedly different from the bound codices that constitute the more common medium of preservation. Apart from Richard Carpenter's work Variants Son and Father Phoebus, the Ripley scrolls contain 3 poems which probably originate on the scrolls, On the Ground, In the Sea and I Shall You Tell. Like the Ripley scrolls, all 3 poems date from the late 15th or early 16th century and are essentially anonymous, in spite of their indirect attribution to Ripley. These 3 poems, introduced briefly below, are essentially peripheral to the corpus around the verses and complement the core corpus in familiar yet informative ways. 2.2.5.1. On the Ground. 1. The ground there is an hill also a Serpente within a well, his tail is longe with winges wide all ready to flee by every side on the ground incipit. On the Ground is a text as substantial in length as the major text surrounding it. As a recipe text it may appear slightly more obscure, but certainly related in tone and content to other texts from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. From a modern perspective, it is hard to tell whether the poem describes a full recipe or is intended to present a collection of more selective advice. Held together by rhetorical phrases and in need of supplementation by other texts, it speaks of a substance buried in a well, that is a liquid, which must be kept safe to preserve the essence of the stone. The nature of all mentioned ingredients is discussed in terms of the 4 elements. Putrefaction into a black substance is succeeded by mortification, described as fermentation. The poem ends with albedo by ablution with the original liquid and imbibition, and reference to a white and red stone. The relation between the poem and its surrounding images, a green dragon eating a black toad, painted at the foot of a fountain, also remains open to interpretation. 2.2.5.2. In the sea withouten leas, standeth the bird of Hermes, eating his winges variable, and maketh himself full stable in the sea incipit. In the C, a concise poem of just 12 lines, is the only poem present on all extant Ripley scrolls. This may be due to its medial position on the scroll, which made it less prone to material loss, or indeed to its function on the scroll, where it serves as a transition between texts and images yet occupies a stable position beside the image of the bird of Hermes to which its incipit refers. This bird of Hermes is depicted as a large hybrid of a variable bird body and the head of a bearded king, about to eat his own wings. The poem describes a related alchemical process in similarly metaphorical terms. A description of the bird's auto-ingestion in a liquid precedes a note on albedo, rubedo, and the philosopher's stone. It closes with a formulaic couplet acknowledging God as inspiration. It seems that, in the sea explains, supplements, and yet obscures the image's meaning at the same time. Manner. I shall you tell without licence, how and what is my generation. Homogenea is my father, and magnesia is my mother. I shall you tell incipit. I shall you tell, an alchemical soliloquy in the manner of Boast of Mercury, consists of 38 lines of information on the theoretical background of alchemy and the nature of the serpent of Arabia, supposedly the product of the experimentation described and depicted on the Ripley scroll. Elements of its text worth mentioning here are the quartet of homogeny, magnesia, azoth and kibrit, the serpent of Arabia, tamed by sun and moon and weighed down by its wings, producing a blood, and the final lines which reference the Trinity, three substances combined in one, possibly an allusion to the three stones. The poem is written underneath the image of a dragon whose chest bleeds into a transparent ball symbolizing an alchemical vessel, which contains three black balls and a formerly clear liquid. A relation between image and poem is plausible if not plain, while In the Sea and On the Ground also appear in bound manuscript volumes in later parts of their transmission, and then without accompanying illustrations. The influence of I Shall You Tell does not extend as far beyond the Ripley scrolls. Added ingredients: lead, Thomas Hend and Terra Philosophicae. The general 16th century taste for alchemical recipes, fueled by an underlying desire to convert writing into practice, resulted not only in the generation of poems like those introduced above, but also in the copious production of related commentaries, secondary texts, ancillary writings and interpretations. In relation to the verses upon the Elixir, two prose texts constitute such an extension of the corpus. Although not appearing as ubiquitously in manuscripts as critical annotations, these two texts left a distinguished mark in manuscripts surrounding the corpus. Another prose text, a Latin prose translation of the text of the verses upon the Elixir, entitled Terra Philosophicae, rounds off the extended history of the corpus in the later parts of its history. Consequently, the following introductions complete the inventory of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. 2.2.6.1. Lead. Take and beat it as thin as you can, then take aqua vitae vinegar distilled that is rectified, and put these thin plates into the vita lead insipid. This anonymous, untitled yet substantial prose text of the 16th century describes an experiment with lead, the substance chosen to designate its title for current purposes. The text presents a self-contained recipe. Its procedure starts with the immersion of pulverized particles of lead in aqua vitae vinegar distilled in a sealed vessel, so that it albifies and can, once strained, be distilled by bath to leave a white residue. This is distilled again on a low heat to leave a red or yellow residue in the alembic. Once the receiver has been changed, this red aqua oleum is increased until it yields an earth which in turn is albified by calcination, then imbibed with the distillate of the previous step to conclude the albedo. Rubedo is achieved by imbibition with the red water. Projection upon silver and casting upon impure substances ensues. The recipe promises transmutation into silver. For the red work, the process is repeated with red oil, projection upon gold, and the transmutation of lead into gold. It is significant that the recipe then refers to the verses upon the Elixir as an authority for part of the process described, and this accordeth to the work in rhyme, earth of earth and earthus brother. The remainder of the text analyses the given recipe through this perspective, trying to match its own recipe with the verses. More pertinently for the current context, lead forms part of a literature influenced by the verses and is unusual in its straightforward acknowledgement of its source of inspiration. Lead thus lends the verses authority. Some scribes explicitly mark lead as a text to be read in conjunction with the verses upon the Elixir. In practice, the text is written almost invariably directly before or after the verses. Only one of its 6 surviving copies appears physically isolated in a 16th century manuscript. This symbiosis, even if one-sided, mirrors the dependency of the exposition and wind and water on the verses in earlier manuscripts. 2.2.6.2. Thomas Hend. Take a pottle of vinegre distilled in a vessel of glass and put therein 3 of red lead and stir yt well, and let yt stand 3 days stirring yt every day oftentimes Thomas Hend incipit. This tract, entitled The Conclusion of Mr. Thomas Hend for the same thing, appears generally attached to lead in extant manuscripts. Its title describes exactly its purpose and contents. Thomas Hend provides an alternative rendition of the experiment described in lead and forms another secondary, if slightly longer and more detailed bond with the verses. Despite a consistent attribution history, the identity of author Thomas Hend remains mysterious. No other works, historical records or information on Hend's life are available. Similarly unfortunate is the fact that clear parallels between the three relevant texts elude us without the physical association with lead, and thence the verses, Thomas Hend would be an unlikely relation to the verses upon the elixir. Its recipe is perhaps noteworthy for details of substances and processes referenced more elusively in both the verses and lead. Thomas Hend uses 3 pounds of lead, which he specifies to be red lead, and names the dry matter first left after distillation to be anima saturni. The text advises frequent stirring, later with a hazel stick straining with a filter, adds that distillation should be by alembic, and the dissolution of the anima saturni in oxen bladders, tied shut and suspended in cold water, describes the use of a glass still with his alembic well joined in the heat of ashes and the resulting oil to be appearing by the nose. Methods described include evening out matter with one's fingers and the use of a wire measure, weighing by counterpoise as well as various other measurements by proportion, the observing of a rattling sound in the vessel as it were small stones, and the breaking of a glass over a clean vessel, undoubtedly very practical advice. Thomas Hend's vocabulary is more extended than that of the text's predecessors. Examples are the explicit mentions of a crucible, a pot and a rotund of glass with a long neck. Overall, however, both as an isolated text and within the network of the corpus around the verses, Thomas Hend appears an afterthought most remarkable for its existence as an exegetic text on the verses, a poem whose origin precedes this text by more than a century. Its attention to detail, including the meticulous reference to the verses upon the elixir, leave an impression of how alchemical poems like the verses were transmitted and received, in a practical context no less, for an extended period of time.
263. Terra Terrae Philosophicae. Accipiteram de Terrae fratrem Terrae quae non liudet quam aquae Terra, et ignis de Terra pretiosissima adque in hac Terra legenda fac vitae sis prudens.
Terrae Philosophicae incipit. Terrae Philosophicae, the final addition to the late corpus around the verses, is a 16th century Latin translation of the verses upon the elixir, version A, complete with the exposition and wind and water. As a translation, this text is much more deliberate and programmatic in nature than the prose text previously introduced. Its purpose is obvious in, and ideally fulfilled with, its systematic attribution to George Ripley. The irony. Introduction to Middle English Alchemical Poetry, 61, of attributing a Latin prose text based upon a Middle English alchemical poem to an iconic Middle English alchemical poet must have escaped its original scribes. Surviving manuscript copies date from the late 16th and 17th centuries, at a time when the body of Middle English Alchemica was past its heyday, and alchemical readers developed a revived penchant for Latin, authorized literature, including new writings imitating their ancestry. Unlike their predecessors, those involved in the production and reproduction of Latin texts based on works from the corpus around the verses do not seem to have been aware of the corpus as a corpus. Thus, here and elsewhere in the corpus, texts originally associated with each other assume new guises and are dissociated from each other without difficulty or indeed readers' protest. Terrae Philosophicae concludes the evolution of the corpus, and more generally alchemical literature, when it is printed along with Ripley's collected works in 1649.107 as such. Terrae is a relatively late addition to the Ripleyan corpus. A famous printed collection from the mid-16th century does not include this text, as Ashmole points out correctly in his commentary on the verses in the TCB. 108, however, it appears with Ripley's works in a list in 1619, from which the 1649 publication may have taken its cue. That point, the text value is anchored on names like Ripley's and its form is fixed in print. In retrospect, it is the swan song of the corpus around the verses and the tradition of alchemical poetry. Chapter 2. The corpus around the verses upon the elixir, origins, patterns, and peculiarities. The most remarkable feature of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir is its corporality, the fact that it was written, received and maintained as an interconnected corpus of texts for more than 2 centuries from the mid-15th century onwards. The joint appearance of corpus texts and manuscripts, their use of similar passages or coinciding references to a particular alchemical authority, as observed in Chapter 1, show copyist craft and readers' understanding of alchemical literature. Moreover, the development of the corpus connections over time is an expression of their understanding of alchemy, its terminology, principles, and experimentation. This chapter concerns the core characteristics of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, as well as its uses for historiography. The findings of this chapter are based on the critical additions provided towards the end of this book, especially their critical apparatus, and provide the basis for the more complex studies presented in subsequent chapters. Typical yet outstanding examples of the textual characteristics discussed were sourced from all relevant manuscripts, and thus from the more than 400 individual copies of corpus text that survive today. The first part of this chapter describes the original formation of the corpus in the 15th century. The subsequent section on its development in the early modern period focuses on 3 scribal techniques instrumental in this process: changes to a poem's scope, alteration of individual words and phrases, and the correlation of passages in different works. The third part addresses the issue of scribal intent, that is the question to what extent the formation of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir was a result of reflected thought or a coincidence of literary fashions, and the concerns of the craft. Finally, a coda considers the individuals involved with the production and preservation of manuscripts containing corpus texts. 1. The corpus around the verses upon the elixir. In 15th century manuscripts, the birth of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir correlates with the origin of the poem itself in the mid to late 15th century. Prior to its creation, some texts now identified as related to the verses mostly existed in different realms of the literary canon of alchemy. Therefore, although the poem Verses upon the Elixir is neither the most ancient nor the most prominent of corpus texts in the 15th century, the formation of the corpus is indebted to the poem's creation, an act of composition answering the above-mentioned contemporary need for a consolidation of the ancient and recent traditions of alchemical writing. By the beginning of the 16th century, the inventory of the corpus around the verses already covered more than half of its eventual scope. It included the Verses upon the Elixir, Exposition, Wind and Water, Mystery of Alchemists, Alumen de Hispania, Short Work, Richard Carpenter's work, and the Ripley scroll texts On the Ground, In the Sea, I Shall You Tell, and Trinity. The early corpus thus combines texts of more ancient origins with recent creations and new poems, Latin prose with English verse, codices with scrolls, and extensive works with almost aphoristic pieces. The links between this motley group of texts, which mainly first appeared in the 15th century, would endure for centuries. 19 15th century manuscripts survive today. These volumes provide evidence for the early formation of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. They reproduce copies of the early corpus texts in significant numbers and in close proximity to each other, creating text clusters which would also encourage the reader's associations of these poems with each other, their contents and styles. 11 of these manuscripts mostly contain copies of individual corpus texts paired with Alumen de Hispania and other Latin prose treatises, and thus bridge the current Middle English and the older authoritative Latin tradition of alchemical writing. The remaining 8 15th century manuscripts are more expressive witnesses to the establishment of the corpus as an interconnected body of texts. They represent an originally larger body of manuscripts which are now demonstrably and unfortunately lost. But although these manuscripts cannot be arranged in exact chronological order, the overview of their corpus-related contents in tablae reveals patterns of appearance for corpus texts in these volumes and perhaps, by extension, in the written culture of alchemy in late medieval England. Why did 15th century copyists and readers begin to perceive, copy and produce the corpus text in relation to one another, and how was the connection maintained until the end of their active circulation in manuscripts? Given the loss of a significant number of manuscripts since the 15th century, and hence of vital evidence, answers to these questions are necessarily tentative to a certain extent. Yet a few pertinent observations can be made. It is without question that the corpus around the verses upon the elixir is a product, but not a deliberate artificial creation of 15th century craft and scribal culture. The accumulation of corpus texts in association with each other was not planned a priori or executed in a single prescriptive or influential compendium, but occurred more gradually across a range of 15th century manuscripts. It thus reflects the common interests of a diverse group of writers and readers, their activities of gathering, ordering, amending, and creating information in and through a set of alchemical poems, moreover in spontaneous agreement with each other in wording, phrasing, subject, or clustering, are indicative of fashions or current concerns in alchemy and alchemical writing. In other words, there was something about the verses and associated poems that mattered to English-speaking, alchemically inclined individuals of the late 15th century. With the corpus, they crystallized an interconnected web of information for and by alchemical practitioners out of the fast-growing body of alchemical literature. Comprising alchemical recipes, theoretical background, and authoritative advice for the practicing alchemist, the corpus around the verses upon the elixir constituted something akin to an alchemical reference tool. 2 early manuscripts appear to have been particularly instrumental in the original establishment of the verses upon the elixir in Middle English recipe literature, a necessary condition for the poem's institution as a common thread in the corpus investigated here. These sister volumes, compendia of alchemical writings, were probably written by the same individual. They were then passed on to a single owner in the 16th century, together with a third manuscript, a partial copy of the former 2 manuscripts supplemented with further alchemical texts. Paleographical evidence and ownership marks establish the connections between the manuscripts quite firmly. But apart from their subsequent absorption into Elias Ashmole's and Sir Hans Sloane's collections, the history of these manuscripts is not known. The ways in which they were written, indeed the shape, of the manuscripts today, however, indicate that their joint circulation and survival provided a point of stability in the corpus's early history. As a group of manuscripts, they also inspired the corpus's perpetuation for two reasons in particular: the compilation's sense of purpose and their readers' identification with the same. The rationale behind the compilation of MSS Ashmole 759 and Sloane 3747 appears to have been both alchemical and literary. They represent a cross-section of alchemical recipes circulated at the end of the 15th century, including a remarkable number of Middle English alchemical poems. Other items in these manuscripts are comparatively simple copies of mostly Latin and English prose treatises, many of them on alchemical theory, practice, and equipment, with very little annotation. The compiler seems to have composed the manuscripts to identify a valid procedure for the manufacture of the philosopher's stone through textual exegesis. Probably aware of the textual variations that may obscure metaphorical alchemical texts even further, this scribe even conserved several copies of the corpus poems for comparison. The manuscripts contain duplicates of the Exposition and Wind and Water, of Richard Carpenter's work, Variant Spain, and the verses upon the Elixir. It is significant that this compiler focused his thorough approach to such a marked extent on alchemical poetry. It must have been the quality of these poems and their inherent promise of success which drew this compiler, and his contemporaries, to the corpus texts. The compiler's engagement with the verses upon the Elixir was particularly intense. He is likely to be the author of an original recipe recorded as a prose commentary on the poem. This instructional text identifies a grain hui for distillation, advises on the use of diverse vessels well glassed for dissolution, of a pan of muslin brass for sublimation, and of linen cloth, white chalk and egg whites for luting. It spells out the fact that your strong liquor is our oil, our daughter, our Durling, and our Gret Treshore, thus interpreting the Boast passage on Mercury in connection with the main text of the verses, and introduces a circulation that is repeated distillation for a purer result to the process. With an intriguing interpretation of the term medicine, circulate simple or compound with such as been convenient for the disease of man after thoctorite of Physic. Overall, this recipe is very clearly a reaction to the verses. The progression of its experiment uses the same phrasing as the poem. It also makes an effort to explore the poem's instructions in useful practical terms, from the above-mentioned specifications of equipment and procedures to the allocation of specific time periods to individual steps of the process. Indeed, this commentary recipe seems to be an attempt to reconcile the different versions of the verses with each other. This perceived contrariness of the poem, or rather, the alchemical debate which necessitated the composition of its several versions in the first place, may have been instrumental more generally in the generation of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. The poem's existence in two dramatically different, irreconcilable versions, the mysteriousness of the textual alternatives of the verses, and its yet promising rendition of a recipe for the philosopher's stone seems to have created a constant need for reproduction and debate, and thus propelled this poem into the corpus's center. Owners and readers of the two mentioned early core codices certainly received the text together with their original compiler's impression of Middle English alchemical poetry. To them, the manuscripts must have represented a peer's digest of alchemical literature and a proposal for the fruitful pursuit of alchemical knowledge. The fact that this compiler pursued alchemical questions through the meaning of Middle English alchemical poems, and in as many as 2 volumes, would have been noted by anyone consulting his compilations. Those readers who chose to excerpt texts from these two manuscripts into their own notebooks would have continued and enforced the focus on English verse Alchemica for following generations of the text's users. Unfortunately, direct descendants of these volumes are difficult to identify, and some were lost. Their successors, however, testify to an unbroken development of the corpus around the verses in the 16th and 17th centuries. This succession of manuscripts distilled information out of the Middle English alchemical body of writing in ever-changing ways. Here, scribal culture, textual exegesis, alchemical pursuits, and the emergence of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir went hand in hand. The English verse version of Alumen de Hispania, Richard Carpenter's work, Variant Spain, provides additional evidence for 15th century audiences' appetite for English verse recipes and thus the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. While both Spain and its Latin prose original continued to be circulated in parallel, partly in the same manuscripts and in a number of variants for more than 2 centuries, Spain enjoyed a more consistent presence in written culture soon after its composition. Even the 15th century manuscripts containing the early corpus show this development. At a relatively early date after its composition, Spain almost exclusively appeared in manuscripts together with other English poems from the corpus around the verses. It seems that the poem was tailored for and received as part of this relatively recent branch of alchemical writing. It is worth noting here that, with the exception of Alumen de Hispania, all texts in the early corpus around the verses upon the Elixir date from the 15th century, hence are near contemporary with the manuscripts into which they were copied. Consequently, the establishment of the corpus around the verses is an expression of originality. The corpus presents a counterpoint to the established, ancient, and authoritative literature of alchemy, a new tradition establishing its own points of reference in language and manuscript culture. As such, the corpus around the verses represents a scientific equivalent to the Middle English poetry produced, for example, at courts of the 15th century in the wake of Chaucer. 2. Textual variation and corpus connections. Any manuscript text is produced by a cumulative group of authors, unknown originators and later copyists who each change the work, its shape, content, and language in their personal copies. Scribal alterations range from drastic revisions of a text scope to minor shifts in wording, syntax, or spelling, some of them an accidental byproduct of the perils of reading another's handwriting. Such scribal influences constitute the essence of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. In the 2 centuries after its original formation, generations of copyists demonstrated their perception of the corpus as an interconnected group of texts, and of the recipes presented in the text as different solutions to the question of the philosopher's stone, in their adaptations of the poems. Even the incomplete set of manuscripts surviving today bears witness to the ways in which copyists employed the corpus around the verses in their ongoing search for the alchemical secret. This living reception of the corpus may have had a far more wide-reaching impact on alchemy and alchemical literature than any individual, standardized or even printed alchemical text could exert. Textual criticism, the scholarly discipline concerned with the nature and chronology of manuscript texts, traditionally presents scribal changes in the apparatus of critical editions and, visually and schematically, in the form of stemmata. These editions and stemmata usually consider individual text in isolation from others. They would not be able to represent an interconnected corpus like that around the verses upon the Elixir in diagrammatic form. But the study of an interrelated group of texts like this corpus widens the perspective on scribal culture significantly, since it not only experiences scribal changes for each individual text and across a period of time, but also establishes correlations between different texts. A corpus analysis facilitates a distinction between unique, individual, regional, or time-specific alterations from those that apply more generally. The corpus development, once analyzed, may also separate a copyist's slip of the mind or hand from meaningful variations, abandoned interpretations from pertinent discussions, and linguistic eccentricities from terminological developments. The evolution of the corpus might be visualized in a combination of the individual text stemmata. This three-dimensional stemma, a stratification of information on textual changes, would allow the discovery of patterns, clusters, and correspondences at a glance. 3 types of textual development in the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir are particularly common and fine examples of the ways in which copyists use these poems to explore alchemical ideas. Experiments, quantitative changes, that is the truncation or augmentation of texts, qualitative changes in wording and phrasing, and subtle textual affinities between corpus texts. Their complexities also indicate how modern historians may employ textual criticism in approaches to the history of alchemy and Middle English writing. 2.1. Structural adaptation. Alchemical recipes, apart from being metaphorical, often detail a series of different stages of the alchemical experiment. These stages' order and validity were as much subject to interpretation as the recipe's wording. The succession of processes in alchemical recipes was vital to the experiment's success. Since they knew about alchemical texts' malleability in manuscripts, alchemical practitioners exhibited a natural skepticism towards any given arrangement of a recipe. Based on their theories about its correct manifestation, late medieval copyists would change a text's structure, scope, and organization of a text at will in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Fragments, extended copies, and structural variants by far outnumbered true variants. In practical terms, fragmentation and the rearrangement of steps of a recipe often went hand in hand. 2 generations of altogether 5 related corpus manuscripts dating from the 16th and 17th centuries are prime examples for this. Each of these manuscripts contains excerpts from the full text of the verses upon the Elixir, which isolate individual stages of the recipe. Notably, these sections always remain intact in this act of fragmentation. Some of these sections provide a shortcut or alternative to the general alchemical procedure described in the verses. Others isolate theoretical information or extract Boast of Mercury. Rather than altering the text beyond recognition or noting down an interpretation, copyists fragmenting the poem in this way chose to identify the poem's building blocks. The recipe remains prescriptive, but its interpretation follows a methodical focus. Consequently, the 2 structural versions of the verses upon the Elixir, which remained stable in their transmission throughout the early modern period, constitute 2 different proposals for a solution to the puzzle posed by the poem. The principle of meaningful fragmentation as a tool for understanding procedures applies on a grander scale to all texts in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. It is the textual equivalent to an alchemist's separation of substances from composite materials in the alchemical workshop. A copyist's choice to fragment a text is usually deliberate. Misinterpretation of the source text or faulty recollection appear to be both less likely and less common than intentional fragmentation. Copyists' knowledge of the genre, the texts, and the nature of manuscripts prompted them to look for further exemplars as soon as a particular copy did not seem trustworthy. The frequent demonstrable use of several exemplars for a reliable compilation of an alchemical poem demonstrates this. More often than not, the decision to copy a particular exemplar was as deliberate as the decision to include a full text or fragment in a new compilation. Generally, then, each corpus manuscript extant today may be considered a collection of fragments of the body of alchemical literature, an individual's intelligent selection of texts, of passages to process and instructions to put into practice. Most striking example of meaningful fragmentation, its uses and reader perceptions in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, presents itself in a passage which was isolated from an authoritative source and inserted into a number of different texts around the beginning of the 16th century. The passage in question, a polemical discussion of the value of a number of alchemical materials, occurs in a theoretical part of version B of the verses upon the Elixir, in which the poem speaker reflects upon the principles of the alchemical work. All salts and sulfures far and near, I interdict them all in fear, all corrosive waters, blood and hair, pisses, horns and sandiver alams attriments, all I suspend, roselgar and arsenic I defend, calx vive, and calx nox his brother, I suspend them both, the one and the other verses upon the Elixir, LL. 69th 76. This passage also occurs in Boast of Mercury, version B, Mystery of Alchemists, in Liber Patris Sapientiae, and twice in a 16th century prose text not otherwise associated with the corpus, Humphrey Locke's Treatise on Alchemy. The relevant excerpts are reproduced in their entirety below, to illustrate the remarkably consistent concurrence of this passage in such a variety of alchemical poems, which is unparalleled in the body of Middle English alchemical writing. All manner of saltae defy sulfur arsane and argel eluni orpiment and heel gold silur and sandaver gall's gums, and eggshellys corrosive waters and calces else goat's horns and alum plume good with them will I none done all yet discords from metals, it is contrary in general. Boast of Mercury, LL. 2935 AC, and all manner of salties I defy sulfur arsenici and arguli alum orpiment and hair gold silur and sandaver gales gums and aegis shells corrosive water and calces else goat's horn and alum plume good with them will I none done. Mystery of Alchemists, LL. 341-348. All manner of salties I do defy, and all manners of sulfurs and waters of saracines, also alum vitriol atriment, and here gould, silur, angola and sandur gums and gallas, and also e.g. shells honey wax and oilus or calces els also I defy our money barala and crystal ropine pitch, also amber iate and coral herbs date stones, marble or tine gloss yf their com, any of all this there and yt is the worse. Also, pell, goat's horns, alum plume good with them, I will non done labor patris sapientiae, LL. 3546. One saltis and alomes do they work, one hironique on blood, goat's horns also and alum plum, that noyer come to good. In iron some do think it to find to the philosopher's stone and work theron with great expense, yet better let alone. In vinegar and other things when tartar burned white they went to find philosophy and theor they losse theor light of argala first right, for that it is. Ofte in this craft enamed, and put in place for to do so such as are not ordained. Humphrey Locke, Treatise, Dedication, LL, 94th, 105th, 114th, 11719. The final text listed, Locke's Treatise, is a compilation of excerpts from contemporary alchemical literature, not an original composition. Its history elucidates the origin of the cited passage. Apparently the salts and sulfur segment was originally part of a translation of the Perfectum Magisterium, a Latin alchemical tract usually attributed to Arnold of Villanova in manuscripts and printed editions. Outside of this poetic manifestation, the salts and sulfurs trope, referring to the philosophical components of metals, was common to medieval alchemy and derived from Avicenna's Physica and considered what makes alchemy alchemy. Paracelsus's subsequent connection of salt and sulfur with mercury and their derived alchemical concepts were finally refuted in Boyle's Skeptical Chymist. Why did this century-old discussion of alchemical principles create such a stir in 16th century Middle English alchemical poetry? The reason for the popularity of this passage seems to lie in its contents. Scribal alterations of individual terms in this passage are clearly concerned with the alchemical content of this passage. The line pisses horns and sandiver was also renatured as goat's horns and sandiver, and later as piss goat's horns, worms and sandiver. Different copies of subsequent lines see the substitution of gums for alums, sal tinctor and or sal gemi for arsenic, and the elusive calx nox was also interpreted as calx ovorum, calx mort, and even claws of a fox and all his brethren. Copyists may then have inserted this passage into different alchemical recipes to test its applicability to different experiments, or to observe its meaning change in different practical textual contexts. It is particularly noteworthy here that this passage represents a 16th century phenomenon. It was not present in the 15th century then, inserted consistently into 16th century copies of the above-mentioned texts, and finally systematically removed from them towards the end of the century. As an alchemical theme, this passage permeates the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir and alchemical literature only for a few decades. It reinforces the connection of a group of texts already associated with each other in the manuscripts and minds of early modern alchemical readers, and lends them a novel, current aspect. Corpus stemmata and the sheer bulk of affected copies reveal that the dispersal of the above-mentioned passage was not the result of an unusually widespread circulation of a single manuscript or a single scribe's creation. Instead, the passage indicates a fashion in alchemical writing, followed independently by different copyists in various manuscripts. This fashion is an expression of a growing concern about certain alchemical materials in the 16th century, perhaps a revival or novel discussion of Villanova's theories on alchemical experimentation, or a renewed engagement with pseudo-Lullian theories of matter and transformation. Annotations and commentaries by contemporary readers, too numerous and diverse to be included here, confirm this impression. In this instance, fragmentation is used as a method for building knowledge and communication. Finally, the salts and sulfurs passage demonstrates the merit of a corpus-based analysis for both the identification and the interpretation of historical themes relevant to a particular period. The importance of the salts and sulfurs debate is not created by modern scholarly expectations, but suggested by the manuscript materials themselves. This evidence of a historical development becomes truly visible to the modern eye in the context of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. 2.2. Text variation in poetry. Alchemical texts were constantly subjected to scribal variation in individual words and phrases, perhaps even more so than other Middle English literature. Alchemical writers used a pool of Middle English terms and phrases to communicate their recipes in a metaphorical, obscure style. Their employ of metaphor was peculiar to the craft. Also, the general ambiguity of alchemical terms borrowed from all languages and periods of the alchemical tradition introduced an element of uncertainty to alchemical texts. It was the reader's responsibility to explore terms, metaphors, and synonyms in order to discover their true meanings. Texts argued that only a worthy sage alchemist would be able to translate a recipe correctly into a plain experimental setup of substances and procedures, and thus manufacture the philosopher's stone. Combined with historical lexical changes in alchemical terminology, the gradually changing character of alchemical experimentation and copyists' practical difficulties of interpreting another scribe's handwriting, alchemical texts encouraged alteration in each individual copy. The liveliness of this scribal activity emerges, for example, in the number and quality of changes recorded in the critical apparatus of the editions produced towards the end of this book. Like the structural changes described above, types of variations of words and phrases are not usually specific to the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, but apply more generally throughout the body of late medieval and early modern alchemica in prose and verse. Only their manifestation as a unique group of verbal permutations in each copy of a text is individual. On a lexical level, the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir shows a gradual tendency towards vernacularization in the early modern period. While some early copies of Richard Carpenter's work, Variant Spain, show a curious mixture of Latin and English terminology, Middle English options prevail in their descendants. For example, the original Stat in Ignis Regimine changes to English in only the first word by the mid-16th century. Notably, the change is a consistent and lasting one. This development mirrors the growth of the body of Middle English alchemical poetry as a genre. Elsewhere in the corpus, the multilingual origins of alchemical terminology and its gradual transformation into Middle English frequently resulted in scribal confusion. For example, unintentional code mixing occurs in the use of the terms kibrit and kybrit in Sun version A, synonyms for the light of the sun, and neither translated nor annotated in any of the extant copies. Both words derive from an Arabic term, al-kiborit, which designates sulfur. As mentioned above, the terms also appear in Alumen de Hispania and its translations, and in I Shall You Tell. A large variety of variant spellings in surviving copies of all texts indicates that copyists were not aware of the etymological origins of the term, yet used it meaningfully. It may be for this reason that the variation was not commented upon by readers. They may have thought the emendation to be orthographical, not semantic in nature. Both the vernacularization and the large orthographical range of alchemical poetry and prose are mirrored in Middle English writings on other branches of natural philosophy, and generally, in the progression of the English language towards an early modern and eventually modern idiom. But in alchemical contexts, the fluidity of the evolving language in the manuscript medium reacted strongly with the metaphoricality of alchemical expression. Each reading was potentially an act of interpretation. The genre of poetry afforded copyists with different possibilities of text variation than prose. Although written without literary pretensions and not strictly keeping to a perfect execution of rhyme and rhythm, alchemical poems like the verses upon the Elixir nevertheless defined a range of likely, possible and inappropriate variation through their poetic form. This applies both to medial and final word positions. A word substituted for another in the middle of a line would require a similar stress and amount of syllables as the original to be a perfect fit for the given context. This is the case in the unpredictable substitution of clerks for works, almost a homograph and phonetic sibling, in the phrase all works this water maketh white and light. While clearly a solution pleasing to the ear, this alteration changes the focus of the line. In the standard version, water is the agent for albification. In the variant, it is subjected to it by learned men who are potentially, but not necessarily, part of the clergy. Yet it is often difficult to identify a copyist's intentions, if any. In the present example, an exemplar employing a looped letter W in the word works would remove the possibility of a clean explanation. As a group of interconnected texts, however, the corpus around the verses, upon the Elixir documents reader reactions to a certain extent. Annotations and switches between the terms clerks and works in different copies show that, regardless of the variant's initial purpose, it's certainly caused some debate among the poem's audiences. Words at the ends of lines, that is, rhyme words in alchemical poems, offer less room for interpretation for both copyist and historian. Any alteration of one rhyme word requires a corresponding change of its partner term. It is almost impossible to change a rhyme word by accident, and difficult to do so on purpose. Here, poetry fulfills the pragmatic function of preserving the text content. Indeed, authors of alchemical poetry employed this tool for their own purposes. They often placed important information for the alchemical practitioner, such as names for substances or time indications, towards the ends of lines. The following couplets represent just a fraction of deliberate arrangements of this kind, in the transmission of texts from the corpus verses upon the Elixir. F4 in it, Thirth dissoluid, must be withouten fire by days through verses upon the Elixir, LL, 10th. I kill I slay and eke calcine I die, and eke I lue again boast of Mercury LL. 9. Earth is within most fine water of woad a cell of wine Exposition LL. 5. 6. Poetic parameters of textual variation do not just influence late medieval scribal choices, they also bear implications for historical research. Just one example from the corpus around the verses, here an illuminating observation on code switching will illustrate this point. The couplet under consideration, the incipit of Boast of Mercury, both within the verses and in both versions of Boast, combine Middle English and Latin terminology, a practice common in alchemical and other late medieval literature, as already implied above. In her study of bilingualism and language mixing as a discourse strategy in medieval writings, Linda Voits explains that, in her experience, all instances of code mixing lend themselves to explanation. Some are so obvious that they scarcely need analysis. Her example for self-explanatory code mixing is the couplet. I am Mercury the mighty flos florum, I am most worthiest of all singularum, boast of Mercury, LL, 1-2. Here, Voits argues, one scarcely need belabor the painfully obvious constraints of rhyme that account for the Latin words employed as rhyme words. While this argument may generally hold, this couplet proves to be an unfortunate example. Variants recorded for other witnesses of the poem prove that each copyist had several possible solutions at hand, partly aided by the comments of an exemplar's readers, partly by a linguistic aptitude demonstrated in other instances of code switching in their work, and in part by intimate knowledge of the poem beyond its singular manifestation in the exemplar. A copyist's choice of Latin terminology for this couplet was therefore, conceivably, a deliberate one. Textual variation across the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, especially in Boast of Mercury and Wind and Water, generally shows that it is often neither the rhyme nor a copyist's general preference for Latin or English terminology that determines the appearance of a couplet, term, or individual word. Rather, scribal choices represent a combination of received tradition and different perceptions of the two languages as interchangeable or incompatible. For example, many copyists of Wind and Water chose to combine English and Latin terminology in its incipit, sometimes mingled with an anglicized Latin term, producing an awkward if conventional rhyme. 33. Take wind a and water white and grey and draw Eurof lac virginis wind and water, LL. 1-2. In the incipit of Boast of Mercury, however, half of the surviving copies successfully switch both rhyme words to English, so that code mixing does not occur. I am Mercury the mighty flos florum, I am most worthiest of all singularum, Boast of Mercury, LL. 1-2. The overall amount of variation for the first couplet in Boast of Mercury version B is also remarkable. In all copies its first line ends in flos flower, whereas the matching rhyme words vary in each witness. I am Mercury the mighty flos flower, I am most royal and richest above all our Boast of Mercury, LL. 1-2. One copy even concludes the couplet with flos florum, omnium singularum, and thus exposes its writer's competence in the Latin language as much as his desire for consistency. Notably, the meaning of the couplet does not change, no matter which variant appears in a copy. The choices these writers made provide a complex picture of language awareness and copying strategies. Indeed, the constraints and creativity of scientific scribal practices would merit a separate, dedicated study. A final observation on multilingual linguistic variation as it occurs in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir is that it does not seem to differ much from variation in a purely Middle English text in many respects. Consider for example this couplet, which offers two possible combinations of rhyme words. Of my daughter without dread being made elixirs both white and red. Verses upon the elixir, LL. 70th, 71, 147th, 148th. Theoretically, either of these options may be employed without changing the content of the couplet. Yet all copies of both versions B2 and A of the verses choose the dread red rhyme, while texts in structure B1 generally employ spite and white. This occasionally, but not necessarily accidentally, results in a series of similar consecutive rhymes in the text. A gold head in sparm full right, and a silver head to him more light, and a mercury head full bright, and a head, this is full right of my daughter without any spite bene made elixirs both red and white. Verses upon the elixir, version B1 LL, 143-148. A chronology of or causality between any of the available options cannot be discovered due to close chronological, often necessarily imprecise dating of the sources. These rhyme words behave like the Latin and Middle English alternatives presented in the previous example, but also like word variations across the late medieval manuscript oeuvre. The purpose of such alterations is often obscured by the general malleability of manuscript texts. The extent to which oral transmission influenced the transmission is difficult to determine. It is significant here that alchemical poets and copyists of the corpus text wrote largely for practical purposes, and even if the alchemical idiom and poetic genre presented them with a peculiar set of linguistic devices, not all scribal variations were intended to be meaningful. Often only a consideration of the context and, in this case, the role of a variation in other parts of a corpus of texts can help distinguish the noteworthy from the negligible. Notably, the corpus around the verses upon the elixir often provides sufficient textual context for investigation. That is a microcosm of texts and copyists and a body of mostly poetry produced by a diverse community of alchemical readers. The case studies in later parts of this book are, in part, based on, derived from or inspired by this principle. They will explore further how the corpus and its textual variations can contribute to our knowledge about the processes of writing, reading, and practicing alchemy in late medieval and early modern England. 2.3. Interphraseology. An addendum to this selective typology of scribal variation in the corpus around the verses upon the elixir presents itself in what I shall term interphraseology, a subtle coincidence of phrases which is common in the corpus. The corpus, origins, patterns, and peculiarities. 83. Around the verses, it may also be described as an equivalent of intertextuality on a phrasal level. Interphraseology differs from the use of formulaic phrases common in poetry beyond the alchemical by defining the present corpus if not exhaustively, then at least forcefully. Phrases peculiar to the corpus provide a linguistic grid that holds large parts of the corpus and its written manifestations together. They often reinforce the corporality of the corpus, which is otherwise established by joint manuscript appearances of texts, connective commentaries, and other external criteria. Some similarities between the verses upon the elixir and short work comprise such resonances. Wife thou can any gooded dissolve it in water of the wood a short work, version C. LL. 3-4. Pure subtil right fair and good, and then take ye water of the wood. Verses upon the elixir, LL. 7-8. Till he come vento his full age, and then make thou a marriage between the daughter and the soon, and then haste thou the maestri woon. Short work, version C. LL. 63-66. Till he be grown into his full age, then shall he be strong of courage, till that she be brighter than ye son, for then have you all ye mastery. One of verses upon the elixir, LL. 51st, 52, 37, 38. Both in Mass Book and in Psalter written by for the Priest at altar. Short work, version C. L. 69-70. In men's prayers and does Psalter plainly, it is written before the prest at thouter. Verses upon the elixir, LL. 84-85. Interphraseology almost certainly affected both the production and the reception of these poems. A copyist or writer of Alchemical might mix expressions from several poems, thereby producing another potentially meaningful characteristic worthy of comment and interpretation by readers. A reader versed in alchemical literature would be able to retrieve the sister texts surrounding couplets from memory, and thus have a point of reference at hand. A textual parallel could then be employed in the interpretation of an obscure alchemical recipe, in a similar way as reference works or secondary works. Like the characteristic scribal changes previously discussed, interphraseology is then, at times, evidence of a complex interaction of alchemical practice and writing, and of textual exegesis with the goal of practical implementation. Interphraseology provided both a glossary and a toolbox for the alchemical practitioner. The existence of marginal notes and notebooks pointing out such connections with the help of marks or annotations confirmed that this type of associated reading was indeed practiced in the early modern period and prompted by these echoes. Interphraseology combines the formulaic character of alchemical writing with the creativity of the alchemical, Middle English, and poetic idioms. It should be noted that, due to its strong oral component, interphraseology may not always have been a deliberate tool of imitation or cross-referencing, but rather an unwitting reiteration of another poem. The following occasions of interphraseology across versions A and B of the verses upon the Elixir demonstrate this shrewd imitation quite clearly. Which is Don in Hoors 3 Wish Forsoth is Gret Furl verses upon the Elixir LL 25-26, and that shall be great wonder to thee verses 39-40, which all is Don in Hoors 3 this may be Khalid Godis Pruitt verses upon the Elixir LL 92nd 93, and all done in Howers 3, this may be Clept God's Privity verses upon the Elixir LL 165-166. Another indication of the spontaneous rather than planned use of interphraseology can be discovered in the textual history of the corpus. Individual copies of the verses upon the Elixir and related texts rarely show a close affinity with their direct ancestors or with a specific version of their model text. Interphraseology shows up sporadically, and usually in copies which also suggest in other ways that their scribes relied on memory more than faithful copying techniques. These copyists preserved the general content of the poems, and thus their instructions for alchemical experiments, but did not maintain specific rhetorical elements. Notably, interphraseological passages also mark the boundaries of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Phrases and timbres common among corpus texts constitute a primary quality of the corpus. Particularly marked expressions occurring throughout the corpus are not present in other non-corpus Middle English alchemical poems. Interphraseology, it seems, constitutes the sociolect of this particular family of texts. It also confirms the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir as a microcosm of the alchemical literature of its time. 3. Interpreting scribal variations. Detecting and documenting derivations in manuscript copies of a text is one thing, interpreting them is quite another. The three types of scribal activity introduced exemplarily above variously demonstrate the difficulty of distinguishing scribal intent from scribal error. The following paragraphs propose a systematic approach to the interpretation of scribal variation. A plain description of the copying process underlying the production of all 400 extant witnesses of corpus texts will elucidate the practical mechanisms of scribal activity. When writing a manuscript, any late medieval alchemical practitioner would consult at least one source, possibly even an annotated exemplar of the text of his choice. He now had two essentially different options for the composition of his own copy of the text. He could choose to retain the original text verbatim, an endeavor in which, 86 Chapter 2, he might or might not succeed, or to change some of its wording. In the latter case, he could either record variant and original side by side, or, as was more common, substitute old with new words. Finally, the copyist might have preferred not to reproduce the text as given, either ignoring it completely or omitting passages or merely using it as an inspiration for a verse composition of his own. Whatever his choices, and however successful their implementation, his copy makes both a negative and a positive implicit statement about the text in question, and about the fitness and knowledge of the copyist. Therefore, the nature and degree of variation in a particular manuscript copy of a text require careful disentanglement for a scholarly interpretation. The steps and hazards of applying scholarly hindsight to scribal variation emerge clearly in the following consideration of a passage from the verses upon the Elixir. As mentioned above, many copyists preferred regular rhythms and rhymes to irregularities. They often effected the same by means of minor textual alterations, which did not tend to affect a poem's content significantly. It was also noted above that versifiers often placed vital alchemical information at the end of a line in order to prevent accidental corruption of the text in later copies. In light of this, it would seem likely that rhymes would match throughout a poem's transmission, with accidental and obvious irregularities amended immediately in the next generation of copies. It is therefore all the more surprising to see that one couplet in a passage peculiar to version A of the verses upon the Elixir preserves an irregular rhyme form throughout its transmission from the 15th through the 17th century. A black earth like tinder dark heavy as metal beneath shall lie verses upon the Elixir, LL 17/18. The irregular rhyme pattern originates in a manuscript closely related to the ancestor of most surviving texts. It is only amended to rhyme in two pairs of copies which either adjust merely the second rhyme word, dark, lurk, or both dry lie, a variation both alchemical and linguistic in type. How may one interpret this peculiarity? The fact that the irregularity, impossible not to notice and clearly not difficult to change, was repeated in the majority of extant copies indicates that it was perpetuated deliberately. Their writers affirmed the text's authority over their aesthetic inclinations, perhaps even shared the belief that a failed rhyme too crude to be caused by scribal error is likely to contain vital hidden information for the alchemical experiment, information that would be lost with an emendation of the rhyme. Without further evidence, however, this remains a matter of conjecture. The varying structure of a particular quatrain from the verses upon the Elixir provides more evidence for scribal deliberation. Its most regular manifestation, the quatrain reads, Gold it cometh off e very vori and is may shining bright and pure is always nourished by e sulphur hode, and anoth men both long and
broad verses upon the Elixir, LL
184. Similarly, inconspicuous passages are contained in only 2 later copies. Most copies of the poem deliver a somewhat awkward couplet instead. Gold that cometh from Ur is nourished by sulphur head, and that knoweth men both long and bread. Verses upon the Elixir, LL. 181-182. It is difficult to imagine how this peculiar arrangement was created in the first place. The first line is quite obviously twice as long as a standard line, and impossible to separate without disturbing the poem's couplet structure. A line break, accidentally missed, and subsequent attempt to supplement information in a single line is a conceivable explanation. With its consistent preservation in later copies, this passage demonstrates that each copyist acted as both a reader and a writer. More pertinently, it shows once more that each copy preserves indications of the circumstances of its creation, as well as its creator's alchemical, linguistic, and other inclinations. The distinction of a meaningful peculiarity in a text from an innocuous one is the first essential step to gaining insights into late medieval alchemical practitioners' experiences as copyists, and thence their understanding of alchemy. A preliminary classification of scribal accidents and deliberation may therefore be a useful device for related historical investigations. Firstly, if an exemplar provides an unremarkable, customary text, scribal alteration is always deliberate, and its preservation probably accidental. Secondly, if the original presents minor irregularities, an aesthetic or other corrective change may be deliberate or accidental, a preservation of the irregularities, however, more likely purposeful. Further, a major irregularity such as the uneven rhyme and rhythm explored above indicate deliberation on behalf of the copyist both when they are changed and when they are preserved. An accidental treatment is neither likely nor even possible. Finally, if a poem is noted down from memory or copied from a paleographically difficult exemplar, these classifications will not hold. In conclusion, the textual history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir shows a bewildering amount of variation which can perhaps only be preserved adequately in the apparatus of a critical edition. However, the corpus's connections offer the possibility for observing certain currents and traditions which suggest themes close to the hearts of the manuscript's compilers, and thus themes of promise for a modern historical analysis. A focus on the identification of patterns and peculiarities creates ideal conditions for further studies. We may not be able, from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir alone, to isolate a quality which made alchemists recover, repeat, and adapt specific elements, while confining other variants to individual copies. But questions concerned with the interaction between the individual copyist and his environment, between single copies and the history of a text, and between the formation and reception of each copy will reveal much about the culture in which the corpus around the verses was produced. 4. Coda. Copyists and collectors in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, professional groups involved with the production of alchemical manuscripts, and thus the copying of alchemical verse and the creation of variations like those outlined above, include all those engaged with alchemy on a theoretical or practical level. As mentioned before, this group ranged from those investigating alchemy through its written lore, and medical doctors with varying vested interests in the manufacture of chemical remedies, to craftsmen employed in metal-working businesses. Further, an audience of some alchemical poetry with dedicatory or literary characteristics would have included early modern readers enjoying Middle English poetry, among them scholars and courtiers. But those involved with the circulation and reception of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir are perhaps best sorted into separate categories according to their involvement with manuscript production, reception, and preservation. In this manner we can capture all those whose names were not recorded in the corpus manuscripts. This final section of the current chapter aims to outline the roles of named and anonymous individuals in the shaping of alchemical literature and related objects, and how much, or little, it is possible to know about their work. It reinforces the historiographical proposition of this book, that an approach based on the text as actors, rather than the polarized group of known named individuals, will generate new insights into these texts, as well as the history of alchemy. Manuscript owners make for the most articulate of users of the corpus around the verses, an increasing, early modern concern about the loss of manuscripts prompted the insertion of ownership marks in manuscripts, as much as the removal of previous owners' signatures as the decades passed. Explicitly recorded owners for the corpus around the verses include alchemical poet Thomas Charnock, Elizabethan polymath John Dee, his mathematical pupil Thomas Digges, and other members of the D. Kelly Circle. Like Christopher Taylor, medical practitioners with astrological and alchemical interests including Simon Forman, and physician alchemist Patrick Saunders, infamous alchemist and prisoner Clement Draper, wizard Earl Henry Percy, and Archbishop of Canterbury William Sancroft. As owners, these individuals also became users and lenders of the manuscripts, and hence human connecting points in the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. 90. Chapter 2. Collectors, antiquaries, and founders of monumental museums, particularly avid signers of their possessions, still lend their names to some corpus manuscript shelf marks today. Their list is long and illustrious. Antiquary Elias Ashmole collected copies of text from the corpus around the verses for his linguistic scientific interests, which would culminate in the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. 47 physician collector Sir Hans Sloane came into the possession of similar Alchemica in his investigation of writings on nature. Lawyer-turned-New England settler John Winthrop carried part of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir across the big ocean. King Frederick III of Denmark acquired manuscripts including corpus texts for his royal library. Sir George Erskine of Inertial's manuscripts put a Scottish twist on his alchemical occult collecting interests as well as the manifestation of the verses and associated texts on paper. Collectors whose names are documented but not as firmly attached to corpus manuscripts as, e.g. the Ashmole collection's shelf marks, include James Ussher, Thomas Whalley, 19th-century London physician Sigismund Backstrom, and many other scholars, clerics and doctors. They played a vital role in the preservation of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Without their fervent interest in Alchemica, more manuscripts containing corpus texts might have suffered the fate of their lost ancestors and descendants. Compilers of manuscripts, however, are more difficult to identify. The term compiler, also used to define those who rearrange existing quires, more strictly refers to someone collecting and arranging texts in a volume, and thus coincides with that of scribe of copyist to a certain extent. Volumes containing texts from the corpus around the verses are often written in competent hands but not usually produced by a professional scribe. Ownership marks or other evidence of their identities are accordingly rare. Individuals known to have copied the verses and associated texts include the famous and the relatively well-known, like Vicar of Winchester John Higgins, who consistently signed his Latin-English translations in his manuscripts. Others were part of alchemical, scientific, and literary circles of the turn of the 17th century, like adept Thomas Robson, who appears to have been instrumental in the history of the book collections of astrological and chemical physician Richard Napier, who, in turn, facilitated Ashmole's ownership of some corpus manuscripts. Theodore Gravius, who had helped Napier, together with Robson, to prepare chemical medicines. 33 and Robarte Garland, practitioner in the Arte Spagherecci, whom Robson employed as a copyist at times. As a group, Robson, Napier, Ashmole, Gravius, Garland, and by association, John Dee and Samuel Norton connect several manuscripts containing texts from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir with each other. They are one happy example of a community of compilers who created and interpreted these Alchemica, reinforced the connections between the corpus texts and produced and preserved manuscripts. But most copyists of corpus texts left little more than their text for posterity. Among those recording their names at least are 1 H. Bale, James Standish, and Thomas Potter, the last possibly a Benedictine monk. The majority of copyists remain unidentified. Readers of manuscripts containing the corpus around the verses are the most difficult to pinpoint. Silent readers who are not owners or otherwise named individuals elude identification. Stains, creases, erased passages, and similar circumstantial marks of reading are just indications of the original, large readership of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Annotators who were quite instrumental in the shaping of a manuscript may sometimes be distinguished from one another by their hands, but are difficult to interpret further. Altogether, it is clear that a comprehensive history of the corpus manuscripts cannot be written from surviving evidence about people and their actions. Nevertheless, for silent readers as for outspoken writers, an awareness of the original existence of all these individuals will be useful for more focused textual and material investigations into the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Even without knowledge of their names and identities, these individuals formed the rather heterogeneous discourse communities that shape the reception of the corpus explored in the remainder of this book. Chapter 3. Authorship, Authority, and Alchemical Verse. 1. Medieval Authorship and Alchemica. What is an author? This question, firmly associated with Foucault in the minds of scholars today, presented itself to writers and readers in different contexts a millennium ago. The written culture of the earlier Middle Ages was based on an original notion of God as the ultimate originator of the creation and biblical texts. In this sacred context, writings of an auctor contained or possessed auctoritas in the abstract sense of the term, with its strong connotations of veracity and sagacity. Thinking we are investigating seems to be circular. The work of an auctor was a book worth reading. A book worth reading had to be the work of an auctor. Human, if still divinely inspired, writers were introduced to the world of writing through learned commentaries and prologues. They contributed exegetical insights and original thought to the written oeuvre of their time within the framework of a divine creation. Ancient writers were established as authorities for specific scholarly disciplines in the High Middle Ages, like Galen for medicine. Here too text and author became synonymous. When medieval writers allude to Augustine or Ovid, the chief association that these authoritative names conjure up is not that of an inspired figure whose genius informs certain texts, but that of the texts themselves. Concepts of authorship and attribution practices relating to the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir are distant relatives of the scriptural tradition in some respects. Latin Alchemica modeled on, translated from or referring to the older Islamic and Greek traditions, showed an early tendency to use attributions in order to add connotations of ancient wisdom to a text. Paul of Taranto's 13th century ascription of his own, clearly scholastic Summa Perfectionisto Geber is a perfect example of this practice. Alchemical authors elevated by medieval attribution included the real, mythical, and biblical, as well as contemporary writers. In the 15th century, Canon of Bridlington George Ripley wrote alchemical verse under his own name. His status as Middle English alchemical poet was established soon afterwards and increased with pseudonymous writings, a status which would also affect the perpetuation of the anonymous corpus around the verses upon the Elixir in later centuries. Yet the concept of authorship applicable to Middle English poetry, and thence alchemical poetry, differs from the scriptural and canonical model to some extent. Indeed, the Middle English literary verse tradition is largely anonymous. Only longer works like the Confessio Amantis seem to warrant autobiographical mise-en-scene. Short courtly love poems circulated largely without attribution, and where an ascription occurred, it often became synonymous with the authority of the poem itself. Similarly, alchemical poetry of 15th century England rarely provoked consistent attribution. It shows an unwitting connection here to late medieval folk literature, like books of secrets and craft manuals, which were conceived of as preserving knowledge that was not referred back to canonical auctoritates but was collective and anonymous. Overall, the act of authorial attribution for late medieval natural philosophical writings, particularly pragmatic alchemical writings, and even more so for alchemical poetry, was not a natural part of manuscript composition, and not necessarily expected by audiences either. Whenever they were recorded in manuscripts, authorial names occurred in various, vulnerable, and ambiguous places on a manuscript page. Not marked as authorial in any of these positions, these names could also indicate persons otherwise associated with a text or its contents. Attempts made as early as in the 13th century, in prologues to Scripture, to clear up similar confusions by means of textual organization did not prove successful in all types of manuscript. At the time when the corpus around the verses first appeared in late medieval manuscripts, the purpose and place of an attribution was still not conventionally fixed. The nature of alchemy and its writings added a further element of instability to attribution and authorship in alchemical manuscripts. Middle English recipes in particular reflected contemporary practices of alchemy and writing, both of which were riddled with experimentation and change. Consequently, readers' beliefs in authority and authorship varied with each copy and reading experience. Theoretically, in the likely case that an experiment based on a recipe did not produce the promised result, alchemists could either adjust the text, leave it unchanged but interpret it differently, or dismiss its authority, whether named or not. Names of authors were added to or removed from manuscripts simultaneously, if not always accordingly. For Middle English alchemical poetry, vernacular recipe texts written with an eye to practicability rather than named authority, anonymous circulation constituted a viable and commonly practiced option. The vast number of anonymously recorded alchemical verse even in recent catalogues testifies to this. As obvious from the surviving witnesses of texts from the corpus around the verses, anonymity did not preclude the popularity of a recipe text. The notion of pseudonymous writing merits special consideration in this context. To the modern reader, pseudonymous authorship seems to indicate that there is something amiss with the veracity of an attribution. Alchemical readers, however, many of them copyists themselves, knew of the common attribution practices of late medieval writing and had different expectations towards the function and meaning of an ascription. For them, the truth value of an attribution depended on a shared belief in authorship in its general sense of origination, and in the case of Alchemica, also the school of thought, especially widely conceived in the case of the Lullian approach to alchemy. The fact that attributions varied between different copies of the same text did not challenge the perception of a text per se. It just added to the task of interpretation required from a learned user of alchemical texts, one that certainly did not affect the efficacy of the recipe described in the text. By the end of the period considered here, printing and publication increasingly determined the world of writing and the concept of authorship, with a tendency towards its modern form. The corpus around the verses and its reception were also affected by these developments, as contemporary and ancient authors' names graced the title pages of printed books. The verses upon the Elixir and some associated texts too entered printed publication and secondary literature with a fixed authorial name. A novel Latin prose incarnation of the verses upon the Elixir was absorbed into collected works of George Ripley in the 17th century. 18th century tomes like Zetzner's Theatrum Chemicum included Alumen de Hispania among their items, and Francis Barrett's typically 19th century publication, The Lives of Alchemistical Philosophers, paraphrased the verses and other works whose authorial and other origins are more questionable than his prose suggests. Around the same time as indicated previously, collectors of manuscripts including Elias Ashmole and Sir Matthew Hale investigated the authorial origins of these texts. Authorship was now considered a true reflection of origins. 2. Attributing the verses upon the Elixir. Authorial attributions for the poem Verses upon the Elixir provide a concrete example of motivations and implementations of attribution in Middle English alchemical poetry. Generally, the supposed authorship of the verses alone is more diverse, less stable, and comparatively older than Pierce the Black Monk's acknowledgement in the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum would suggest. Copyists of the verses may generally have asked themselves who wrote the poem throughout its transmission, but only few of them proposed an answer in the form of an authorial attribution. Considered in connection with the textual history, authorship, authority, and alchemical verse of the verses upon the Elixir, this list of attributions is rather revealing. Only 1/5 of the extant copies record an author's name, 4/5 circulated anonymously. The custom of attribution clearly emerges as a typically early modern one in the corpus, as numbers of attributions increase with time. Indeed, the temporal distribution of authorial names in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir mirrors that of the recording of other names discussed at the end of Chapter 2 above. But the patterns of attribution in the succession of copies through the centuries also indicate scribal spontaneity. 6 of the recorded names occur in more than one copy, but never in an exemplar, and its direct ancestor or descendant. The 3 listed attributions of the verses upon the Elixir to Thomas Norton even apply to different versions of the text. The relevant manuscripts are neither related nor otherwise linked with each other through common sources or ownership. Further, the copyists of 2 directly related manuscripts listed here made different choices of authorial attribution. The exemplar attributes the verses to Maria, its copy, attributes it initially to Arnold of Villanova, then amends the ascription to Chaucer. Here and elsewhere, attributions seem to follow a compiler's tastes and perceptions, not a commonly agreed ascription or an exemplar's model. Similarly disjointed patterns of attribution are observable throughout the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, which remained essentially an anonymous body of texts. Its attributions were rarely so persistent or apposite that they defined a text up to the point of its preservation in print. Of the 300 surviving copies of the core corpus poems alone, only 11% contain an explicit or implicit ascription. The only poem consistently associated with the poet's name is The Mystery of Alchemists, which is marginal to the corpus but, as mentioned above, formed an established part of Ripley's attributed oeuvre. It is particularly noteworthy that the attribution of related prose texts is disproportionately high and consistent. This may indeed be due to the Latin text's coherence with Latin prose practices of ascriptions, and their role in the international dissemination of texts. This point will be discussed in more detail in the 2 case studies at the end of this chapter. The mixture of scribal spontaneity, deliberation, education, and experience that constitutes the act of attribution in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir frames a pertinent question. By which criteria did these copyists choose an authorial name? Many of the attributions listed above can be explained in terms of an author's popularity at the time of attribution, and his or her association with promising alchemical lore and recipes. Similarly, the above-mentioned unrelated attributions to Thomas Norton seem appropriate, since Norton wrote his seminal Middle English alchemical poem, The Ordinal of Alchemy, around the time of the birth of the verses. Copyists would have recognized the poem's parallels in genre, time of writing, and style. The choice of Pierce the Black Monk as an author, however, is more puzzling. A literarily undistinguished character with no historical record other than his appearance in Trinity, Pierce only adds his designation as a Black, that is, Benedictine monk, to the picture, which may have carried favorable connotations for those who used his as an authorial name. Furthermore, the verses upon the Elixir were never attributed to the alchemist we now consider to be the household name of alchemical poetry, George Ripley, an indication that late medieval, early modern, and modern concepts of alchemical authorship might differ considerably. Geoffrey Chaucer's appearance in the list of authors of the verses upon the Elixir illuminates the contemporary reception of the genre of alchemical poetry further. One of the attributions appears uncontested at the top of one copy of the poem, 19 the other, already mentioned above, amends an original Chaucer attribution to one to Arnold of Villanova. In both cases it seems likely that the writers recognize certain literary qualities in the verses, a tone, style, and vocabulary they associated with Chaucer's writings. The general Chaucer reception of the 16th century in particular was marked by a special appreciation of his learned qualities, which also resulted in a significant addition of scientific titles, mostly dating from the 15th century, to the Chaucer Apocrypha, the treatise on the Astrolabe Canon's Yeoman's Tale, Equatory of the Planets, and also the verses upon the Elixir and Lead. Their attributions to Chaucer overwhelmingly occur in alchemical, medical, and scientific manuscripts, many of them containing texts from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Since the contemporary perception of Chaucer as an author and scholar did not involve the distinction between the genres of literature and science, between poetic writings about alchemical themes and alchemical writings in poetic form, the Chaucer ascription for the verses is not intended to emphasize the literary qualities it acknowledges implicitly. Instead, It intentionally places an originally anonymous but well-known late 15th century alchemical poem in the wider-ranging oeuvre of the 16th century persona that is the scientific Chaucer. With regard to the concept of anonymity for late medieval and early modern readers of alchemical texts, 2 points are noteworthy. Firstly, the corpus's early modern readers may have disagreed with a copyist's choice of author at times, but they never protested against a text's anonymity. And secondly, there are signs of an onset of reflection upon authors and authority in the late 16th century corpus around the verses, in the form of an attribution to an unknown author. This note is written to mark a deliberate break in the middle of a copy of the verses upon the Elixir, otherwise attributed to Thomas Norton. In his desire to distinguish the first from the second half of the poem, the copyist thus made a positive statement about missing information. Upon closer inspection of the relevant manuscript, it becomes clear that this is a habit of a particular compiler. The initial 2 parts of this manuscript, produced around, contain mainly Latin prose. The verses appear in the 3rd part of the volume, a compilation of Alchemica English in origin or language, written by Theodore Gravius, Richard Napier's assistant. This 3rd manuscript section begins with a list of alchemical authors and accumulates copies of several of George Ripley's works, as well as other well-known alchemical poems. In this respect, this manuscript prefigures Elias Ashmole's editorial activities for the TCB a few decades later. One of its items is entitled Certain Verses of an Uncertain Author, a poem which further survives in 2 other copies, one of which, written by Simon Forman, ascribes it to Arnold of Villanova. What then were the motivations for Gravius's negative attributions? Within this compendium's context, they seem to be connected with the act of manuscript compilation. The 3rd section of the manuscript is presented as a collection of Ripleyana with ancillary related texts. For this purpose, Gravius implicitly distinguished 3 categories: Ripleyana, poems by other well-known English authors, and Anonymma. His penchant for a particular author's oeuvre generated his need to acknowledge each text's authorship. In the case of the verses upon the Elixir, his scrupulous categorization prompted Gravius to bisect the poem into one part of well-known and one of unknown authorship. Finally, his choice to include the latter part of the verses instead of truncating the text appears to be an acknowledgement of the textual tradition of the poem and indicates Gravius's acquaintance with the genre. In conclusion, anonymity defines a well-respected part of 15th century English alchemical poetry. Especially in the early circulation of the verses upon the Elixir, attribution was very rare and an expression of personal, not commonplace views. The integrity of the text in a well-produced copy appear to have been most important for copyists in the production and use of an alchemical poem. Authors often just added grace notes to an anonymous tradition. 3. Translations, language, genre, and authority. While authorship did not equal authority in the late medieval period, and only few names of manuscript users were recorded over time, the genre of Middle English alchemical poetry itself offers a different, comparatively consistent approach to the issue of authoritativeness in the history of alchemy. 2 pairs of texts from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir will illustrate the central role of genre in the communication of alchemical thought in the following 2 case studies. The first pair of texts, the Latin prose text, Alumen de Hispania, and its Middle English verse. Translation, Richard Carpenter's work. Variant Spain represents the beginnings of the corpus and the rise of the English alchemical poem. The second pair encapsulates the final period of the corpus's active manuscript circulation, and with it, the institution of authorship as a badge of quality. 3.1. Richard Carpenter's work, Alumen de Hispania in English verse. Alumen de Hispania, a dialogue between Maria the Jewess and Eros, a historically elusive philosopher and student of the alchemical art, had transmitted instructions for the production of the philosopher's stone in Latin for more than a century when a 15th century versifier decided to transform its recipe into Middle English verse to create Richard Carpenter's work, Variant Spain. As outlined above, both Alumen de Hispania and Spain circulated for more than 2 centuries in parallel, not in competition with each other, until Spain superseded its Latin prose original. Since the text remained unchanged in alchemical content, it must have been other qualities of either text that attracted audiences at different times: their authorship, linguistic forms, and the genres of medieval Latin prose and Middle English poetry. With regard to their authorship, Alumen de Hispania and Richard Carpenter's work form exceptions in the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Both are associated with named authorities assigned during or soon after the period of their active circulation and reception. Their authors' cultural connotations and influence, however, have somewhat unique histories. Maria the Jewess represented old alchemy to medieval audiences. Evidence abounds of her alchemical repute in medieval written culture. She was supposed to have authored classical texts on alchemical lore, and is mentioned in Thomas Norton's Ordinal of Alchemy and, in literature beyond the alchemical, in Ben Jonson's play The Alchemist in this capacity. Was also credited with the invention of some alchemical apparatus in the water bath, which is hence still known as Bain Marie. Yet, like that of the alchemical Hermes, her fame was based on a confusing mythology. Maria was frequently mistaken for Miriam, the sister of Moses, in accordance with the medieval belief that Moses was an inspired alchemist. Further, when referred to just as Maria without a designator, she was not clearly distinguishable from the Virgin Mary, who features prominently in Western alchemists' invocations. By the turn of the 17th century, Maria's identity, and indeed the origin of Alumen de Hispania, was frequently debated in alchemical circles, including a discussion by practitioner of alchemy and composer of emblems Michael Meyer, physician to the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II. Maria's dialogue partner in Alumen, Eros, was connected with a similar multitude of identities in early modern times, among them Horus, the Egyptian god, or Aaron, the biblical figure. In Alumen de Hispania, however, Maria refers several times to God, in a style and manner that can best be characterized as those of Jewish piety. Further, Maria was always firmly connected with Alumen not by attribution, but thanks to its dialogue structure and her role as one of the speaking characters. A 15th-century manuscript even depicts Maria beside the text of Alumen de Hispania, in appropriately ancient dress and headdress, and in a similar fashion to ancient Greek philosophers and sages drawn elsewhere in the volume. The text's authority was thus clearly anchored in Maria's mythical historical personality. The author supposed to have composed Spain, Richard Carpenter, does not match Maria in repute or charisma. As mentioned previously, his modern association with the poem in its current title does not reflect the sparse number of attributions referring to him in early modern manuscripts, and Richard Carpenter's identity was never established outside of the text of the poem, in spite of Elias Ashmole's efforts to identify the author through other documents. The omission of his name from manuscript copies of the poem was certainly facilitated by its vulnerable location in the title line. Additionally, the act of translation that created this poem removed Maria from the text together with its dialogue structure. As a result, Richard Carpenter's work circulated mostly anonymously. Given this generally unauthorized circulation of Spain, and a stable association of Alumen de Hispania with Maria, it is remarkable that Spain was no less popular than Alumen from the 15th century onwards. Moreover, copyists appear to have favored the English poem over the Latin prose text once its transmission was firmly established in the 16th century. Even allowing for uneven survival patterns of manuscript witnesses, an interesting chiasmus appears in the second half of the 16th century. Alumen de Hispania reaches its lowest point of popularity at the exact time when Spain achieves its peak circulation. The textual form and presentation of the two texts appears to have been a decisive factor for the latter text's surge in popularity in the 16th century. In the broader, earlier medieval literary tradition, didactic dialogues represented a product of Latin scholastic literature, which had become particularly popular with English audiences in the vernacular and in verse form. Sidrach and Baucasus, a poetic scientific dialogue between a Christian philosopher and a heathen king originally composed in the 13th century, and most revered in a Middle English verse translation of an Old French prose text, is just one of many examples of this genre, the argument of Maurienne and Merlin another. Didactic dialogues fulfilled a sophisticated pragmatic function for both 14th century authors and audiences. They transported the reader into the text. In Alumen de Hispania, Aros acts on behalf of the ignorant and doubtful alchemist wishing to learn the secrets of the art. They also ordered the text into sections and information proper. Finally, didactic dialogues personified the authority of the text, here in the figure of Maria. For Alumen de Hispania, the didactic dialogue thus provided a form, function, and tradition appropriate to the customary Latin prose literature of its time. By contrast, the transposition of Alumen into Spain, from a didactic dialogue into a recipe, adapted the text to contemporary alchemical practitioners' tastes. It also affected the text's implications. Spain describes materials and procedures interspersed with theoretical information. It presents the recipe directly, without the mediation of a speaker, much less a dialogue between an explicit originator of the recipe and a user, and loses the association with Maria in the process. Although not original in content, Spain is an original composition in the medium of verse, indistinguishable in style and expression from the remainder of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Its anticipated audience are therefore 15th century readers used to navigating vernacular didactic poetry as well as alchemical laboratories, an audience whose education, literary experiences and expectations towards an alchemical text are different from that of Alumen de Hispania. Interestingly, manuscripts incorporating Spain are more often than not compilations of English Alchemica, not collections of traditional Latin texts. It is interesting to note here that Alumen de Hispania and Richard Carpenter's work variant Spain eventually met on the ground of vernacular Alchemica when Alumen was translated into English prose in the 17th century. The mechanics of translation, made more complex by this reversal of language and advance of genre, would merit further study. For current purposes, however, a few observations on the comparatively extensive scope of the English prose text will suffice. As mentioned above, Spain removed the optional and yet characteristic introduction of Alumen, whereas its original rhetorical passages mimic elements typical of English alchemical poetry. But the 17th century English translation of Alumen de Hispania retains all textual elements of the Latin prose text yet echoes Spain in phrasing and expression. Due to the dilution of time and translation, the early modern English texts of Alumen de Hispania and Spain would not have seemed to be related to anyone but the most careful reader. Aros the philosopher meeting with Miriam the prophetess, sister of Moses, when he drew nigh to her, he honored her, and said, O prophetess, I have heard very much concerning thee, viz., that thou deal batst the stone in one day, to whom Miriam answered, Yes, Aros, and in part one day. Take alum of Spain white gum and red gum, which is kibric of the philosophers, and their sol and greater tincture, and conioin gum, with gum, in true matrimony, Alumen de Hispania, introduction. And excerpt. Of Spain take thou thy clear light the redigam that is so bright of philosophers the sulphur vif callid gold withouten strife of Heim draw out a tincture, and make a matrimony pure Spain insipid. This late adaptation of Alumen de Hispania therefore further underlines the observation that Spain not merely translates but transposes Alumen into the genre of English alchemical poetry. How self-conscious the choice of medium might have been on behalf of Spain's originator is an interesting conjecture, in spite of the poem's apparent success. A modern historian familiar with the apologies and defenses of the English language published so copiously in early printed books might expect a similarly defensive attitude on behalf of alchemical writers of different ages, in anticipation of their audience's possible skepticism towards their choice of medium. We already encountered an example of such a defensive passage in Liber Patris Sapientiae, in a wordy, somewhat literary extension of the corpus around the verses. However, in the case of the pragmatic poetry that constitutes the core of the corpus, this problem did not present itself. Instead, it seems that alchemical poetry in itself was a marker of reliability to late medieval and early modern readers. Verse had established itself as a customary vehicle for alchemical recipes within a few decades, just before Spain was composed. By the time Richard Carpenter's work appeared in print in Elias Ashmole's Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, and thereby became part of a leading printed collection of Middle English verse, its language and genre had become a merit, not a deficiency, even in the eyes of an early modern collector. In conclusion, Alumen de Hispania and Spain proved to be an interesting case of alchemical poetry gradually replacing didactic dialogue in function, repute, and popularity. Moreover, it appears that the genre of alchemical poetry in itself carried authority. Early modern readers were not necessarily looking for authors but rather for rhymed recipes to advance their alchemical knowledge and practice. The implications of this historical development for historiography are as simple as they are profound. For late medieval and early modern history of alchemy and its craft and scholarly relations, a history of texts and genres captures an essential part of the spirit of 16th century science. 3.2. Terra Terrae Philosophicae, the verses upon the Elixir in Neo-Latin prose. The Neo-Latin movement in text and scholarship, which coincided with the institution of print roughly a century after the introduction of verse just explored, considerably affected the circulation of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir in manuscript form. As for the previous establishment of Middle English verse as an accepted popular medium of alchemical writing, this development was driven by both circumstances and audiences. Perhaps influenced by printers' endeavors to preserve a scientific and literary heritage in printed volumes, alchemical readers cultivated a new appetite for ancient and authoritative texts. This enthusiasm prompted the composition of texts based upon imitating or pretending to be of an old origin. In the case of the verses upon the Elixir, this new fashion for old texts involved a curious reinvention. The poem was translated from English verse into Latin prose, assigned with a fixed title and attributed to an author. This author was 15th century English versifier George Ripley, an author we have encountered several times before, and whose repute as an alchemical authority for recipes like that presented in the verses was growing in early modern continental Europe. Terra Terrae Philosophicae was created in the late 16th century, and represents an exact translation of the verses version A, complete with the exposition and wind and water. Rather than translating the poem into in Latin verse, which would be difficult but not impossible to achieve, Terra Terrae emulates Latin prose alchemica of previous generations. Similar Latinate compositions and reinventions would also define the printed compilations of alchemical texts in the late 17th and 18th centuries. Terra Terrae Philosophicae, an appendage to the history of the verses upon the Elixir, represents the reversal of the history of Alumen de Hispania and Spain, the removal of rhyme and the English language, and hence of the text's geographical, cultural, and historical identity, in favor of a pan-scholarly language, a named authority, and an associated, implied origin more ancient than the translation but possibly contemporaneous with the date of composition of the verses upon the Elixir. This act of translation invites a new investigation of the function and effects of genre, language, and named authority on alchemical writing, now in a period defined by different ideals. Apart from a general appeal of Latinate alchemical knowledge, what recommended Terrae Philosophicae to readers to merit its copious reproduction, its inclusion in printed collections, its persistent coexistence with the verses upon the Elixir, during the final decades of its active manuscript circulation, its translation into German and French and even its translation into English prose? The need for the composition of Terrae Philosophicae and its popularity are matters worth pondering. Initially not circulated beyond the British Isles and rendering the text of the verses upon the Elixir verbatim, Terrae would not have increased the accessibility of the text to an Elizabethan audience. Its ascription to George Ripley, which occurs both early and persistently, seems to be the key element of value, both anticipated by the translator or early copyists of the text, and readily accepted by its readership. This attribution to Ripley appears to have been as willful an act as the translation was laborious. The overall purpose was likely the manufacture of another item for the pseudo-Rippleton oeuvre which would encourage circulation and, eventually, publication in print. Notably, this use of a common knowledge about Ripley, his style, the alchemical content of his authentic and pseudo-epigraphic work, vocabulary, choice of language and genre in the composition of texts was quite widespread in early modern England. Strengthened by more than a century of strong manuscript tradition, Ripley had become an emblem of late medieval alchemical wisdom by the turn of the 17th century. As mentioned previously, some texts from this neo-Ripleyan body of works belong to the anonymous part of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, Mystery of Alchemists, the short work, and the Ripley Scrolls. By the mid-17th century, the addition of Terrae to the Ripley Apocrypha too had been fully accepted in English written culture. Pitt's famous bibliography of English authors then connected Ripley and Terrae Philosophicae with each other in print. Kalmbach's publication of Terrae in 1649 together with Ripley's collected works would have raised only the eyebrows of very well-read multilingual readers of manuscripts, that is of those who would have noticed the parallels to the verses upon the Elixir and the conflict between the poem's anonymity and the prose text attribution. If any eyebrows were raised, they were raised in silence, as no written evidence to this effect survives. The reason why Terrae proved to be successful in named print circulation thus appears to be a combination of its Latin language, the attribution to Ripley and its subsequent publication in print, which prompted further manuscript copies and translations to be produced. One point to consider in more detail is the reciprocity between manuscript and print in the 17th century. As printed and handwritten versions of the text coexisted, and manuscripts imitated print more and more often, readers' and copyists' beliefs about ascriptions were also influenced by the printed word. It is noteworthy in this context that the manuscripts in which the Terrae Philosophicae appears, whether chosen over the verses or independently, show a clear bias towards Ripleyana or named authorities. In the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, these manuscripts are not part of, but a supplement to, its manuscript circulation. Even those manuscripts which combine Terrae with other items from the corpus have a clear agenda for their compilation, whether a focus on Ripleyana and Latin items or, as is the case in one late manuscript, Edinburgh, Royal College of Physicians Mess Erg 1/4, the aim to preserve every item the collector could get his hands on. Terrae is also often found in a curious mixture of periods and genres, among texts which are not clearly intended for the preparation of alchemical experiments but monuments of a philological or canonical tradition. As a result of these copying rationales, manuscripts containing Terrae Philosophicae also point to an intended and actual readership different from that of the verses upon the Elixir and early associated texts, and more akin to audiences for later printed compendia. Where Spain opened up a wider audience for the recipes also transmitted in Alumen de Hispania, Terrae Philosophicae deliberately defines a small philologically inclined readership, a group set apart from the continually thriving reception of the verses and other Middle English alchemical poems. This distinction between Neo-Latin scholarly and English poetic craft manuscripts was also observed above for volumes containing Alumen de Hispania and Spain. It was probably because of this discrepancy in form and purpose, or rather the confusing lack of definition of either, that Terrae often did not reach copyists who concentrated on materials from the core corpus around verses upon the Elixir. Elias Ashmole, for instance, considered Terrae from a theoretical perspective only when he wrote his commentary on the verses' authorship. Ludovicus Cambacius, in his late collections of some of Ripley's works, put this of Pierce the Black Monks among them under the title Terrae Philosophicae, and publishes it as Ripley's, and with all that title which Pitts also gives to one of his works may seem to insinuate this. But I conceive all are not Ripley's which walk under his name, for question less, many pieces are fathered on him which he never wrote. Ashmole had always considered manuscripts a primary source of information, and he likely owned Bodleian Library MS Ashmole 1485, which contained both the verses and a copy of Terrae complete with Ripley's name, when he prepared the TCB. Yet apart from his concentration on English verse, his possible consequent blind spot for Latin prose and his doubt about the ascription, Ashmole may have had a practical reason to overlook the two text similarities. He did not include this particular manuscript in his preparations of his print publication. The relevant stemma shows that, if Ashmole indeed owned the volume at the time, he dismissed the copy of the verses in Ashmole MS 1085 in favor of another for use in his edition for the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, and rightly so, as it is a unique, distinctive copy which does not represent an ideal standard text suitable for Ashmole's philosophy behind the Theatrum. 49. In the same step he may have dismissed the entire codex. There was no reason or opportunity for him to sift through its or any other volume's prose contents for his edition purposes. Other words, this copy of Terra Terrae Philosophicae, and significantly, others circulating with Ripley's name at the time, although probably not escaping his notice altogether, simply did not attract Ashmole's explicit attention. The verses upon the Elixir were more attractive to him, and for most early modern men going before him. A brief look at the circulation of the verses upon the Elixir and its Latin translation in manuscripts testifies to the fact that, as demonstrated above, the poem did not depend on an authoritative name for popularity, no less than 50 full copies and substantial fragments of the poem, but only 8 copies of its Latin prose translation survive. More pertinently, copyists in possession of exemplars of both the verses upon the Elixir and Terra Terrae Philosophicae chose not to reproduce them alongside each other, and often decided in favor of the poem. The poem remained the more popular of the two texts in English-speaking countries until the end of their joint manuscript transmission towards the end of the 17th century. Its prevalence appears to have remained in place even once the dissemination of Terra Terrae in print set in from the mid-17th century onwards, given that the ever-changing attribution of the verses as outlined above did not impede its popularity in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. One might well wonder whether its Latin prose translation would have been as successful as it was later on without the aid of Ripley and the print medium. In sum, authorial ascription translation and the transposition from prose into verse or vice versa had different effects on the circulation and reception of Alumen de Hispania, Spain, the verses upon the Elixir and Terra Terrae Philosophicae. Both translations discussed in this chapter reflect the fashions of their times. If we consider these case studies together with the patterns of ascription in the corpus around the verses as a whole, it seems that authority in alchemical writing was not necessarily, and certainly not exclusively, expressed by way of attribution. The tendency to associate a named personality with authority increased in the later periods of the corpus's history. Where attributions do occur in the corpus, they are as deliberate as a choice of genre and language. Most notably, genre was a significant carrier of authority. Medieval and early modern readers of Alchemica understood verse and the Middle English language as indicators of value. For them, the promise of health, wealth, and knowledge did not have a specific name but a distinct mode of expression. Chapter 4. The Ripley Scrolls, Alchemical Poetry, Images and Authority. Some poems related to the verses upon the Elixir enjoyed a colorful chapter in their material manifestation. From the turn of the 16th century onwards, they were circulated on large scrolls depicting alchemical processes in colorful illustrations. These Ripley scrolls are now prized possessions and rarities in modern collections of Alchemica, thanks to their unusual format and beautiful illuminations. Their association with George Ripley, 15th century alchemical writer whose name features in the later history of some parts of the corpus around the verses, further accounts for their current popularity. Upon closer inspection, however, the Ripley scrolls are a confused and confusing set of historical objects. The origin of the scrolls may be more recent than Ripley's lifetime, and their association with Ripley is not present in early exemplars. Further, they were not intended to be used in separation from other Alchemica. The texts on the scrolls were also circulated in plain manuscript volumes. Indeed, as will be demonstrated below, the text moved between scrolls and plain manuscripts from one copy to the next. Hence the poems are as noteworthy as the illuminations when they appear together on the scrolls, and the relations between the scroll images and poems are both ambiguous and complex. What motivated the production of the scrolls in the first place? Whence did the texts originate, and how were they selected, combined, and illustrated? To what extent did the Ripley scrolls gain authority and notoriety through association with Ripley? Given that scrolls as beschriebed material and illuminations were both unusual media in an otherwise firmly square, bound, and unadorned alchemical manuscript culture, what role did they play in the scrolls' circulation and reception? Finally, just how did early modern readers use the scrolls to retrieve knowledge about the workings of alchemy and its application in the workshop? This chapter addresses these questions through the history of the poems on the Ripley scrolls. It will first describe the scrolls and existing scholarship on their rather exceptional presentation of alchemical experimentation, then consider circumstances around the poem's appearance in particular media, and finally discuss the role of illumination in alchemical texts' authority, popularity, and reception. 1. Poems and Pretty Pictures. Introduction to the Ripley Scrolls. The group of scrolls now catalogued under the title of the Ripley Scrolls unites three essentially different types of scrolls. The first, a combination of allegorical illustrations of alchemical processes interspersed with major textual elements, is of concern to the present study. Dozens of carefully drawn alchemical practitioners, nude figures, mythical creatures and heavenly bodies accompany up to 6 poems related to the verses upon the elixir on these Ripley scrolls. 15 witnesses from the early modern period are extant today. The other 2, minor varieties of the Ripley scrolls, may be neglected for present purposes. The first shows different images. It does not have any connection with alchemical poetry and survives in 3 exemplars. The other type survives in a single copy and shows an illustra. Scion of a rose, wherefore it has been associated with Rosicrucianism in past scholarship. This unique exemplar contains a variant of the short work, version B, as its sole textual component. It does not exhibit any symbolical or textual connection to the major variant of Ripley scroll. The 15 Ripley scrolls connected to the corpus around the verses upon the elixir contain depictions of scenes from the metaphorical world of alchemy, colored in the customary red, black, white, and green, whose imagery would have been familiar to its audience versed in the contemporary alchemical literature. Unlike medieval poetic scrolls, the Ripley scrolls unroll from the top to the bottom, not sideways. The images may differ slightly in their artistic execution from one scroll to the next. The number, nature, and order of the poems varies more frequently. The following description applies to a common denominator of the surviving witnesses. At the top of the scroll, a large, robed, bearded figure in headdress towers over a disproportionately large alchemical vessel. Inside this vessel, 8 circular images linked with a chain form a large roundel. Whether Aristotle or Hermes Trismegistus, an alchemist or figure reminiscent of Ashmole's engraving of the head and shoulders of God in majesty rising behind a globe which contains a representation of the Last Judgment. Dressed in a monk's robe or a secular garment, the figure is certainly part of a larger pictorial tradition including medieval depictions of Christ holding the globe on medieval Mappae Mundi, or, later, the creation in the obscure. Symbolical, modus liber. If interpreted as a human rather than divine figure, this alchemist observes representations of his own alchemical experience in the above-mentioned circles. They depict a series of scenes from an imaginary alchemical workshop with monk-like men examining flasks filled with metaphorical depictions of alchemical processes. The 9th circle at their center shows 2 figures holding a manuscript volume which represents, as the accompanying caption in one scroll informs us, the Book of Philosophy. Such a tableau of alchemical images is not unusual in alchemical illustration. Similar scenes appear, for example, in the Aurora Consurgens, an illustrated alchemical treatise of the 15th century, here in the form of a hermetic vase surrounded by personifications of the 7 planets. Below this imposing initial image, the text of Richard Carpenter's work, Variant Sun, is inserted. The images following seamlessly below the alchemist's vessel on the Ripley scroll depict, in sequence, a nude man and woman standing in a 7-sided pool which is surrounded by alchemists pouring a liquid into its waters, and a 4-sided pool as a stage for variations on this theme. A winged dragon adorning the base of the latter pool is spitting out, or perhaps about to ingest, a black toad. The last element of this panel is a furnace heating the mentioned dragon's pool, a red and a green lion guarding the fire on either side. A banner between the dragon's pool and the lion's furnace contains the poem On the Ground. The next section of the Ripley scroll is overseen in the literal sense by the face of the sun. Further down, its teardrop rays surround the image of a white bird with a man's crowned head, the bird of Hermes, as a caption informs us. Between sun and bird, the text of Richard Carpenter's work Variant Father Phoebus appears on marginal banners. And, probably in an allusion to the water-filled orb upon which the bird of Hermes stands, the poem In the Sea is written on a banner below this scene. The 3rd panel of the Ripley scroll presents a variation of the preceding picture, a sun, now black and gold in color, which holds 3 interlinked circles. This sun rests on a lunar crescent which is, in turn, held up by the mouth of a dragon whose tail winds around its neck and body. The dragon further bleeds from its belly into a 3rd orb, now half filled with water and 3 black circles. The space below this image conveys the poem I Shall You Tell to the reader. Its relation to the images is not evident. The final panel is not part of all Ripley scrolls. It depicts 2 men holding and looking at a rectangular object, often an oversized piece of paper or a scroll, which may or may not contain the poem Trinity. One of the figures, elsewhere described as a pilgrim or perhaps a philosopher, scribe, puffer, or George Ripley, is dressed in trousers, boots, and hooded jacket, and carries a staff with a hoof at the bottom and scroll wound around the top. The other figure is dressed in ecclesiastical robes and holds a crown and long staff. Whether the absence of Trinity from some final panels or that of the entire final panel from some scrolls is due to omission or material loss cannot be determined with any certainty. It is possible that all scrolls were originally intended to contain both panel and poem. Apart from these main pictures, the Ripley scrolls feature further banners with Latin and English captions, as well as numerous smaller pictorial elements from the inventory of alchemical symbolism, like feathers, suns and moons and furnaces. Even a superficial look at the scrolls without the discerning eye of an art historian tells us that anyone wishing to own a Ripley scroll would either have had to commission an artist to draw these pictures, or would have needed sufficient artistic skills to produce a new copy. Only occasionally does a scroll seem to have been drawn by an inexpert hand, the close similarities to the extent of identical design of all surviving scrolls of this type also indicates that the illuminations must have been drawn with another exemplar at hand or in mind. The textual elements of the Ripley scrolls are as complex and noteworthy as their illuminations. As outlined in Chapter 1, all scroll poems are typical alchemical poems of their time, that is, Middle English verse recipes written in a style associated with excellent Alchemica around the turn of the 16th century. 3 of the 6 poems probably originate on the scrolls. In the Sea, a short and notably the only poem appearing on all extant scrolls, I Shall You Tell, an alchemical soliloquy in the manner of the Boast of Mercury and possibly Trinity. The other 3 major poems enjoy an early representation in codices. Their material origins, as relating to manuscripts and scrolls, will be discussed in more detail below. Apart from these 6 core poems and the above-mentioned short individual headings, some Ripley scrolls contain additional textual items. 1. An address to the reader pays homage to the dedicatory introductions permeating contemporary printed books. Another, a continuation of Trinity, provides a similar nod to textual culture in the form of an enhanced theoretical conclusion. A third item, a lengthy prose text entitled An Expounding of the Signification of the Seal and Seals wherewith the Book of Philosophy is closed, adds literary merit and authority. This text is now known to us as the English version of Arnold of Villanova's Visio Mystica and is featured on just one scroll, there as the first text, preceding Sun. The textual inventory of scrolls is complete with a note that they contain either the long version of Sun, version A, together with Trinity, or its short version without Trinity. With this variability, the Ripley scrolls offer much more evidence for individuality in contemporary approaches to alchemy than their generally stable, pictorially fixed manifestation might suggest. It is uncertain how many Ripley scrolls of this kind were originally produced. As mentioned above, 15 surviving copies from the late 15th to mid-17th century have been identified. The earliest surviving witness is recorded as dating back to the mid to late 15th century, but the majority of Ripley scrolls date from the 16th and 17th centuries. The scroll size varies from that of a lady's silk scarf to that of a dinner table that would seat about 20 people. The smallest scroll measures 1.25 mm 14 cm. The largest extends to 5.5 minutes 60 centimeters. The question of the original purpose and function of the scrolls has been asked variously but not yet successfully answered in existing literature. One theory states that the scrolls were intended to be on permanent display in an apothecary's shop. However, since the oldest surviving scroll is so large that it can only be unrolled gradually, allowing the reader to see only a single section at a time, this is unlikely. Another proposes that the scrolls were used for educational instruction in laboratories. This possibility is called into question by the sophistication of the artwork on most of the scrolls and the entailed cost of production. The geographical area whence the Ripley scrolls originated poses another conundrum. While inscriptions on 3 scrolls, London, Wellcome Institute MSS 692 and 693 suggest they may have been drawn in northern Germany, their Middle English poetry firmly places them into the English tradition of alchemy. It may not be coincidental that the only other known alchemical scroll, discovered in 1681 and signed by Thomas Charnock, contains English verse together with Scheme's Most Circular. I am not aware of a similar combination of alchemy, scroll material, poetry and illumination in other European manuscript cultures. It is perhaps for this reason, in combination with the often more favorable publishing conditions on the continent, that the Ripley scrolls were printed in Germany in the 18th century together with German translations of the scroll texts and accompanied by wonderful woodcuts faithful to the rendition described above. The scrolls do not seem to have had a notable reception on the continent before this German publication in the 18th century. Unfortunately, information about the identity of early patrons who commissioned, of artists and copyists who drew, wrote, and composed the Ripley scrolls, and of original owners has been lost to the historical record. A little more information is available about early modern owners who acquired some of the scrolls during an early stage of their circulation. These aristocratic and wealthy individuals include Archbishop Sancroft, Sir George Erskine, and William Paston. Today, the scrolls are libraries' prized possessions or sought-after objects of interest to private collectors. One scroll was sold by a private Egyptian collector in an auction in 2000s and bought by an Italian book dealer on behalf of an anonymous purchaser. Another scroll, auctioned at Sotheby's in the sold for ca. £135,000, and the Fitzwilliam Museum scroll, one of the most elaborately produced, is said to be worth at least £250,000 today. Scholars in the history of alchemy have shown a similarly enthusiastic response to the scrolls and produced a wide variety of research on various aspects of the scrolls' history, which merits a brief survey at this point. The Ripley scrolls were more carefully catalogued than their unadorned cousins, the plain manuscripts which constitute the majority of written objects related to alchemy. Such descriptive publications constitute the bulk of the available scroll literature. Publications dedicated to individual scrolls are rare in comparison with the flood of critical discussions originating from the 1960s onwards. In reaction to their obscure imagery, some early scholars' approaches to the Ripley scrolls followed a decidedly esoteric or literary direction. More recently, esoterically inclined perspectives have been based upon a sounder historical basis. Some literary scholars have mainly considered the scrolls together with selected contemporary alchemical poetry like George Ripley's oeuvre, and propose an iconographic approach to them. Others utilize the scrolls in studies on alchemy or alchemical imagery to support arguments as diverse as political history, alchemical pictorial gender issues, John Dee's bibliophile pursuits, as potential inspiration of a completely unrelated manuscript's illustrations, or as an opportunity to discuss the scroll's language, images, and alchemy. The scroll images also appear in a variety of publications focusing on medieval art history, often without substantial textual explanation. Finally, one of the main problems mentioned in existing scholarship is that of distinguishing the coincidence of artistic images with alchemical symbolism from alchemically significant illustrations. The Ripley scrolls, images, however, are clearly alchemical in nature, and thus the subject of somewhat specialized, well-founded investigations in connection with the history of art. As diverse as these publications appear to be, they are all concerned with the scroll's illustrations to a significant extent, and especially with their origins, purpose, function, and symbolism. Only the most recent work concentrates on the contents of both images and texts. This multiplicity of specific approaches covers many individual aspects of the scroll's history and interpretation. They remain loose pieces to the puzzle posed by the very existence and nature of the Ripley scrolls. 2. Illuminated scrolls versus plain codices. The copyist's dilemma. The combination of scroll format and illumination was unusual in alchemical contexts. As mentioned above, apart from the Ripley scrolls, only one other alchemical scroll may have existed. The scroll itself, which is described as containing diagrams or perhaps images, does not survive. The existence of the Ripley scrolls and the number of surviving copies is therefore all the more remarkable. What prompted copyists to choose the scroll medium, the creation of visual imagery, and the inclusion of alchemical recipes in verse for the composition of the Ripley scrolls? Scrolls, although an unprecedented medium in alchemical contexts, were an established medium for preserving certain kinds of Middle English writing, including records and official documents, as well as vernacular literature. Genealogies, liturgy, and drama. Poetic medieval rolls were not usually illuminated and served as the initial receptacle for new poems, the form in which they were first written down and first circulated. Those scrolls preserving musical notes and lyrics had economical and practical merits. They were easy to transport and could be read without the need to turn pages, which was an advantage in performance settings. It may be their association with poetry, their known applications, or indeed the association with authenticated documents that recommended the scroll medium to the originators of the Ripley scroll. Once they were in existence, the Ripley scroll's material connection with their non-scientific models created some interesting contextual conundrums. Although medieval scrolls typically took on the form of rotuli, that is, scrolls unrolling and hence read from top to bottom, the Ripley scroll's deceptively familiar vertical orientation fueled scholarly debates about the intended direction of reading. Elias Ashmole chose to print the scroll texts in reverse order in the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, implying the correct direction of reading the text to be from the bottom to the top. This would place Father Phoebus at the beginning of the poem sequence and Son at the end, and it would also explain Ashmole's omission of Trinity from his reproduction of scroll poems. As a rhetorical list of alchemical authorities, it would have made for an awkward prelude to a series of alchemical recipes. In later scholarship, it has been proposed that this direction of reading has an underlying ideological rationale. One must read up since the exaltation of the matter is being described. However, there is no indication that the direction of reading followed by contemporary readers is anything other than conventional. The material evidence of wear and tear, especially the appearance of cracks at the tightly rolled bottom of the scrolls, a faded, often handled top, and the occasional loss of the final panel, all indicate that the actual reading practice also agreed with the order of texts. Reproduced in contemporary manuscript copies of the scroll texts, a top-to-bottom arrangement from Son through to Trinity. Considering his ownership of at least one manuscript containing 3 major scroll texts in the customary order together with the mentioned evidence, Ashmole's reversal of the texts appears to have been a personal, interpretative, and anachronistic choice. Consequently, it also seems unlikely that the scroll compiler's original choice of medium was motivated by a desire to encrypt their contents by adding an ambiguity of order. They must have chosen scrolls over codices for other reasons. What purpose did the scroll material of the Ripley scrolls fulfill then? Significantly, with the Ripley scrolls as the only surviving evidence for alchemical use of rotuli, it seems that alchemical scrolls were closely, perhaps inextricably, connected with illumination. Even considering the estimated consequences of manuscript losses since the 15th century, this observation holds. Illuminated and rare manuscripts, including those of an unusual format, often enjoyed particular care in bequests, collections, and archives, hence may have been rather more prone to preservation than their plain counterparts. Therefore, the survival of a substantial number of Ripley scrolls and their consistent illumination seems to suggest that, if a scroll was produced for alchemical purposes, it contained images. This conspicuous connection between images and scrolls is the key to the intersection of the use of scroll material and the scroll's contents. There are clear indications that the motivation for the scroll's combination of uninterrupted paper space and intertwining images was practical in nature. Texts, especially poems, can easily be divided into sections and therefore be rendered on sheets of various sizes without affecting the quality of the text or the experience of reading. Hence, codex copies of poems from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir continued to be reproduced successfully and received enthusiastically throughout the early modern period. By contrast, images like those on the Ripley scrolls, that is, carefully composed sequences of intersecting imagery, are best displayed in their entirety to avoid accidental loss of meaning and links between different parts of text and pictures. A complete reproduction of the illuminations requires ample amounts of space and a medium larger than a folio sheet of paper or parchment. The Ripley scroll images therefore employed a format readily available for the display of large amounts of information. The scroll was a perfect marriage of form and function. The scroll's generally splendid appearance and expensive production did additional justice to the chosen medium. Once combined with illustrations, the scroll poems remained faithful to the scroll medium. As logical basis for a copyist's decision to produce a scroll instead of a codex, then, the illustrations on the Ripley scrolls deserve special attention in their own right. Effectively, they represent as much currency in alchemical communication as the Middle English genre of alchemical poetry. In contrast to the established linguistic metaphorical terminology of alchemical writing, for example in the personification of alchemical substances and periphrastic description of processes, alchemical drawings were a relatively recent creation to the medieval Western world of manuscripts. Previously, alchemical lore had been accompanied, if at all, by perfunctory sketches of apparatus, shorthand symbols for alchemical substances or, in the Lullian tradition, encrypted symbolical diagrams. By the time that the first Ripley scrolls were drawn up, however, an established vocabulary of pictorial metaphors was available to supplement alchemical prose and verse. In the early 15th century, illustrations no longer merely punctuated alchemical texts, but were organized into whole series and into synthetic pictorial representations of the principles governing the discipline. The rapidly growing number of illustrations made text recede to the point where they were reduced to picture labels, as is the case with the scroll. But although picture labels in terms of the restricted space they occupy on the scrolls, the Ripley scroll poems occupied a much more significant role in early modern alchemical writing. Given that the scrolls contain several influential poems from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, a corpus not previously identified in scholarship, a new angle may be applied to their investigation in this chapter, a history of the Ripley scrolls through the history of the poems. This focus on the textual elements of the scrolls offers an opportunity to understand the origin, creation, perception and use of the scrolls in comparison with contemporary bound manuscripts, a glimpse into compilers' and readers' reception of the Ripley scrolls as manuscripts and as instructive materials for the practice of alchemy. The issue of chronology is the first theme emerging from a consideration of the Ripley scroll poems beyond the material confines of the scrolls. When did they originate? What is the historical sequence of poems and images, and how does this affect their relation to each other? The Ripley scrolls, alchemical poetry, images, authority. The history of the corpus poems on and off the scrolls is illuminating in this matter. A chronological arrangement of the surviving witnesses and their relations to each other, comparable to a stemma based on all scroll texts' textual variation and manuscript dating, confirms not only that Bodley rolls one as the oldest surviving scroll, but also the tentative dating of the scrolls to the late 15th century. The Ripley scrolls appear to be contemporaneous with or even slightly more recent in origin than the corpus poems. The following observations will illustrate this, particularly when considered together. Firstly, a codex likely contains the earliest witness's son, version along Father Phoebus, and possibly Trinity. Secondly, son version B was already looking back upon a thriving manuscript circulation by the time version A emerged. This confirms an older tradition whence the short variant of version A may have been derived for the Ripley scrolls. And thirdly, the earliest surviving copy of On the Ground certainly predates its life on the Ripley scroll, thus providing the most conclusive evidence for the seniority of poems over images. Altogether, it seems that the Ripley scrolls are not an original creation of novel poems and images, but they incorporate poems already in circulation and supplement them with images and likely, more poetic material. The material manifestation of the poems further supports the impression that they originated outside of the scrolls. The appearance of sun on the earliest surviving scroll is particularly telling for three reasons. Firstly, this short version of sun ends with an incomplete line consisting just of the word and, hence it was clearly truncated while copied from a long version of the text. The Melon Scroll, a direct derivate from the Bodley Scroll, also contains 2 copies of Sun written beside each other, but one of them is a slightly longer and occasionally differently worded variant of the text, perhaps an original creation of its scribe. This alternative text continues Sun, not just to complete the abandoned line, but to include another couplet from the long version of Sun, significantly. The source for this supplementation was demonstrably not one of the extant Ripley scrolls. 5. And since the long version of the poem occurs more often in codices than on scrolls, it is likely that the supplementing exemplar for the extended version of Sun on the Melon Scroll was taken from a codex. The Melon Scroll therefore provides further evidence for an established manuscript tradition of Sun independent of the Ripley scrolls. Secondly, the short version of Sun is specific to the scrolls. The chronology of surviving scrolls shows the oldest extant scroll to mark the origin of the short version at the end of the 15th century, an Annos scroll. Later scroll copies consistently abort the text before line 10. The scroll copied from the Melon Scroll is the first to produce a copy with an uneven number of 9 lines and the start of this tradition. Other later scrolls' incorporation of the long version of Sun is necessarily based on the text's manuscript tradition in codex form. Another influence of the generally prevalent manuscript tradition for alchemical writing on the exceptional Ripley scrolls, and notably a one-directional influence from book to scroll, but not vice versa. Thirdly and finally, the earliest witness of the Ripley scroll shows the text of Sun, written on the plain surface of the scroll, without a panel frame like the one surrounding In the Sea and I Shall You Tell in this, and all texts on many other scrolls. The space allowed for Sun in the planning of the images does not seem to have been sufficient, necessitating the truncation of the text and the space-saving omission of the frame after the scroll had been completed. The inclusion of the last lines "and" is self-conscious in its indication of the existence of the longer poem. This is the final confirmation of the compiler's intention to write a more complete version of Sun, hence a text sourced from a manuscript exemplar onto this scroll. By extension, this implies that at least some of the other scroll poems were not written for but adopted into the scrolls from independent manuscript contexts. If the corpus poems predate the existence of the Ripley scrolls, then the poems were selected, put into order and supplemented with the banners to produce the standard scroll in its entirety. Consequently, the scroll images constitute illustrations of the poems. The texts chronologically and hence logically precede the illuminations. However, an interpretation of the scroll poem's semantic relations to the scroll images cannot be achieved without difficulty. Deciphering the meaning of either alchemical text or image, inscrutable when considered separately, is not aided but somewhat obscured by their conjunction. And perhaps appropriately so, a direct and obvious correspondence between text and image may not even have been intended. Perhaps the alchemical convention of concealing information from unworthy practitioners is observed here by means of employing ambiguous imagery. Much more interesting for current purposes, however, is the question of how the combination of poems and images on the scrolls interacted with the practical production of the scrolls. One may well wonder how the scrolls were designed a priori to achieve an ideal allocation of space for images and poems, and how writing and drawings were added to previously blank paper to produce their symbiotic existence. A close look at the scrolls shows that most of them contain dedicated panels for the poems, frames drawn with care to accommodate the substantial poems. Sometimes these panels are set between pillars, akin to simple versions of the architectural frames which appear, for instance, around the Berlin Kupferstiche cabinet manuscript of the Splendor Solis, equal in prominence, artistic value and execution to the other pictorial elements. At other times the Ripley scrolls contain other dedicated and visually separate spaces for the poems, floating banners, the walls of furnaces and the above-mentioned plate held by the final 2 figures on the scroll. The Huntington Scroll San Marino ca Huntington Library MSHM 30313 is a good example of a successfully planned and well-executed scroll. More frequently, however, the text panels are slightly too narrow, too wide, too spacious or otherwise mismatched with the physical extent of the text they contain. The discrepancy between the artist's anticipation of scribal activity and the copyist's actual products is especially obvious in one exemplar, which shows ample blank space in a central position, perhaps reserved for but never filled by I Shall You Tell, a poem missing from this scroll. Another quite obviously unfinished, medial fragment of the standard scroll does not contain any texts, although it does provide the panels on which they are usually displayed. Both scrolls present a curious reversal of the scenario so often observed in illuminated manuscripts, where space is reserved for illuminated initials but never filled with the same, often due to the lack of funds for an illuminator. Another peculiar case is a scroll which displays most poems in the margins, written partly over the illustrations which, as mentioned above, were probably created by a lay artist. His artistic talent was apparently as misguided as his judgment about the scroll's layout. In all these instances, whether abandoned expert projects or miscalculated lay products, the images clearly precede the texts in the actual production of the scrolls, a reversal of the chronological order of their existence in late medieval alchemical literature. Other scrolls show signs of emendation or other material peculiarities which are interesting to note. For example, The Cambridge scroll has several pieces of paper pasted over individual words, often rendering an alternative term, yet occasionally and inexplicably repeating the same word written in the original text. These pieces of paper are glued to the scroll on one side only, and thus form flaps which can be opened to reveal the word underneath, perhaps to allow for different parallel readings. It is this sophistication and ambiguity which testifies to the level of skill applied to the production of most of the Ripley scrolls. They transport the poems into carefully constructed, novel and colorful contexts. A final area highlighted by a poetry-related history of the Ripley scrolls is the education of copyists and readers about the poems and their origins. Contrary to the general modern perception of the Ripley scrolls as self-contained, standalone objects, their contemporary copyists and readers were well informed about alternative ways of procuring alchemical information. This was particularly useful for those compilers who had an imperfect exemplar to hand. The Huntington Scroll San Marino Sai Hunting, Ton Library MSHM 30313, while perfectly executed in artistic and scribal aspects, would have been one such imperfect model for later scrolls. As its order of texts on the scroll is rather unique, it places Father Phoebus before in the sea and I shall you tell without indicating the meaning of this alteration. Later compilers who wished to produce their own scrolls from the Huntington Scroll found it too particular to accept and copy unquestioningly. One copyist using this scroll as an exemplar chose to omit both Father Phoebus, I shall you tell, and Trinity altogether. Another restored the standard order of text after consulting another exemplar and dismissing its superfluous elements. Both copyists demonstrate a keen sense of what a Ripley scroll should look like. The latter also showed the initiative to procure another copy and produce a version which agrees with neither of his exemplars, but with a common denominator of all Ripley scrolls. Both of the derived scrolls date from late periods of the scroll's circulation, but similar evidence of deliberate, informed scribal decisions can be observed in earlier copies on many different levels. 16th-century compilers of many scrolls knew about and used manuscripts as exemplars for the poems, and AD 32621, both derived from Bod Miss Ashmole 1480. The images present on their scroll exemplars, although now admired and perhaps even revered, do not seem to have lent the poems as much authority as the relative age, and thus reliability of the manuscript copies did. Scroll compilers, like copyists producing codices, mainly aimed to produce accurate specimen including a faithful rendition of the texts. The comparatively conservative form of the poems on most scrolls, including little creative variation, testifies to this fact. Generally also, the above-noted compilation of either a concise scroll or a relatively extensive one always appears deliberate, rather than a consequence of circumstances such as the presence of an incomplete or short exemplar. Overall, the Ripley scrolls poems demonstrate their compiler's textual knowledge and ambitions for achieving meaning. The London-Cambridge physician, whose notebooks will be discussed in more detail in the final chapter of this book, represents a particular level of sophistication which may serve here as an example of readers' responses to the Ripley scrolls, their poems, and wider alchemical textual culture. As will be explained in Chapter 6, this physician had access to a wide range of manuscripts and both the means and inclination to acquire as much information as possible about alchemical texts. The comparison of extant copies, recording of alternative renditions, and thus production of a comprehensive picture of alchemical knowledge through the Middle English period, were at the center of his textual exegesis. He read and wrote to understand alchemy and its potential medical uses in all its complexities, and considered scribal errors and variations in manuscript copies evidence of received knowledge which would help him create new insights into the craft. Two of the physician's notebooks present, among other items, the fruits of his reading regarding the Ripley scroll texts. He clearly consulted both a scroll and a codex, and thus excerpted different versions of the poems for comparison. Significantly, the manuscripts he used were not only the oldest sources available to him but also, probably, the oldest extant witnesses of their kind today. His other collection habits indicate that the physician sought out these exemplars rather than chancing upon them. It appears also that his desire to consult original, unadulterated copies is based on an interest in the poems, not those aspects which make the scrolls increasingly remarkable during his lifetime. Their unusual format, their images, and their purported origins, as implied in their attribution to George Ripley. Otherwise meticulous in recording his authors and sources, especially the authoritative ones, the physician does not mention any of the unusual features of one of his exemplars. That is a scroll, its attribution to a named originator, or even its elaborate illuminations. While it is possible that he had disproved the Ripley attribution due to the existence of anonymous copies of the poems, his disregard of the scroll pictures indicates that he did not consider them essential for an understanding of the texts. The physician consulted the Ripley scrolls as an additional source for a poetic tradition he recognized as an anonymous one. His insights may be remarkable in their meticulousness, yet they also reflect a textual interest shared by many of his contemporaries. It is worth emphasizing here once more that 16th-century readers and copyists would consolidate texts from and for either medium, codex, and scroll. The separation of scrolls and other alchemical volumes in the minds of collectors and audiences happened from the turn of the 17th century onwards, alongside the institution of antiquarianism. Thus, none of the scrolls containing Trinity serve as an original for copies in manuscript volumes. Finally, the manifestation of the poems on the scrolls provides information about the scrolls' actual use by readers through the ages. This appears to have been pragmatic and hands-on, a utilitarian handling that runs contrary to our modern perception of the scrolls as valuable artifacts. In this context, the duplication of poems on the oldest Ripley scroll, which was already mentioned above, is instructive. One of the duplicate copies was added by a later hand, directly beside or underneath the original script, possibly when the scroll was retouched in the 16th century. More pertinently, though, whoever augmented the scroll in this way did not consider the scroll a museum object to be preserved and not altered. It was treated like any other manuscript, as a working space reserved for written thought and experimentation. This and other scrolls' originally blank margins also contain annotations proper. The Princeton scroll even contains reader's notes in both English and Italian. Here, and in all aspects discussed above, the picture gleaned for the scroll's circulation and reception is a markedly diverse one. Once scholarship, like Ripley scroll's original investigators, looks for solid information behind the scroll's colorful imagery. 3. Named authorities: the Ripley scrolls and the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. The Ripley scrolls' combination of alchemy, poetry, scroll format and illumination is unique in the body of Middle English alchemical manuscripts. Their special appearance alone would justify an enthusiastic reception from medieval and modern audiences alike. An author, figurehead, or authority seems hardly necessary to make them stand out to readers. However, with regard to named authorship, the Ripley scrolls present an exceptionally complex scenario. The full and bewildering variety of potentially authoritative individuals associated with the scrolls includes all singular human figures drawn on the scrolls, now variously interpreted as God Hermes, Ripley, or a cleric. George Ripley is indicated in the moniker of the scrolls, the actual, if not explicitly named, poets and artists whose work is combined on the scrolls, and the names of alchemists mentioned as alchemical experts in the poems. In some cases and contexts, the scrolls lent these individuals or their work authority. In others, the nature and degree of their significance for the popularity of the scrolls changed over the centuries. Nevertheless, it is clear that the scrolls' current fame firmly rests on the shoulders of George Ripley as an associated author. The final part of this chapter will investigate the Ripley attribution and the impression of alchemical authority preserved in the final scroll poem Trinity to illuminate this issue. The Ripley scrolls mostly circulated without explicit ascription, except for intermittent individual ascriptions. Bacon and BLMS ad. 5025. The attribution of the scrolls to George Ripley has been a powerful one, not least witnessed by the scholarly assumption that Ripley himself was depicted as the large human figure towering over the alchemical experimentation scene at the top of the scrolls. But as for attributions of Alchemica in codices, this ascription is difficult in several ways. Although the first explicit ascription to Ripley occurs already in the 16th century, only 2 further copies of the 15 extant scrolls repeat this attribution. Apart from the fact of the relatively rare appearance of Ripley's name in writing, these attributions are problematic. Referring to Ripley as a knight, they do not indicate whether they refer to the poems, the illustrations, or most likely both. The exact nature of his involvement with the scrolls may not have mattered to their early modern audience, but the appearance of the attribution in the late 16th century, that is, a century after the scrolls' creation, is significant. At this time, as Terra, Terrae, Philosophicae, and other works were posthumously added to the pseudonymous oeuvre of Ripley, his legendary reputation as a Middle English alchemical poet surpassed by far the significance his contemporaries had assigned to him. Significantly, the stemma shows that the attributing scrolls are not directly related to each other, so that each attribution must have been based not on an uncritical acceptance of a previous ascription but a reflected choice. This choice, in turn, expresses a general assumption about the nature of Ripley's oeuvre and the recognition of the scroll poems as part of this genre. A consideration of the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir qualifies this impression further. Within this wider context of the Middle English alchemical poetic corpus, it becomes evident that Ripley attributions of the scroll text occur only on scrolls, not in codices. Their sporadic appearance in scroll exemplars is therefore, nevertheless, an organized matter. In fact, there may have been a notional connection between the scrolls and the early modern rising star of Ripley as an alchemical poet, as a marked diversion from the essentially anonymous original circumstances of the scroll poems in the 15th century body of alchemical writing. Here, the early modern period is an instrumental condition for the establishment of Ripley's reputation as emblematic poet and the production of the scrolls, 2 things which would have been inconceivable around Ripley's lifetime. The scrolls, in short, become a representation of Ripley's image in some alchemical circles in the 16th century. However, the Ripley attribution was not accepted uncritically. On one hand, some scroll readers were not convinced of its veracity. One amended the Ripley attribution on an exemplar to one to Robert Flood. almost certainly an expression of the need to replace an inappropriate name with a more fitting one rather than an original attribution. On the other hand, the scrolls are situated firmly outside the printed tradition of Latin prose versions of his texts. They did not appear in print until the mid-17th century, in the quintessentially English TCB, and only then with explicit attribution to Ripley. The modern name of the scrolls may then be more indicative of a modern need to associate names with exceptional works, and a corresponding early modern assignation of names to particular types of writing, than of a generally accepted or even factual historical attribution. Trinity, the final text on the Ripley scrolls which also forms part of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, presents essentially different evidence for the production and reception of the Ripley scrolls and corpus poems, their copyists' and readers' notions of authorship and authority, and the relation between the two. Apparently written around 1500s and perhaps specifically for the scrolls, Trinity appears on the final panel of merely 3 of the 15 Ripley scrolls relevant here and ADD 32,621 and Edinburgh, Royal College of Physicians Miss Erg 2. Some of its copies may have been lost with the final parts of damaged scrolls. Others omitted on purpose or by accident. 2 scrolls even show the final image of a human figure beside an empty or rather vacant panel or space. Curiously, this latter presentation influenced a modern interpretation of this image as showing a man, his mouth agape, his left hand raised in gesture of astonishment. Before the background of the omission of Trinity, however, the banner unrolling from his staff reading Vive mihi miser qua olim operam perditi now has an added double entendre. The question of whether Trinity was originally intended to be an integral part of the Ripley scrolls cannot be answered. The issue of its loss and the reasons for its omission on some is a point of little consequence to the present argument. Although scrolls which omit Trinity do not miss any practical information, they do fail to incorporate a host of alchemists mentioned in its contents, which present an acknowledgement of, and perhaps even a tribute to, the alchemist's authority. In the name of ye Trinite hearken here, and ye shall see mine octar yat formeth this work both first last bright and darksome of ham I shall ye tell both in rhyme and in spell Trinity L. 1-6. The exact meaning of the terms octar and work is a matter of conjecture. As for the above-mentioned Ripley attributions, they could refer to the poets and poems on the scroll, the artists and their illuminations, or, more generally, to the originators of those alchemical ideas which constitute the contents of the scrolls. The last possibility seems most likely, since any creator or reader of the scrolls would not have thought of the individual poems as separate entities, in spite of their visual separation, dispersion and enclosure in their individual panels. The multiple authorship indicated in the plural form of octars, which is the common reading of the surviving Trinity copies, is telling in this case. Apparently the scrolls were neither perceived as nor intended to be an original idea of a single author. It may not be a coincidence that only scroll copies without Trinity were explicitly attributed to Ripley as a single author. Lists of authorities like that which constitutes Trinity appear variously in English alchemical poems, for example on the above-mentioned Charnock scroll whose texts survive in a historical if later copy. Here Raymond Lull, George Ripley, Thomas Dalton, a canon of Lichfield, Thomas Norton and finally Charnock himself are mentioned, i.e. a rather homogeneous group of 15th century alchemists and their hero Lull. By comparison, the assembly of alchemical luminaries mentioned in Trinity is more diverse. It includes ancient authorities for natural, philosophical and alchemical works, both the actual and mythical, but also more recent, Western figures. Malapides Platt and Pion and Ye Boke of Turba Philosophorum, both Aristotle Geber and Hermes, also Lely Morion and Rosaris Bonellus Raymundus, and Albert Arnold and Percy the Monk, so Black Aros and Raises, and also Decima the Sustra of Moises Mary Prophetessa Bacon, also the great clerk formeth I was Aletha's work Trinity LL. 7th 16. 2 of these figures, Pierce the Black Monk and Maria the Prophetess, are of particular interest in the present context, as they link the Ripley scrolls directly with the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, and the issue of authorship and authority. As mentioned before, Maria is associated with both Alumen de Hispania, the Latin prose original of Richard Carpenter's work variant Spain, and a character in the latter poem. By mentioning her, Trinity thus links, albeit implicitly, Spain with son and father Phoebus. Further, by surrounding Maria's name with that of other authorities, the poem places the scrolls on the map of alchemical writing, from its beginnings to the time of the scroll's composition. Here, Trinity as a whole bows to the tradition to which the scrolls are indebted. The figure of Pierce the Black Monk underlines this impression. His name is first mentioned in the text of Trinity, a full century before it appears in the margins of copies of the verses upon the Elixir in the role of an authorial attribution. As demonstrated in the previous chapter, Pierce is and always has been a historically elusive figure. Perhaps then his 17th century status as someone who lends authority to the verses upon the Elixir resulted from the mythological status assigned to Pierce through the occurrence of his name in Trinity, in a list of established alchemical authorities. The absence of some authorial names from Trinity is also instructive about the role of authority in the Ripley scrolls. Consider for instance the household names of late medieval alchemical poetry. While it may not be surprising to find Thomas Norton missing among the names, the omission of George Ripley appears more noteworthy. Although the composition of Trinity precedes spurious ascriptions to Ripley and is therefore not naturally associated with his name, it would have been easy if not second nature to any copyist to change the list of alchemists in Trinity at a later date to incorporate George Ripley. Similarly, as mentioned above, the attribution to George Ripley is not written on any of those scrolls which contain Trinity. This is further evidence for the fact that the name of George Ripley does not seem to have had any impact on the scroll's development and reception, on their place among late medieval and early modern writings, or indeed on the contemporary perception of alchemical poetry as an authoritative if anonymous genre. In conclusion, an investigation of the scrolls from the perspective of the texts written on them, with help of the corpus around the verses and its history, makes it possible to answer our initial questions about the concept of authorship in the Ripley scrolls, at least in part. It seems clear that neither the scroll medium nor the illuminations or their attribution to George Ripley have left a mark on the circulation and reception of Son, Father Phoebus, and Trinity. The complex transposition of these texts from manuscript to scroll and vice versa throughout the 2 centuries of the scroll's active transmission, and the references to the genre of alchemical writing in Trinity, indicate that the greater textual context of these alchemical poems was never lost to its compilers. Many favored age before beauty, that is, reliable old manuscripts over more recent but potentially difficult illuminated scrolls when choosing an exemplar for their own copies. Moreover, annotators of the scrolls use them as working materials. The purposes for which the scrolls were consulted span, like their readership, the entire spectrum of the early modern world of alchemical writing. Chapter 5. Alchemical Poetry and Academia, Manuscripts as Chronicles of Scholarly Inquiry. Why do readers of Alchemica think what they think, and how do they think about it? Various ways of structuring thought, and techniques for the acquisition and organization of knowledge on the page and in a collection, were taught to and acquired by generations of alchemical practitioners and scholars throughout the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. The underlying discourse communities, ranging from craftsmen to scholars, constructed and conceptualized their manuscripts and collections in a mixture of method and personalization, which allows the discovery of the ways in which they understood books and nature. The final parts of this book concern essentially early modern learned approaches to the corpus around the verses and the materiality of the organization of knowledge. This chapter focuses on a copy of the verses upon the Elixir in a 16th century manuscript, which has been kept in a Cambridge college since the early 17th century. The early modern manuscript page and the academic library, 2 physically limited spaces of astonishing internal complexity, determine the history of this codex. The first part of this chapter will put the tail ends of the manuscript's history into perspective, that is its origins and final storage in Trinity College Library, which has determined its institutional context and reception for the past 4 centuries. It will then introduce relevant theoretical background, especially 16th century developments in book culture. Finally, it will show how, through scholars' avid use of the Trinity manuscript, this particular copy of the verses upon the Elixir graduated from being a plain recipe text to a means of communication. 1. Trinity College, Cambridge, MSR, and the Libraries of 16th Century Cambridge. In 1637, Thomas Whaley, Vice Master of Trinity College, Cambridge, died. His connection with the college had started with his matriculation as a student 53 years earlier, and a cleric, priest, lover of books and probably a bachelor, he had decided to consider the college's library in his will. His bequest included the handsome sum of £120 for the acquisition of printed books, as well as 10 manuscripts he'd acquired for his own studies and delectation. Among the latter was an alchemical manuscript, which reached its final destination on the college library's shelves. Even then, only a few decades after its original compilation, the codex showed signs of heavy use in the form of a multitude of annotations, which led early 20th century bibliographer Mr. James to describe it as a very ugly, shabby book. The turbulent history of the Trinity Compendium was, however, much more fascinating than James knew. The Trinity Compendium is a digest of late 16th century alchemical knowledge compiled from several manuscripts. Large parts of the volume were written by the same person, in a reasonably neat secretary hand and over a period of time, as inks and the quality of the script and paper vary. Other parts, written in different hands, appear to date from the same period. Unfortunately, the early history of the Trinity Compendium is rather confused. It will suffice to note here that the volume represents a personalized collection of Alchemica interleaved with related parts of other contemporary alchemical manuscripts. In its contents, the Trinity Compendium presents a fairly conservative selection of alchemical texts. Between its covers we find theoretical treatises of varying origins, with a bias towards Latin prose texts including Lullian items, as well as Latin versions of works circulating under the names of traditional authorities like Geber and Rhazes. Among the more obscure texts are an alchemical conversation between a necromancer and a spirit, in its subject matter much more conventional than the title may suggest, 2 texts on the alchemical material alkibrit, that is sulfur, and a collection of short texts entitled Dicta Philosophorum, which comprises excerpts from books attributed to alchemical authorities. In these sections, the manuscript resembles the established authoritative academic textbooks used in medieval and early modern academic medical education. Equivalent medical manuscripts would contain the Canon of Avicenna, the Isagoge, and other classical didactic texts on the human body and its diseases. Authors bridging the alchemical and medical realms, and, more generally, the natural philosophical intersections of alchemy and medicine, would become relevant for the institutional perception of this volume at Trinity College, Cambridge. Poems from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir may be found among the small yet significant number of English alchemical verse in the Trinity Compendium. It includes a full copy of the verses upon the Elixir, version A, amalgamated with the Exposition and Wind and Water, an 8-line fragment of Richard Carpenter's work, Variant Spain, and another English alchemical poem not related to the corpus around the verses. All these items are written in the main compiler's hand. It is not clear whether the compiler intended to document the state of alchemical literature of his time, or whether he had practical interest in the recipes the poems describe. Most notably, however, it was this vernacular verse section of the manuscript which grew to be its most remarkable feature in the following decades. Out of all items contained in the manuscript, the verses upon the Elixir, Exposition, and Wind and Water inspired the composition of the highest number of marginal notes. The Trinity Compendium was not just a personal collection but apparently also a secluded volume. The textual history of the verses upon the Elixir, Exposition, and Wind and Water shows that this particular copy served as an original for only one 16th century compiler's copies. If the Trinity Compendium did not take part in the extraordinarily flourishing exchange of written alchemica which can be observed generally in the early modern history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, it is likely that it was written, or at least originally kept, in Cambridge, the town also influential in its scholarly reception and its final place of storage. The Trinity Compendium's main compiler may have been a learned 16th century Englishman moving in proximity to intellectual circles, perhaps even part of academia. It is also interesting to note that the text of the verses upon the Elixir, Exposition, and Wind and Water contained in the Trinity Compendium is a fairly late copy of an early, near-authorial version which has not survived. It reproduces the complete poem and does not show any signs of personalization on behalf of its copyist. The limited circulation of this manuscript needs to be considered in this context. It is possible that later copies simply cannot be identified from the surviving evidence. A clean, standard text like this one does not contain any errors that would form connections in a textual comparison. It is just as likely, however, that some readers' decisions to record their comments on the page instead of producing their own copy in a personal notebook curtailed the production of later copies. The early ownership history of the Trinity Compendium would shape its future history until today. At an uncertain date after its compilation, the volume was acquired by Thomas Whalley. When the young Thomas matriculated from Trinity in 1584, he formed part of a family tradition. It seems that his brothers and nephews became junior members of the college. His grandfather, a Cambridge student before the foundation of Trinity College, may have been at St. John's College in his time. Whalley became a fellow of the college after completing his BA but before acquiring his MA in 1599, after he had dedicated 7 years of diligent study to his Bachelor of Divinity. Whalley was ordained deacon and priest at Peterborough. 2 decades later, he became rector of Orwell. In college, he successively held the posts of senior dean and senior bursar. However, it was not until 45 years after his first matriculation that the degree of Doctor of Divinity was conferred upon him through direction of a royal mandate. The Trinity Compendium probably fell into Whalley's hands in the final 6 years of his life, when he was vice master of the college, and hence had both the means and the opportunity to expand his private collection. 148 Chapter 5. Whalley was not unusual among his peers with his alchemical interests. Alchemical manuscripts generally formed a natural part of a number of private book collections of the 16th century, some of them substantial. The most famous extensive contemporary collection with ample holdings of Alchemica is probably that of polymath and scholar John Dee, who incidentally became Fellow of Trinity College in the year of its foundation. His medical colleagues were the most prominent group of scientific professionals to compile book collections of considerable size, and these, in turn, often enlarged the scientific sections of academic libraries after their original owners had died. Thomas Whalley's bibliophile endeavors may be comparatively humble, but expressed a similar learned spirit. He bequeathed his books and manuscripts to Trinity College Library at Cambridge. 5 of the 10 manuscripts Whalley donated to the college contain alchemical texts, dating mainly from the 16th century and incorporating contemporary items like alchemical poems. These 5 volumes also represent the most current materials, manuscripts preserving alchemical knowledge as it was applied around the time of Thomas Whalley's birth. Whalley's Alchemica may indicate a personal interest in alchemical experimentation or a purely textual approach to the study of nature as God's creation. The geographical, biblical and intellectual triangle formed by readers of Alchemica in early modern Cambridge, Oxford and London would have supported his endeavors with an abundance of available manuscripts and books, as well as a peer group and communication network. The later development of the institutional context into which the Trinity Compendium was transported as part of Wally's bequest deserves special attention, since it is one example of many which shaped the preservation and perception of alchemical knowledge in early modern England. Soon after Wally's death and donation, Trinity College, Cambridge, celebrated its centenary. At that point, the college and its library were already looking back upon a history marked by adaptation and change. Founded in 1546 in a formal merger of two former colleges, King's Hall and Michaelhouse, the college was designed to focus on divinity, a subject largely based on the reading and interpretation of the Bible and related writings. The combination of the two original colleges' libraries, however, did not prove ideal for this purpose. Civil law, rather than divinity, had been their area of excellence. With an increase of degrees in divinity in the second half of the 16th century, and a substantial number of students following the undergraduate arts courses, reading material for these subjects was of high importance. A smaller number of students of law required fewer textbooks by comparison. The body of printed educational books in the early college library reflects this development. Books relevant to religious studies took on an increasingly prominent role as both the library and Trinity College evolved to occupy an established role in Tudor Cambridge. All subsequent changes in Trinity College library holdings, which will be described in detail below, were in part a deliberate reaction to, and in part an inadvertent result of, changes in the college structure, the university curriculum, and a general direction of early modern intellectual interests. Alongside religious reading material, however, natural philosophical books, first and foremost medical literature, were subject to supplementation in Trinity College Library in the 16th and 17th centuries. Medicine had long been an established part of the university's degree when Henry VIII, also founder of Trinity College, founded a Regius Professorship in Physic in 1540, alongside professorships in divinity, Hebrew, Greek and civil law. The medical curriculum was reformed throughout the early modern period. Thomas Linacre's famously programmatic medical lectureships in Oxford and Cambridge, the medical fellowships provided at Gonville Hall in 1557, and the university's statutes of 1570, which waived the obligatory degree of MA for future physicians, were part of the same movement towards an improved, accelerated academic education of medical practitioners. From the 1540s onwards, therefore, Cambridge University educated 3 times as many medical students and issued a much higher number of licenses to practice medicine, surgery, or both than previously. Trinity College was the college to award the highest number of MDs in Cambridge during this period. The expansion of the college library's natural philosophical holdings to provide for this subject area formed a strong undercurrent that would influence the college members' approaches to written knowledge. The position of alchemy within this newly focused canon of academic interests is a complex issue. Alchemy was never part of the university curriculum. The institutionalization of modern chemistry and a professorship at Cambridge would not occur until 1702. Yet, in early modern academic circles, the connections between alchemy and scholarship were not as loose as the contemporary university curriculum would suggest. On one hand, alchemy featured frequently as a topic in academic disputations. Even in the early 17th century, these included questions dealing with astrology, alchemy, and magic. The topics range from general questions about the lawfulness of such studies, and whether they are sciences at all, to such narrow topics as the possibility of transmuting base metals into gold, and of using spells to cure diseases. Frequently, the respondents were expected to argue against the occult sciences, but occasionally some freedom for divergence was allowed. Alchemy also had natural connections with medicine in the area of pharmacy and the manufacture of remedies. On the other hand, many early modern scholars showed an interest in alchemy, whether they were interested in the use of alchemical procedures for medical purposes outside of academia, or engaged in alchemical experimentation in a college setting. Somerset gentleman Samuel Norton, probably great-grandson of alchemical poet Thomas Norton, is said to have practiced alchemy while studying at St. John's College, Cambridge. Some sought to gain insights into the workings of nature from a theological viewpoint, like Thomas Whalley. Yet others joined a long line of learned men who stretched their intellectual curiosity beyond their own field of study, a line extending to the scientific studies of Sir Isaac Newton, another alumnus of Trinity College, and into the 18th century. In many ways, Whalley, his interests in natural philosophy and alchemy found an ideal home at Trinity College, Cambridge, as did his books and manuscripts. Once they entered Trinity College Library in 1637, Thomas Whalley's books and manuscripts joined a much larger collection whose establishment and growth was essentially different from his private library. As mentioned above, Trinity College Library's holdings had been adapted to the changing needs and demands of the college's junior and senior members since the late 16th century. For the early 17th century in particular, the targeted acquisition of printed books for the fellows of Trinity College is well documented. Its new emphasis on natural philosophy beyond the medical curriculum mirrored the 15th century expansion of the manuscript holdings of college libraries in many respects. Divinity would continue to account for at least half of the stocks throughout the 17th century. But in the college also owned 438 books on other subjects. A quarter of these covered various areas of natural philosophy. By the last quarter of the century, books on the sciences would account for 10% of the collections. Trinity was not the only Cambridge college which showed such tendencies. Although the history of St. John's College Library, Trinity's geographical neighbor, is yet to be written, its patterns of acquisition and classification appear to have been similar. In a book list drawn up in 1645, the Medici section of Trinity College Library alone lists 53 books, including writers not only on medicine but also on alchemy, botany, chemistry, metallurgy, pharmacology, and surgery. This Medici section provides a particularly interesting context for Thomas Wally's books. The library's historian Philip Gaskell found that, perhaps the most interesting feature of this part of the library is the group of 18 volumes of alchemy and iatrochemistry bought by the college in 1637 as a representative collection of the major medieval and Renaissance writings in this area. They included the heterogeneous Theatrum Chemicum and the daringly modern Paracelsus and Senert. Several points are noteworthy here. Firstly, the date of these acquisitions coincides with the date of Thomas Wally's death and bequest. An influence of Wally's will and wishes on the nature of these acquisitions, although certainly possible, cannot be established from extant documents. Wally's last will does not survive. Secondly, the motivation behind these acquisitions, as proposed by Gaskell above, leaves open the question of whether the desire to compile a representative collection of alchemical items was one proposed and supported by the college or a fellow's personal agenda. If Wally was, indeed, instrumental in this process, his donation of books and manuscripts too would need to be considered in a different light. Finally, if the described purpose for the library's expansion is accurate, the targeted acquisition of Alchemica as historical, not scientific documents would agree in part with Elias Ashmole's method of collecting alchemical poems, which commenced around the same time. Incidentally, Elias Ashmole's Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum, which was first published 15 years after the described developments, does not seem to have formed part of Trinity College Library holdings until 1864, when it was given as part of another bequest, now that of former Trinity scholar William Grills. Even if not in competition with printed books in the early 17th century, manuscripts like the Trinity Compendium, and with them text from the corpus around the verses, were perceived in an environment increasingly defined by the printed book in academic libraries. As mentioned above, many manuscript additions to the library can be traced back to originally private sources. Like the Trinity Compendium, the majority of alchemical manuscripts entered the library through this back door. Once part of the library collections, the manuscripts were adapted to the library's existing classification system, i.e., categorized within given parameters, in closest proximity to the given categories, and according to the judgment of an individual whose intentions were pragmatic. A librarian's conception of the order of books and the world primarily serves the functionality of the library. The establishment of ordering principles in Trinity College Library was an ongoing concern when the Trinity Compendium joined its shelves. A dedicated college librarian had first been provided for in Sir Edward Stanhope's will in 1603. A classification system was proposed in the early 1640s under the guidance of the appropriately named college librarian, William Clutterbuck. This, however, was not carried out until when books were finally classified by subject rather than donor. The categorization by subject area, shelf number, and numerous currents, a system agreeing with the conception of modern libraries in principle, was not necessarily an obvious choice at the time. Even the concept to assign unique shelf marks to individual books, a method first introduced in monastic libraries in the 14th century, was only one of several systems in use in the 16th century. Alternative systems required the presence of a librarian for the retrieval of individual items. The organization of Trinity College Library, even if not established when the Trinity Compendium was first given to the library, is meaningful for the context of contemporary receptions of alchemy and alchemical poetry in scholarly contexts. The Trinity Compendium was assigned to the early modern library's R class, which covers the areas of history, poetry, philosophy, law, natural science, medicine, and music, and thus a wider field than the 1645 Medici section of printed books. Significantly, for the purposes of the library, a more precise definition of the volume, and hence of the role of alchemy within the university disciplines, was not necessary. It is further remarkable that medieval manuscripts formed a relatively recent addition to the college library. In 1600s, Trinity did not possess a single one of superb medieval manuscripts. Then all of a sudden the college was presented with about 330 manuscripts, the majority of which were part of one of 4 donations containing materials out of the dispersal of monastic libraries. From the 1620s to the end of the 17th century, a further 39 donations of 206 manuscripts in total were made, among them Wally's. The expansion of the college's manuscript collections continued to be impressive. Even today, Trinity College Library contains the largest collection of medieval manuscripts of any college in Great Britain. Yet even amidst the cornucopia of manuscripts arriving at Trinity College Library in the 17th century, the Trinity Compendium would have been an oddity. Prior to Thomas Wally's bequest, only one alchemical manuscript formed part of the college's collection. This had been donated by Thomas Neville, master of the college from 1593 to 1615, a man of wide scholarly tastes but not known for a particular penchant for alchemy. It was not until the 18th century that a considerable donation of Alchemica was made to the college by scholar and antiquary Roger Gale, son of the University of Cambridge's Regius Professor of Greek, Dr. Thomas Gale. In his case, it was most likely antiquarian interest that prompted Roger Gale's acquisition of alchemical works, a passion he had in common with his contemporary Sir Hans Sloane, even if the latter also had his medical background to support his literary alchemical pursuits. Similarly, the majority of alchemical manuscripts circulating in England at the time did not enter academic institutional libraries until at least a century after Wally's bequest. Notably, Gale's donation to Trinity College Library does not hold as much potential for an investigation of humanist approaches towards alchemical writings as Thomas Wally's, both due to the time and to the motivation of their respective collection activities. Its absorption into the library collections also marks the tail end of the Trinity Compendium's active history. Paleographical analysis of its marginalia shows that the manuscript left the active cycle of written communication when it was placed into the care of college librarian William Clutterbuck in 1637. Many other items held there today testify to the fact that, once a book had come into the library, it was very rarely annotated thereafter. A class, readers in the library tended to leave little obvious trace, save in their subsequent writings and in records of the books they borrowed. Itself, the known and recorded use of library is poor evidence for the interests and activities of members of the college. In 1637, therefore, the volume was archived and became an object of comparatively limited use, almost an artifact. Its actual late readership, including undergraduates, students and doctors of divinity, law or physic, was essentially different from the volume's first reader or any readers he would have envisaged for it. The Trinity Compendium thus also stopped circulating as the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir entered the final years of active manuscript reception. In this way, its appearance in Trinity College Library and its subject classification are emblematic of the increasingly marginal role of alchemical manuscripts in the early modern printed world of writing. 2. The margins of knowledge, books and commonplacing in Tudor England. It may seem that alchemical manuscripts record recipes in an impersonal way. More often than not, they do not record the name of authors, copyists, or annotators. Yet they contain implicit information about their users, and in this instance, a very distinctive community of users. In its current state, the Trinity Compendium shows much wear and tear. No other item from Thomas Wally's collection shows a similar amount of signs of early usage. The notes which grace this manuscript's margins, and occasionally every bit of blank space on a page, are signs of use rather than abuse. The volume's history of emendation and annotation reveals the backgrounds, interests, and personalities of its readers. The method of note-taking applied in the margins of the Trinity Compendium confirms its users' identities as 16th-century scholars, men influenced by humanism and antiquarianism, the contemporary development of scribal culture and print publication, and the institution of academic collections and libraries, men whose internal organization and mission page of newly produced manuscript texts, annotations and note-taking techniques informed their understanding of Alchemica. The educational and cultural influences of those who wrote and annotated the Trinity Compendium will provide further background for the analysis of its copy of the verses upon the Elixir in the final part of this chapter, as well as the subsequent chapter, which discusses the written exploits of a contemporary physician. 16th-century culture had a general impact on the ways in which literate men, especially scholars, received and understood information in several areas related to the written word. One prominent area of change was the introduction of printed books. A subtle way in which the institution of print influenced scribal culture is in the layout of manuscript pages. Early printed books took their visual orientation from their manuscript ancestors. The 16th-century media reversed this process. Manuscripts now made full use of the possibilities of textual arrangement showcased in print, including title pages and, increasingly, indices and tables of contents. More pertinently, however, the expanding publication of works by canonical authors and their 16th-century followers facilitated access to information and developed the distinctly early modern perception of the book, market as a receptacle for and generator of current thought. This bookish communion of authors and texts from several time periods, geographical and cultural areas resulted in what has been described as information overload. In libraries like that of Trinity College, Cambridge, the need to sort information for future retrieval resulted in the implementation of the above-mentioned classification system. Otherwise, early modern readers found that their urge to acquire more information from the growing book market needed to be balanced with techniques of digesting it in meaningful ways. John Locke, Gabriel Harvey, Ben Jonson and John Dee are among the most prominent men to preserve their reading experiences for their peers and thus in the historical record. Here the availability and format of received written information prompted the organization of its reception and the production of further knowledge. Alongside and key to the introduction of print, humanism, the grand educational reform of Renaissance Europe, changed the ways in which both famous and ordinary readers conceived of the written word. It promoted a systematic, reflected and analytic approach to text and their exegesis. The emblematic object at the heart of the 16th century learned culture is the commonplace book, a vessel for the fruits of reading and note-taking related to the earlier tradition of medieval florilegia. 51 commonplace books were originally blank volumes divided into sections, each dedicated to a certain theme or concept heading. According to Erasmian teachings, texts were comprised of grammatical, rhetorical, moral and other valuable meanings which, once extracted, would become building blocks for new insights in different contexts. In short, commonplacing was a meticulous process of dissection, classification and the rearrangement of texts. As a method for understanding received knowledge to generate further insights, it also delivered the parameters of scholarly thought. Finally, its writing techniques would also permeate manuscript codices not related to the art of commonplacing. A third aspect of 16th century book culture relevant here is the Renaissance antiquarianism so closely connected with the interest of humanism. Here the acquisition, even accumulation of knowledge expressed itself in the form of private book collections which rivaled the budding academic libraries of 16th century England. John Dee's famous library was already mentioned above as a prominent place of learning for the student of books, nature and the occult. The organized shelving of books in private and academic collections mirrored the evolving organization of texts in manuscripts and printed books. Both were used for orientation in the labyrinth of early modern learned thought. Book collections, whether private or part of an institution, implicitly represented the order of the early modern world. How was alchemical writing affected by the momentum of 16th century learning and culture? With regard to print, the impact was not direct. Alchemical books were not printed in significant numbers until the second half of the 17th century, excepting a small peak of publications towards the end of the 16th century. Generally, early modern readers with alchemical interests were much more likely to benefit from print publications in other areas of natural philosophy, which informed the theoretical principles of the art. Since the readership of alchemical poems like the verses upon the Elixir included clerics and medical doctors, that is, scholars whose main occupation received much attention in print, their understanding of the organization of word and thought would have been based on recently published works to a considerable extent. Humanist teachings and the connected methods of textual exegesis played an important role in the history of natural philosophical writing, and thus alchemy and the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Since Tudor copyists of scientific texts, like all others, had access to more written materials than their predecessors, the commonplace book offered them an opportunity to gain a form of remote access to a bewildering mass of information. Carrying on an ancient tradition, natural philosophy in the Renaissance searched for certain causal knowledge about nature primarily through the interpretation of and commentary on authoritative texts. Instead of developing a literary method specific to their subject, natural philosophers drew from the humanist education and ambient culture shared by the educated elite. Some medical commonplace books and manuscripts whose compilers occupied a mediating role as both receiver and transmitter of medical information are well known to modern scholarship. Similarly, some of the 16th century manuscripts containing text from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, including the Trinity compendium and the notebooks of the next chapter, took on distinctive forms. Finally, antiquarianism, the culture of collecting and the organization of libraries, not only afforded new ways of acquiring and accessing written information to those of sufficient means or an appropriate institutional affiliation, but also subtly influenced the ways in which the canon of the disciplines and the order of knowledge were perceived. The organization of libraries, their emerging classification systems and architectural peculiarities would have left an impression on any scholar using them. And conversely, these scholars were instrumental in the further adjustment of libraries once they were found to be lacking in structure or capacity. Private collectors reading Alchemica in academic surroundings like Thomas Whalley might try to emulate or supplement their institutional collections. Readers like the physician of chapter 6 below, that is, readers who mostly borrowed text to produce their own copies, would need to choose individual items from the libraries of others and be influenced by the pre-selection presented there. Alchemical manuscripts forming part of historical collections are therefore often best understood in terms of the interactions between the spaces they occupied at different times, their physical whereabouts, the categories into which they were sorted, the items surrounding them in a collection, and most pertinently the virtual cornucopia of literature available to their readers. Altogether, manuscripts containing items from the corpus around the verses document this evolution of media over time. The arrangement of the Trinity Compendium and the Sloane Notebook series is very different from that of the manuscripts that established the corpus in the 15th century. These codices show that established methods of navigating the growing body of knowledge were as necessary a skill for an alchemical practitioner as his intimate knowledge of alchemical substances, equipment, and procedures. Perhaps more so than previously, the production and reception of texts was not confined to the items one had at hand, but involved with a wider culture of writing. 3. Alchemy annotated. If a commonplace book is like a record of what that memory might look like, the Trinity Compendium is a recollection of a generation of scholarly thought. Its margins preserve evidence of the reader reception of the period between the volume's original compilation and its donation to Trinity College. As outlined above, this period between the mid to late 16th century and 1637 constitutes both the only and a very active time of annotation. The Trinity Compendium's copy of the Verses upon the Elixir, merged with the Exposition and Wind and Water, is particularly heavily annotated. The margins and even spaces between lines are covered with notes to full capacity. Lines marking specific words or reaching diagonally across the pages add to the picture of business. Indeed, it was likely the confusing, crowded appearance of this poem in the Trinity Compendium which inspired Mr. James's above-mentioned uncharitable if not injudicious description. Who annotated the Trinity Compendium? Given the manuscript's constant presence in Cambridge, it seems that the annotators too were Cambridge men. Thanks to their references to a large number of related writings, it is clear that they had enjoyed formal training in textual interpretation, as well as access to a number of other alchemica, and considering the situation of the natural, philosophical, and alchemical holdings in college libraries in the late 16th century, it is almost certain that they would have found them in private collections. The annotators of the Trinity Compendium, therefore, seem to have been members of the educated circles around late 16th century Cambridge, perhaps scholars with an academic affiliation. It is also worth pointing out specifically that several readers were involved in the annotating process, one of them probably the compiler of the volume. This observation holds even though it is difficult to establish which of the notes that grace this copy of the Verses upon the Elixir represent contributions by different readers, and which of them were produced by the same reader in different sittings. The presence of several annotating hands is obvious. Finally, even a glance at this copy of the Verses upon the Elixir reveals that its annotators were schooled in exegetic methods of reading and preferred Latin as language of annotation. Here, an interesting juxtaposition of intellectual and practical backgrounds occurs on the manuscript page. Arguably, the corpus around the Verses upon the Elixir represents a genre of alchemica composed by artisans, that is, those more versed in laboratory experimentation than in the production of manuscripts. It is rather different from simple theoretical allegorical poems on alchemy that are not recipes, neither in format nor content, from dedicatory poems written in the hopes of securing royal patronage or poems with doctrinal significance. In the Trinity Compendium, a good century after their composition, the Verses upon the Elixir are discussed by Cambridge readers apparently educated in letters but also familiar with alchemical experimentation to a level necessary for meaningful commentary. For the following analysis of the mechanisms of annotation, the importance of marginalia for the work of Thomas Lorcan, Regius Professor of Physic at Cambridge from 1564 to 1591, may provide some perspective. Were it not for these notes, we should not know that Lorcan himself practiced as well as taught medicine. They are meant to help Lorcan himself and other users of his book in ordering and assimilating their own reading, comparing and criticizing what they read, and preparing the medical reader to carry his understanding of what he reads over into action. Lorcan's library was open to students who were also allowed to borrow books. It probably served as something of a faculty library during his long tenure of the Regius Professorship. In many alchemical manuscripts, however, the process of annotation was not as explicitly aimed at a known readership or cannot be traced to the existence of a professional circle or the location of a specific library. Nevertheless, Lorcan's treatment of books and readers is an interesting expression of the communication between scholars at his time and the role of books within it. A closer parallel may be drawn with the Vita and Library of scholar-statesman Sir Thomas Smith, who was the first Regius Professor of Civil Law at Cambridge from 1542 and was an integral member of John Chick's circle. Smith's commentaries and annotations of books reveal the mind of a scholar trained in mid-Tudor Cambridge. Significantly, by the early 1570s, Smith had developed an active interest in practical chemistry, alchemy, and metallurgy. Smith and Whalley resemble each other in their position, affluence, and willingness to collect books. The Trinity Compendium's annotators were their peers. The remainder of this chapter will consider the Trinity Compendium as a product of this scholarly environment. The conversations about alchemy preserved on its pages will illustrate an intimate chapter of the reception of Alchemica. 3.1. Conversations in the Margins, Marginalia in Trinity College, Cambridge, MSR. Given its current level of annotation, it is difficult to imagine the Trinity Compendium in its virginal state. A page like F86 volts would have contained just the text of the Verses upon the Elixir, surrounded by ample margins and with sufficient space between the lines to make the reading experience a pleasurable one. The scribal tools from which an early reader of the Trinity Compendium might have chosen when facing the pristine text were many, including a number of uses for the written word. The text might have been structured with verbal annotations. On an explicatory level, notes could have been used to indicate provenance, linguistic issues, the poem's supposed authorship or title. Notes of a more personal nature were not unheard of, and marks of owner or readership, although not yet customary, might have been added too. The main types of notes recorded in the Trinity Compendium, however, amend or comment on the poem's contents or are the result of the state of textual uncertainty. Interlinear notes and marginalia in particular merit further investigation. In comparison with other paratextual elements, interlinear notes and alterations to the text of the verses upon the Elixir are relatively few. Yet they show that the readers were familiar with the experimental aspects of alchemy, whether through practical experimentation or reading knowledge. In their contents, most of the notes explore matters of the text further, paraphrase passages, gloss the terminology, and provide practical or theoretical background for the recipe described in the poem. Only some marginal notes contain straightforward practical alchemical information. Methodologically, these notes fall into the categories of the descriptive, corrective, or intrusive and explicative. As mentioned above, the majority of interlinear notes are written in Latin. They also employ a scholarly and professional style reminiscent of scholarly exegesis, rather than the experimentation underlying so many more urgently written, less carefully crafted notes in other contemporary alchemical manuscripts. Further, many notes consist of a single phrase or alchemical terms which neither challenge nor substantiate the main text in an obvious way. For example, on the page preceding the selected one, the word earth in the line "it out of the earth look tho take" prompted a reader to insert Terra secunda I, gummus sericon. Some remarks appear to refer to other books directly, or deliver parallel passages, synonyms, or concepts from other Alchemica. Taken together, these notes demonstrate that the readers followed customary 16th century practices of annotation, albeit adapting their vocabulary to the special context of alchemical literature. Significantly, interlinear notes and marginalia in the Trinity Compendium are not independent, equal elements on the manuscript page. They demonstrate immediate written reactions not only to the text itself, but also to previous readers' notes, or, in the instance of a single reader reconsulting a text he had read and annotated before, reactions to his own previous readings. The most striking example of this, in the interlinear notes, is an alteration of the timescale prescribed for an alchemical process. Originally, and in all other copies, the relevant lines read, "For in it the earth dissolute must be without fire days 3 verses upon the Elixir, LL 910. In the Trinity Compendium, however, a reader has changed the word days to weeks, an alteration possibly prompted by alchemical practice, that is motivated by the failure to produce the desired result in an experiment within the indicated time span. It may also present information acquired from another alchemical treatise. A later reader has expressed his skepticism towards this emendation by adding a question mark to the same. Similar attempts to recover a text's true, obscured meanings frequently occur in alchemical texts whose style quite clearly puzzled contemporary readers as much as it does the modern historian. In the Trinity Compendium in particular, however, it is evident that all successive readers put the manuscript as they received it under constant scrutiny, complete with previous readers' annotations. They did not consider the recipe text itself more important or more authoritative than the contemporary remarks preserved in the annotations. The resulting chronology of notes bears witness to a specific form of written communication. In these marginal conversations, all users of a manuscript form a discourse community. Another striking piece of evidence for the interaction of readers and notes presents itself in a couplet with a peculiar rhyming pattern. In the Trinity Compendium, and the majority of extant copies of the verses upon the Elixir, one couplet is preserved in a noticeably awkward form. A black earth like tinder dark heavy as metal binetha shall lie verses upon the Elixir, LL. February 17, 1868. This is the only couplet in which the rhyme words do not rhyme. Whenever this is not corrected, it is safe to assume that the compiler of the respective manuscript chose to keep this irregularity. Some copyists of the verses upon the Elixir, however, did change one of the two rhyme words in order to produce a rhyme. This results in one of these two varieties, a black earth like tinder dark, heavy as metal beneath thee shall lurk, or a black earth like tinder dry, heavy as metal beneath thee shall lie. The second version changes the alchemical information about the properties of the substance described, and is therefore intrusive. The first version is of a stylistic nature and changes the metaphorical connotation of the phrase at most. The Trinity Compendium retains the couplet as it appears in most other manuscripts, complete with the imperfect rhyme. This invited readers' comments perhaps more than other passages of the text. A reader of the Trinity Compendium added the word dry as an alternative rhyme word to the first line. Another note reads alias dry. It probably represents an attempt to reconcile the original version, perhaps perceived as authoritative, with the stylistically more pleasing one. Both readers were clearly knowledgeable about other copies circulating at the time. Most striking about these notes, however, is that they evolved over a long period of time. and most likely without a later reader in mind. As mentioned before, the manuscript was not intended for circulation, and certainly did not travel beyond the intellectual circles of Cambridge. The annotations, as indicated previously, hence constitute a form of temporally remote communication, a forum for the exchange of knowledge about the body of alchemical writing and its interpretation. They record information and provoke further written reactions to it. In the given example, they take on the form of annotations comprising quotations from alternative copies, not original comments. The notes, moreover, do not present information as a fact. If they did, one would find cancelled passages, substituted by the versions a given reader approved of. Instead, the notes document a thought process, a list of alternatives recorded side by side. All readers were able to consider them as viable alternatives. The mechanisms of annotation described so far can be characterized as results of the attempts to digest and improve texts. A third form of annotation is cross-referencing, another typically scholarly technique. Although text-based analysis of Alchemica was often both the basis for, and supplemented by, practical experiments, the readers of the Trinity compendium, Cambridge men of a scholarly background, mostly employ marginal notes to provide cross-references to other works. Here it is not only possible to reconstruct the corpus of works to which these readers had access, but also to explore the annotations by type. The references in the Trinity manuscript employed different formats. Some notes provide a folio number without mentioning a specific book. They refer partly to pages in the volume itself, and partly indicate that the annotating reader used the other, referenced book so frequently that he did not need to record its title for his own information. Other notes mention an authority without providing a concrete point of reference. These notes are evidence that a reader had memorized a passage or more general concept in association with a named authority, or, more likely, received it as common knowledge. Again, the need for a full reference is abolished. A third group of cross-references provides complete information about names and page numbers for parallel passages. For example, at the right margin of folio 86 volt ca, 2/3 down the page, there is a cluster of notes in the same hand mentioning John Garland. This reader seems to have compared the verses upon the Elixir directly with the Garland volume in question, which may have been in his possession at the time. From the note alone, however, it is not possible to identify the work or volume intended. In the 16th century, Garland was best known as the author of the compendium Alchemiae. Generally, however, since the Garland passages referred to in the margins appear to derive from passages in the Trinity compendium itself and in other contemporary or older alchemical writings, the volume's annotators seem to have approached Alchemica both within their literary context and through close readings. And they made the information they gleaned through this parallel reading of several Alchemica available to later readers who may have perused the Trinity compendium in the same setting. When considered as a medium of communication, marginalia, and especially cross-references, both limit and define the audience of the Trinity compendium in some respects. Early readers of the manuscript characteristically and initially left the annotations for their own perusal. Whenever the manuscript changed hands afterwards, it carried the thoughts of some previous owners in a form of expression akin to diary writing. Cross-references as shorthand references presupposed a knowledgeable reader. In this way, the compendium presented readers of the verses upon the Elixir, with text and commentary, the need to interpret both, and to some, the invitation to join in the annotation. Its mostly Latin, formal exchange of thoughts, written by readers who shared a high level of education, and its conversation about books and manuscripts, would have been recognized only by readers of similar backgrounds. A particular and peculiar form of audience control is executed in some notes written in cipher. Upon closer inspection, this script appears to be a form of Hebrew written partly in reverse. Once deciphered, many of the words simply mention the production of an elixir, and therefore do not contain any vital information. The function of the cipher is, then, not to communicate knowledge to a select few, or to hide it from the uninitiated, but to discourage subsequent readers unable to read the script. The cipher itself implicitly declares them unworthy of receiving any valuable information. Significantly, this manuscript's intended readership is, therefore, not only shaped by its compiler, but also by its annotators. And just as they turned to authorities for help with the interpretation of an obscure passage, they were aware of the fact that their comments would represent a perhaps not identical, but yet similar aid or a hindrance for their successors. Taken together, the different forms of marginalia present in the Trinity compendium show that the act of annotating involved coincidence and deliberation, disclosure and concealment to varying degrees. www.ales estundir sapi, formate f pens all be base that Terra fust has privative fed, apter, me and leader anger of a frame, so tranti and time till the roop one. All the, and all, lash of lapt. 3.2. Reading annotations as historical records, perhaps more than the contents of marginalia, the physical form of annotations exposes the mindset of early modern readers. It reveals ways in which they handled information on the one hand, and material objects in the form of manuscripts on the other. In the Trinity Compendium, as in other 16th-century manuscripts on natural philosophical topics, note-taking techniques do not appear to be particular to the subject of alchemy or natural philosophy. Nonverbal elements used to mark passages or words in early modern manuscripts in general include underlining, asterisks, quotation marks, brackets, and hands with pointing fingers. Short verbal indicators such as variations of nota. Systems of numbers and symbols could be employed to associate a passage with a parallel or commentary in the same manuscript or in other volumes. Such remote references were common practice in Tudor times and mixed with discursive or reference marginalia. Many of these nonverbal techniques are also present in the Trinity Compendium and per se, not more or less noteworthy than thousands of similar structuring methods in contemporary manuscripts. However, within the present context, that is, in the Trinity Compendium's unusually heavy annotation and its singular combination of a scholarly readership and alchemical poetry, an abstraction from the notes' contents to the ways in which they sort, structure, and conceive of alchemical thought is informative. It reveals the ways in which scholars, rather than professional alchemist artisans, dissected and understood Alchemica. When Mr. James described the volume as a very ugly, shabby book, he was probably referring to the numerous scribbles and deletions, lines, and marks that blemish the pages. At first sight, his seems a just verdict. However, at closer inspection, the sheer number of notes around the verses upon the Elixir in the Trinity Compendium indicates that there simply was not enough space to accommodate all readers' notes in longhand. The solution devised by the compendium's readers appears in a virtual separation of one of its pages into its individual parts. The text of the verses upon the Elixir belonged in the middle of the page, added interlinear notes and marginal notes in between and around the same, and non-verbal structural elements scattered all over the page. The first observation to be made here is that verbal cross-references do not refer to line numbers in the verses upon the Elixir or marginal notes beside it, but only to more remote texts or works. This appears to be an economical measure on behalf of the compendium's annotators. Written in an abbreviated yet linguistic form, these notes would point any subsequent reader into the direction of related literature, albeit in an exclusive manner, as detailed above. Further, an attempt to match verbal marginal notes to the relevant passages of the verses shows that marginalia are often positioned at some distance from the passage they comment on. This is due to the fact that, for the succession of readers involved in the volume's annotation, it was impossible to plan the arrangement of notes and the allocation of space on the page, with possible future annotations in mind. While initial readers were able to place their notes in the margins directly beside the relevant text passage, they had to find a different way of linking passages and notes once this space was occupied. In the Trinity Compendium, readers did not employ symbols, but devised another system of nonverbal cross-references, the very lines cutting through the text which contribute to the manuscript page's untidy appearance. Therefore, rather than disfiguring the manuscript, these connecting lines form a network of cross-references with diverse functions. Similar practices were used elsewhere in contemporary manuscripts, most pertinently by polymath John Dee, whose library and scholarly activities provide various points of reference for early modern reading practices. In the present copy of the verses upon the Elixir, the lines fulfill various functions. Some interconnect terms from the poem to interpret obscure passages. For example, the terms body and metal are connected in the following passage. For truly it is none other way of very right but Bodhi of Bodhi and light of light where all the fools in the world second a thing that they may never maintain. For they wold how metal out of them that never was found of earthly man. Verses upon the Elixir LL, 39th 4475. In this case, the interlinear connecting line functions as a shorthand interpretation. It interprets the body, or substance necessary for alchemical success, as a metal. It also implicitly determines the error of others. The fools mentioned in the third line cited above, according to this connection between the couplets, their search for a metal as opposed to a different type of substance is correct. It must be the method or target of their search which precludes alchemical success. Perhaps unsurprisingly, several interlinear and marginal notes, partly written in the exclusive Hebrew code described above, comment upon the same passage. Most noteworthy for current purposes, however, is the fact that a simple connecting line can carry such detailed information. Other connecting lines on F86 volts function not so much as a shorthand, but as reader navigation devices. In connecting the text with marginal notes not situated directly beside a pertinent passage, they constitute a simple and effective means of clustering commentary around a pertinent passage when the space available does not accommodate all notes. Indeed, some of these lines reach all the way across the page to a marginal note which must have been added at a fairly late stage in the text annotation. Significantly, the marginal notes' relative positions to each other and distance from the part of the poem they comment upon, together with the different hands involved in annotation, reveal a chronology of notes and readings. A chronicle of the poem's reception by a defined readership which would be worthy of further investigation in its own right. A third group of lines employed in the Trinity Compendium's annotation of the verses upon the Elixir connect marginal and interlinear notes with each other. These lines surpass the previously described ones in their reach. Some of them establish cross-references across folds and page breaks. Occasionally they extend to several terms at the same time, connecting more than 2 points of reference and thus providing a map for the critical reader's orientation in the text. Quite frequently, this type of physical and interpretative connection of terms by line is motivated by the metaphorical ambiguity of the verses. As in the passage quoted above, many terms designating alchemical materials and processes required translation into practical terms for use in the laboratory. Similarly, the lines spreading out in a starburst pattern around the term arsenic in the following excerpt serve its interpretation. In arsenic sublimed a way that is straight with M calcined, times his weight verses upon the elixir, LL 55-56. Here the connecting lines lead to interlinear and marginal notes, as well as other parts of the poem and detail, among other things, procedure and other materials to be employed. Those lines direct the reader to bibliographical notes whose symbols in turn indicate further related literature. Some of the lines have been crossed out by later readers. The readers who removed such a connection from the term arsenic, the one word at the center of this copy of the verses upon the elixir, apparently considered it to be crucial to the alchemical recipe for the philosopher's stone. The fact that the term appears in a passage often isolated in fragmentary copies is probably not coincidental. Taken together, the connecting lines and non-verbal annotation elements reveal that this particular group of readers did not perceive the text of the verses upon the elixir as a linear, chronologically developed construction. The structure of the poem itself exhibits the flexibility, repetitions, and circularities exemplary for other works of the genre, as well as the above-mentioned characteristic vagueness in style. Early modern readers understood the verses upon the elixir in stages of close reading, through collation with other alchemical works and, perchance, supplemented with practical knowledge about alchemical processes. Since the manuscript was not designed in its entirety, the need for an efficient form of referencing initiated the combination of notes and interconnecting lines. Unlike the compilation of a separate notebook, these methods of referencing present the most immediate possibility of recording notes and enable readers to build upon the knowledge of others. Annotations in the Trinity Compendium, as scholarly as they may be, form a social and professional means of communication. Overall, these readers' notes show that their writers were knowledgeable about alchemical practice, but nothing truly suggests that this knowledge was acquired through practice or media other than books. The methods of reading exhibited here coincide with those of scholars studying, among other things, classical, historical, or political texts. Connections with practice like that of John Dee, Samuel Norton, and their yet unknown Cambridge contemporaries are intriguing and not unlikely, if yet to be investigated. With a last look at the copy of the verses upon the elixir in the Trinity Compendium, one might still ask why none of the readers use line and page numbers to achieve a similar effect. The answer probably lies in these readers' perception of themselves. They were not employed to produce a commentary, nor did they pursue a specific question or task with their reading, or consciously form part of a larger conversation about alchemical matters. They were individuals who consulted a copy of a text intermittently, yet always with interest. This copy of the verses upon the elixir in particular is suspended between the individual and the collective, between old and new traditions, and between deliberation and circumstance. Chapter 6. Alchemical verse and the organization of knowledge. Whether a quick jotting down of an idea or the careful composition of a treatise, the use of pen and paper to order thoughts is familiar to all literate men throughout history. Alchemical practitioners of all levels of literacy were among those who employed language and writing to advance their knowledge, among them the writers and annotators of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. A particularly articulate group of corpus readers emerges in the late 16th century, physicians discussing the uses and misuses of chemical remedies in medicine. Paracelsus, his followers and opponents constitute the most famous part of the history of pharmacy, a development which had been foreshadowed by alchemo-medical stirrings from the late Middle Ages onwards. Alchemica now appeared in private book collections at the same time as doctors refined their commonplacing techniques. The 16th century generally showed crucial developments in the history of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. The Trinity Compendium was subjected to annotation, the Ripley scrolls advanced toward Scotland, the verses upon the elixir now also existed in a Neo-Latin prose version, and the corpus as a whole reached peak circulation before its imminent demise in the mid-17th century. Within this plurality of readings and expanding materiality, corpus manuscripts produced in the early modern medical, learned reception of alchemical poetry reveal much about their writers' understanding of medicine and alchemy in an evolving structure of learning. This final chapter concerns a series of notebooks written by a physician in the final decades of the 16th century. Widely read in the natural philosophical literature available in his time, the physician produced more than 36 volumes in which he investigated the uses of alchemy for medical purposes, among other things, with the help of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. The notebook writer's contributions to manuscript culture are remarkable for three reasons. Firstly, His access to literature and books details early modern communication networks and their uses of alchemical poetry. Secondly, while the Trinity compendium of the previous chapter represented a communication of a group of peers, the notebooks display a single individual's working space. His personal way of arranging and processing alchemical and medical information develops a distinctive architecture of alchemo-medical thought. And thirdly, the physician's combination of literary and actual experience provides a unique opportunity to look over the shoulder into the mind and, exceptionally, the workshop of an early modern doctor with alchemical interests. This chapter explores the notebooks, their contents, organization, and purpose. 1. The Sloane Notebooks, Medicine and the Corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. 1.1. Introduction to the Notebook Series. Towards the end of the 16th century, a physician set out to preserve the wisdom he gleaned from books and writing. His notes and thoughts, gathered over the period of several decades, eventually filled approximately 50 notebooks, of which 34 survive today. In their contents, these notebooks cover alchemical, medical, philosophical, and political matters. Their language is that of the learned. In their form, they employ distinctive note-taking strategies. But in their presentation, the notebooks are essentially personal. They do not record the compiler's name, they are not numbered or indexed, and do not otherwise preserve any aid for orientation which would be necessary for anyone other than their compiler to make sense of them. Moreover, the Sloane Notebooks compiler did not prepare texts for publication, a pursuit which led many of his contemporaries to write similarly extensive notes with comparative fervor. Without such a public purpose for his writing activity, his compilation process is an implicit, silent one. Presented with the Sloane Notebook series as it now rests in the archives of the British Library, modern historians are faced with a similarly bewildering wealth of information as their compiler encountered while writing them. The following initial introduction of the Sloane Notebooks presents their general features and history, in order to facilitate a subsequent detailed analysis of how they came into being. The Sloane Notebooks, although not marked with a name or kept as a set, are unmistakably related to each other thanks to their compiler's distinctive script, a somewhat forceful secretary hand. They were clearly compiled in the final 2 decades of the 16th century. In addition to paleographical and textual evidence, the manuscript's paper and watermarks confirm their time of composition. The notebook's general appearance may be described as conventional, related to humanistic ideals and Renaissance commonplacing. Yet remarkably methodical, individual entries excerpted from other books are quotations or exact paraphrases, referenced with abbreviated authors' names or, very occasionally, titles. Lists, tables of contents, indexes, references and cross-references, marginal commentaries and numbered items can be found throughout the series. Apparently written into ready-bound volumes of quarto or smaller formats, most of the books are rather slim, containing either 40 or 90 folios of sturdy paper each. Thus, easy to handle and carry around, generally devoid of illustrations and plain in their presentation of text, the notebooks were not intended to be aesthetic objects but items of use. In this respect, they resemble the laboratory notes of practical alchemists of earlier generations, as well as the logbooks of their modern-day descendants. A rough classification of subjects places the bulk of materials in the category of Alchemica, followed by what Sloane chose to call Pharmaceutica, that is, items on chemical medicine, a surprisingly small section of Medica proper, and one markedly peculiar illuminated alchemical book, which combines fragments of text from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, with skillful if amateur-colored paintings of mystical, biblical, and alchemical scenes. It should be noted that these manuscripts are rarely listed or identified with their title or subject matter. In early modern inventories, the classifications proposed here are modern and approximations. Another 5 notebooks do not contain natural philosophical themes, but describe a design for 2 allegorical paintings and their artistic execution in great detail, mentioning more than 130 figures, many of them mythological, biblical, and literary, but many also from classical, medieval, and 16th century history. This last group, contemporaries of the compiler, further confirms the dating of the notebook series. A preliminary look between the covers reveals texts, excerpts, and notes written in Latin, English, and occasionally Greek. Altogether, the Sloane Notebook series represents a single writer's learned if eclectic collection of knowledge of man and nature, as represented in the literature of his time. It is noteworthy that the notebooks do not appear to have been circulated after their initial composition. Their texts were not copied further or, in the notebooks, annotated by other readers. The notebook's contents and stemmata relating to texts from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir demonstrate the seclusion of the compiler's written thoughts quite plainly. The lack of physical evidence for the notebook circulation may in part be due to the fact that some of the personalized, unusual copies of texts recorded in the notebooks would have any discouraged potential copyists to use them as exemplars. It seems more likely, however, that the notebooks remained solely in the hands of their compiler and did not elicit an opportunity for another's annotation. In the notebooks, the Sloane compiler gathered the world of natural philosophical literature for his personal contemplation, a body of works available to anyone else in his professional and geographical position with as much ease, but here digested and prepared for private purposes. As will become clear in their detailed analysis below, the notebooks were intended to be instruments of research, not communication. 1.2. The compiler. Given his fairly broad interest in current affairs and all things alchemical and medical, the notebook compiler's identity is an intriguing matter. Unfortunately, neither his name nor his occupation or institutional affiliation, if any, have been recorded in writing. The notebooks indicate that the compiler was familiar with the theory, production, and application of remedies beyond common household knowledge, the number and intricacy of pharmaceutical texts he recorded, and his critical engagement with them in commentaries alone, suggest that he was likely a pharmacist or doctor. He will be described pragmatically as the physician in the remainder of this chapter. The compiler's geographical location around Cambridge or its environs is a little easier to detect since, in one of the descriptions of the allegorical paintings, he writes of Philosophus holding an indenture to which is affixed the common seal of Ore University, and swearing on Ore Proctor's book with a brazen chain and bosses, contrasted with Historicus, whose indenture carries the common seal of the University of Oxenford. It is not possible to match the compiler's initials CS, which grace one of the above-mentioned allegorical paintings, with a specific individual registered at the University of Cambridge in the second half of the 16th century. Nevertheless, his use of the Trinity compendium for his notebook compilation, as demonstrable in the stemma for the verses upon the Elixir, also implies a Cambridge connection. The manifestation of his own writing and his engagement with scholarly manuscripts further indicates that the physician himself had enjoyed an academic training. In addition, the vernacular notebooks of the Sloane series contain intermittent personal references to the area around London. One note mentions Brensley the 3 miles from Rochester Groombridge and Tunbridge 5 miles from the Thames. The compiler's physical presence in the London, Cambridge, Oxford area would certainly have facilitated his access to written information. It has been proposed that the physician had moderate Protestant religious and political attitudes, and was associated with a group of important and mainly East Anglian members of the inner circle of Elizabeth's court. In his later years, he became involved in a protracted lawsuit in which he seems to have been the loser. Much of this argument relies on the unsupported but not unlikely assumption that the allegorical notebooks contain the compiler's own writings, not copies of someone else's work. For the present purposes, it is safe to assume that the Sloane notebook writer was a physician with some academic training, possibly a statesman active in southeast England, with established connections to the University of Cambridge in the second half of the 16th century. This information may not be exhaustive. Neither the physician's name, nor his training, networks, or information about his private collections are explicitly recorded in extant manuscripts. However, as the following sections will show, the medical Sloane notebooks, while comparatively few and devoid of medical case histories, contain much information about him. They are a prime example for the ways in which a corpus-based history can lend a voice to previously silent historical actors. 2. Notebooks as virtual libraries. The Sloane notebooks encapsulate their compiler's intellectual personality, especially his aim to master the increasingly diverse pool of information available on the growing book market in an organized manner. As will become clear shortly, his notes represent an attempt to consolidate texts and experience, printed books and manuscripts, alchemy and medicine, ancient and contemporary knowledge through textual exegesis. As a map to the physician's reading experiences, the surviving notebooks invite the exploration of the wide range of publications and manuscripts he accessed over time. Had he owned all the books he consulted for the composition of his notebooks, the physician's reading library would have comprised an impressive collection. His classical section would have been as well stocked as any college library of the time, including Latin and Greek authorities such as Aristotle, Homer, Virgil, Cicero, and Galenic writings, as well as medieval history and literature. The physician's copies of contemporary works on natural philosophical subjects, however, could not have been accommodated on the few shelves usually set aside for them in late 16th century academic libraries. Here his sources are particularly rich in vernacular works, English writings, followed by French, Italian, and German publications. The Medica and Alchemica represented in the notebooks and, therein, the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, merit a closer investigation. 2.1. Medica. Medicine was one of the most exciting areas of learning to explore in books in the 16th century. Publications of both classical and contemporary authors traveled further than any medical student of previous generations ever could. Conflicting theories about the causes of disease and its treatment spread in an infectious manner. Moreover, Paracelsian lore and discussions of its intricacies, both by supporters and opponents of these theories, turned the written medical debate into a complex matter. It was in this environment that the Sloane notebook compiler cut a path through medical information in his notebooks. The medical notebooks facilitate an identification of the physician's reading material thanks to their scholarly presentation. Their mostly Latin paratext often lists an author or year, that is, publication date, after each excerpt. These pieces of information sufficed for his own reference. Unfortunately, he rarely indicated an exact title. Manuscript sources supplemented the printed materials, sought out specifically and avidly by the physician for the purpose of comparison and critical evaluation. In these instances, the source is even more difficult to pinpoint. The entire virtual medical library of the physician nevertheless shows clear areas of preference. The causes of diseases and the workings of the human body represent the physician's basis of knowledge. He explored them through Latin medical literature, including pathologies and diagnostic texts. Plague treatises are predictable additions to his literature, given the frequent but sporadic outbreaks of the disease. Yet works on syphilis, otherwise so popular with the physician's contemporaries, appear to be absent from his reading list. Regimen and pediatric works, gynecological treatises, botanical works on the uses of plants and remedies, and works on remedies and pharmacopoeia complement the foundations of his reading. Accordingly, medical notebooks in the Sloane series cover a broad spectrum of known diseases of the early modern period, from the cold to the hot, from head to toe, with especially careful treatment of pains. Finding strategies to restore health to a body was the physician's most urgent pursuit. The works he consulted specifically on the manufacture and administration of remedies, pharmacopoeia, had been born out of an early medieval desire to systematize, record, and rationalize pharmaceutical practices, one that the physician would continue in a different way in his alchemo medical notebooks, as will be seen below. Even early modern pharmacopoeia, like those consulted by the physician, were derived from the Antidotarium Nicolai, the first comprehensive organized pharmaceutical encyclopedic collection of remedies in the Western world. Composed in the mid-12th century and printed as early as in February 19, 1471, all notebook remedies thus follow a familiar format. They comprise a brief description of the remedy and traditional alternative terminology or names, often with a reference to alchemical authorities, followed by claims to its uses and efficacy, and, added by the compiler, a reference to the source of the information. The following notebook entry, entitled Venenum Pestis, describes a vaguely miraculous cure for the plague, able, according to this source, to bring the near-dead back to life.
Ex scorpionibus sole parari quod dam oleum val decompositum, et apud omnes chimistas celeberimum vulgo oleum, elementis appellatum quod, et in veneno assumpto, et in pestilentibus affectivus admirabilis edit effectus. Ni mortuos patientes reviuiscere faciens. Quod oleum in casu isto sum opere, commendos eo solo loci arteriarum exteriores, et cordis regio inungantur.
Libro de Peste, Pag. 176, Bale Miss Sloane 1099, f 6 volts 20. It is not only in the reference to the chemical connections of scorpion oil that this excerpt shows an affinity with alchemy, but also in the ideal of a substance that removes bodily illness. Significantly, however, neither the passage cited above, nor the traditional pharmacopoeia recorded the method or manufacture of remedies in any detail. Knowledge about their preparation was assumed in typical readers, that is, mostly academically trained physicians or apothecaries, as the Middle Ages turned into the early modern period. Ingredients peppered throughout the medical notebooks include herbal, mineral, and animal substances, those available in any pharmacy, garden, or kitchen, as well as more notable, often more expensive or rare materials. The physician himself underlined, among other things, cinnamon, crocus martis, various aquae vitae, and wines. Magical medical objects from faraway lands, like the following, provide an impression of the range of items the physician considered in his medical research. A range not unusual for early modern medicine, yet interesting if juxtaposed with the substances, methods, and efficacy of alchemically produced remedies. A certain stone within the gall of a hog awise found in These Indies in the country of Pan, which they esteem more against a poison and other diseases than the Bezor stone. The Portuguese call it Petra de Porco, that ys Hogas stone. It ys muche via said in Malacca, Linschoten Pag, 139. BLM is Sloane 1127, f12 RV. References like these extend the physician's library of medical relevance significantly beyond the above-mentioned basic works. The author of the above-cited passage, Jan Huygen van Linschoten, was a Dutchman and prolific writer who traveled the Far East in the late 16th century. The notebook compiler was also familiar with the work of Marcus Audus, an Italian doctor who had only recently introduced clinical education in his local hospitals. Moreover, all authors that can be identified from the doctor's references are his contemporaries or near contemporaries, often men whose interests and affiliations relate to the grand movements in education, medicine, and natural philosophy of the 16th century. Thus, we find humanist doctors in the physician's reading list, as well as writings by Paracelsus, Paracelsus critics, and Paracelsians. Further mentioned in matters of alchemo-medical contexts are Viennese imperial physician Johannes Crato von Kraftheim and Dutch physician Bernhard Dessenius van Cronenberg. Particularly noteworthy is the physician's consultation of works by doctors with a keen interest and practical experience in alchemy cum medicine. Giorgio Maliccio, who operated a distillery at a pharmacy in Venice, 23 German Dr. Johann Winter, and his French colleague Petrus Palmarius, who supported the incorporation of chemical remedies into academic medicine. and Martin Kopp, author of a treatise on the dangers and benefits of the then so popular glass of antimony. Here, the distinction between medical and alchemical items is difficult, perhaps not even necessary. In the compiler's literary and practical experiences, medicine clearly received an alchemical influence. 2.2. Alchemica. The history of alchemical writing and its permeation of early modern culture is quite different from that of medicine. Most alchemical texts the physician consulted were only circulated in manuscript. The reconstruction of his reading materials is accordingly more difficult. Some printed books bridging the subjects of medicine and alchemy via Paracelsians, like Kopp's De Spisglas Antimonium and von Suchten's De Secreto Antimoniae, appear in the notebook's excerpts. The physician also scoured Mandeville's travel accounts for information on creatures, for example griffins, which he added to a list of animal metaphors commonly used to describe alchemical substances. Classical alchemical authors referenced and perhaps consulted in print include ancient Arabic alchemist Morianus, whose teachings had been introduced to the Western world as early as in the 12th century, and became very popular in the form the Latin Liber de Compositione Alchemiae, as well as John of Rupecissa, the renowned 14th century author of alchemical and prophetic works. Both major schools of Western alchemy, Lullian and Paracelsian, are represented as well as works attributed to Lull and Paracelsus, the latter clearly considered under development and investigation. And finally, a strong presence of vernacular alchemy, with an emphasis on alchemical poetry, permeates the alchemical notebooks, sourced from its thriving, primarily anonymous manuscript tradition. Here the physician's scrupulousness of recording authors' names, if at all, only when they are fixed and proven is telling. He merely acknowledged George Ripley by name, but did not repeat any of the attributions punctuating the vernacular alchemical oeuvre in ever-changing permutations. It is interesting to note here that subject areas covered in the purely alchemical Sloane notebooks concern mainly transmutatory alchemy of a general nature, but also, occasionally, discussions of the manufacture of gold for pecuniary purposes or other practical and theoretical aspects of the alchemical work. Most alchemical notebooks, however, intersect with the Pharmaceutica and contain recipes proper, that is, text providing ingredients and instructions in the kind of detail noted above as missing from standard pharmacopoeia. The verses upon the elixir and associated poems permeate almost half of the physician's extant notebooks, in multifarious guises. The verses alone are recorded in 4 different versions. Some notebooks incorporate full texts or substantial fragments, others take individual lines from corpus texts and juxtapose them with each other. The sources for these excerpts were a large number of manuscripts specifically sought out by the physician. His remarkably hands-on approach to alchemical poetry even inspired him to compose his own variant of the verses upon the elixir, a permutation of phrases on the alchemical principles and rhetorical fillers which do not, unfortunately, lend any substance to our insights into his understanding of alchemy. For earthy and fire cometh of one Weish was father and moother of ower stone water and air cometh of the same I tell yo the truth in God's name. Put these together without a strife Weish maketh o'er a very stone of life in the matrix when they be shet look never thy vessel be and knit till they have engendered a stone that will bring bo the sunne, and moon vendor stand theus words or thou begin or leadle forsooth shalt thou win. For thou mayest fail for fault of light but the sun, and do shine full bright when thou hast water of air and air, of fire and fire of eartha, then hast thou thart. B.L. Ms. Sloane 1098, F. 47R. Although not necessarily the finest example of 16th century alchemical poetry, these few rhymes nevertheless encapsulate the essence of the Sloane Notebook series. They are situated at the center of the written culture of late 16th century natural philosophy, with all its creative potential. 2.3. Contemporary libraries as a source of notebook knowledge. Where did the Sloane Notebook compiler access all the books and manuscripts he excerpted? Although his identity is not clear, it does not seem obvious that he was not the owner of a private library on the scale of a John D. Yet early modern libraries would have provided the physician with ample literature. College libraries and college members' private collections are known to have supported and attracted readers. Tutor book collections were part of professional and social communication networks. While the addition of Alchemica and Paracelsica to Cambridge College library holdings, as well as other institutional libraries, would not set in until the turn of the century, private libraries like Thomas Wally's would have supplied this desideratum. Stemata of texts from the corpus around the verses upon the elixir confirm that, in his search for alchemical literature, the physician excerpted from writings in different private and academic collections, over an extended period of time and in various places, with a likely concentration on the southern English territories and the resources of London, Cambridge and Oxford book culture. Private medical libraries deserve particular attention as a likely source of the Sloane Notebooks compiler's information. A complement to professional medical tasks, borrowing, lending, and annotating books was a characteristic flourishing part of medical culture in Tudor Cambridge. There are numerous examples of 16th century Cambridge gentlemen whose collections are distinctly medical in character, however large or small the number of books they owned. Many of these private book collections consisted primarily of printed works of relatively recent date, and thus agree with the Sloane Notebook's medical sources. Books owned by scholars other than physicians are less likely to have catered for the physician's tastes. Robert Cotton, whose library not only absorbed the books of Elizabethan collector-patron John Lord Lumley, but also served as a reference library for his contemporaries, owned relatively few medica. 36. In medical collections, alchemical items often suffered from a similar marginal position. In the case of Andrew Perne, a medical practitioner who held influential posts at Cambridge colleges, the number of Alchemica among his books appears only low in comparison with the vast number of 2,592 titles he left to Peterhouse. Yet the collections of Thomas Lorcan and his father-in-law, John Hatcher, not only incorporated many of the printed medical books discussed above, but also included a relatively high proportion of Alchemica, and are thus most pertinent to the Sloane Notebook compiler's bibliobiography. At the time of his death in 1591, Lorcan owned 570 titles, among them 400 connected with medical studies, including a few books on chemical medicine. In late 16th century Oxford, too, academic physicians collected information on alchemy. Regius Professor of Physic Walter Bailey's interest in distillation and in mineral and botanical materia, medica was characteristic of medical fashion all over Europe in his generation and the one before, while Lorcan himself appears to have perused these publications with a theoretical mind, and his practice remained faithful to Galenic principles. Anyone who used his library had the opportunity at least to sample the views of such free spirits. The physician who composed the notebooks analyzed here may well have been among these library users. 2.4. Libraries and laboratory knowledge. The prevalence of alchemical notes in the Sloane Notebooks, the survival of such a large number of written documents and their compiler's medical profession pose one pertinent question. Was the physician an armchair alchemist? 16th century scholarship exhibited a general tendency towards approaching the book of nature through books. Many of the compiler's contemporaries, especially his academic colleagues, would have confined their alchemical ambitions primarily to textual exegesis. Yet there is ample evidence that the Sloane Notebook compiler supplemented his alchemical readings with practical experiences, that he gathered alchemical information as much through the words of others as with his own eyes, and that his alchemical notebooks served as much for potential practical implementation as his medical ones. The first piece of evidence for a practice-based approach to alchemy are the physician's personal commentaries in the alchemical notebooks. One compares the results of his personal preparation of red glass of antimony with its descriptions in his literary sources. I find the essence of the red glass of antimony prepared not to be the same of thold philosophers of which they write so many matters in that it was more earthly and of the grosser parte. BL Ms. Sloane 1153 F 43 volts. Another notebook documents practice in a more immediate manner. It contains a numbered list of desiderata related to alchemical practice, a rare instance of a first-person account of experimentation and equipment. This list testifies both to the difficulties and practicalities of acquiring alchemical substances. It mentions simple substances, composite, ready-made products, but also, and most significantly, a bucket list of observations described in literature to be experienced, compared, and perfected in person. 23. To see the closinge of the least glasses Sigillo Salomonis, and openinge of the Magines Volstadias du Tique cap. 20. QL and how many ways besides this sealinge and openinge may be dune. 24. To close a glass with the mouth of another glass set fiddly to YT, and to lute YT about with the best lute, and how the best luting Y is made. 27. To learn the best kind of filtrange. Interesting for the history of objects used in alchemical experimentation is an inventory of coveted glassware, including alembics, stills, a pelican and glass vessels of different sizes, ranging from 1 ounce to a quart. The description of an ideal furnace surprises with its candidness and fine observations. 33. To make the fornaces of a reasonable height that they need not to be stooped vnto as ys at mistress bakers. This passage highlights the fact that the writer is interested in contemporary practices as well as models propst in literature. The authority of works and craft intermingle here. Moreover, such evidence for practical experimentation by readers of Alchemica is especially noteworthy when its writer is firmly situated in an academic medical context. Many entries in the list as it survives today have been cancelled to the point of legibility. Apparently they were crossed out after the described item had been read, seen, tried, or acquired. However, most interesting in the present context are the physician's plans concerned with the reading and writing of books. Recorded together with the cited planned acquisition of alchemical apparatus and experience, they underline the pragmatic yet creative nature of the notebooks. 45. To write all the names of every particular substance that ys found in the operation or working vp on the glasses or vessels that containeth the stuff, cum anno domini et die. Although describing the labeling of vessels, this writing activity mirrors the assignation of separate volumes to the study of different substances. More to the point, however, is the following note. 54. to confer every practice with the rules in the Book of Theorems and with the notes or signs of perfection or true Werke, perhaps comparable with the above-mentioned outline of the allegorical paintings. These passages describe a program for scribal activities which the physician certainly followed with much thought and deliberation. Some of the notebooks in the extant Sloane series were first conceived as part of this list. Other reading reminders even refer to his own notebooks from the series.
Lege tractatum excellentissimum, et ver aureum de plumbo philosophorum, in libro Saturni, pagine 295. 206. 202.
Necte legis penitibile Ms. Sloane 1098, F43R44. The Liber Saturni, a collection of information on the metal lead, will feature in more detail below. A final remarkable category of personal notes in the Sloane notebooks concerns questions about alchemical concepts, which represent a more open-ended inquiry into the nature of alchemy and its language, quaestio.
Cur lapis et philosophis leo viritis et aquila volens appellatur.
The physician's interest in alchemy thus encompassed alchemical texts and their interpretation, experimentation in the alchemical workshop, and the connection between the two. The notebooks not only provided remote access to the world of writing, but also a link to the material world. 3. The organization of thought in the notebook series. The acquisition of blank books does not the notebook make. In the process of transforming reading into writing, an early modern notebook compiler could choose from established options for manuscript compilation, which he might apply more or less consistently. The Sloane notebook compiler, however, adapted the humanistic tools of writing further. His notebooks document several stages of reading and sorting information, both in their sequence and in their page layout. That is the arrangement of texts on the manuscript page. While his contemporaries' attempts at commonplacing often turned out to be unconvincing and fragmentary, the physician's notebook system mirrors the way in which he structured his own thoughts about alchemy and medicine. They became a tool of learning. Some of the physician's contemporaries are well-known creators of similarly extensive alchemical notebooks. Most prominently London merchant-turned-prisoner Clement Draper. It is noteworthy that Draper also copied text from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Method of using texts as technologies for the virtual witnessing of experiments and advancement of his understanding has been likened metaphorically to the alchemical use of a pelican. But while Draper was self-reflective and explicit about his reading, writing, and experimenting process, the Sloane notebook series reveals its compiler's approach only implicitly. 3.1. The Order of Medicine. The medical notebooks are a natural starting point for the analysis of the Sloane notebook series organization. They represent the compiler's first steps into natural philosophical literature both logically and perhaps chronologically, as they are directly related to his professional interests. Late 16th century medicine and its writings followed certain customs of presentation in the physician's sources and beyond, structures which were serviceable and comparatively easy to emulate. Therefore, just as these medical notebooks resemble rather conventional 16th century collections of medical recipes in their content, their arrangement is comparable with that of other contemporary medical compendia. One volume may serve here as an example of a typical medical notebook the Sloane series compiler would have written while visiting another's library. The arrangement of excerpts therein is chronological, indicating that the compiler read books one after the other from front to back rather than in parallel. He kept notes as he progressed, akin to a register of reading, hence the excerpts are not fitted into a previously arranged classification, as would be the case in a typical commonplace book. At first sight it appears curious that all plague remedies in the volume, including the one cited above, were crossed out. Without further evidence one might think that the physician had dismissed the cancelled remedy in favor of another, or failed to produce the medication or to apply it successfully. The actual reason for the cancellation, however, offers itself in the form of a second medical volume. In this second, and truly secondary notebook, the physician reworked the previous volume's chronological reading notes into something reminiscent of a medical commonplace book, or even the pharmacopoeia he consulted so avidly. He divided the volume which was to contain the collectanea a priori into sections dedicated to specific parts of the body or illnesses, then placed excerpts belonging to each category below each heading. Within each section the reading notes remained chronological, listing extracts from one book in their original order, then excerpts from another book, and so on. With future expansion of his reading and, consequently this volume in mind, the physician left additional space in each section, some of which remains blank until today. And whenever he transferred one entry from the exemplar to the new compilation, he cancelled the original entry, probably to avoid accidental duplication. Indeed, cancelled passages from the chronological notebook appear verbatim in the organized volume. It is further possible to tell that he started the compilation of the collectanea at a well-chosen period of his research. That is, once he could gauge the approximate space needed for each body part and illnesses that afflict it, and after he had read and excerpted a body of literature sufficient for an initial contribution to be made to each section. The collectanea appear to have been written in quite a short space of time, as ink and handwriting are fairly consistent, and the volume is fairly complete in the shape it survives in today. The result is a handbook fit for use in medical practice. One might expect the exemplar, BL Ms. Sloan 1099, to have been redundant as soon as its unwieldy entries had been transferred to the Collectanea. Yet both manuscripts survive, the latter fairly in a pristine condition, the former incorporating numerous cancellations. A look at the entire Sloan notebook series reveals that the physician generally kept both chronological and systematic volumes to modify and reuse their entries in other notebooks. The descendant of the Collectanea must have been lost, but their contents also influenced the compilation of some pharmaceutical notebooks in the series. The initial reading notes were not intended to be provisional, they constituted raw materials fit for several applications to other notebook contexts. The introduction of this intermediate stage to the compilation of commonplace books made the choice of categories and items to sort under them a more reflected and experienced one than the straightforward introduction of classifications so commonly used by the physician's contemporaries. His process represents experimentation on paper. Incidentally, the books listed as Pharmaceutic Medical in the Sloan catalog reveal much less about the physician's approach to medicine than one might expect. They may be summarized as referring to Paracelsian theories and writings. Alchemy and medicine are generally closely associated across the Sloan notebooks, partly by means of cross-references, partly by the natural overlap of literature the physician read for medical and alchemical purposes. The distinctions made here for pragmatic purposes are not precise, hence the organization of the pharmaceutic medical notebooks will be captured appropriately with the analysis of the alchemical notebooks below. The almost painstakingly methodical layout of the medical notebooks, while conventional, merits further consideration, as it mirrors the physician's rather clinical mind. Each page was designed before any textual elements were added to it. Its sections were allocated as mechanically as the Collectanea's subject categories. Using ruled lines, the physician separated broad margins from the main body of the page. These margins would have been ideal for the addition of numerous commentaries. They are the types of margins that would have served the readers of the Trinity compendium of the previous chapter very well. However, the physician only added keywords into them for orientation, but left the margins otherwise blank. The main entries, written in the central sections of each page, are numbered consecutively and separated from each other with horizontal lines. Together with the margins lines, these form compartments for each textual element, primary text in the center, related primary texts above or below the same, and ordering paratextual elements towards the edge of the page. Further, as mentioned above, each entry starts with a numerus currens and ends with a reference to its source. The only other structuring method employed in the medical notebooks, if sparingly, is the underlining of individual terms and graphic emphasis, mostly by means of bolder pen strokes. Overall, while his consistency in page layout, sorting information and the referencing of sources is admirable and rare, on the whole, the Sloan notebook compiler worked within the parameters which were used and useful for literate medical practitioners in general. 3.2. The arrangement of alchemical information. The alchemical notebooks represent their compiler's foray into a craft and science not structured externally by universities, a fachliterature or scholarly tradition. Is perhaps this comparatively disordered state of alchemical literature, both ancient and early modern, that inspired the physician to impose a structure of his own, in an attempt to orientate himself in alchemical lore. His notebook writing for Alchemica is essentially different from the process described for the Medica above, 194 Chapter 6. While not explicitly declared as such, on close inspection, the bulk of the Sloan notebook series represents a reference library on alchemical substances. Here, each notebook is dedicated to a specific alchemical substance. One is explicitly dedicated to lead in its title. Other notebooks' contents indicate their focus on mercury, antimony, and other metals or elements. Cross-references between the Alchemica and the medical notebooks built a network of knowledge on human and alchemical bodies and their relations to each other. It should be noted that a few notebooks were set aside to gather information which would not fit into these categories. Another couple of volumes are dedicated to Latin traditional Alchemica. These will not be considered in the following paragraphs, which describe the main body of alchemical notebooks in the Sloan series. The act of systematization of information underlying the alchemical notebooks compilation is rather intricate. The alchemical notebooks are clearly the result of a structured method of reading tailored to the physician's purposes. While the Medica were first excerpted and then sorted, no records of chronological reading notes survive for Alchemica. Although one must allow for the possibility of missing and lost volumes, it seems that the initial documenting stage of reading was omitted here. Manuscript miscellanies whence the physician sourced his alchemical texts may have acted as preliminary arrangements instead. Excerpts from these alchemical manuscripts were written into commonplace-type notebooks straight away. This early organization necessitated further structuring methods. Here too the physician decided against the development of secondary volumes, a method he had applied in his medical notes. Instead, he established connections between themes, substances, and experiments on the existing manuscripts pages. When he identified a subcategory in a notebook, the physician compiled an index to the relevant entries in the same volume. For example, BL Ms. Sloan 1098 displays an index on crystal materials on its inner front cover. He would also use blank space within the notebooks to dedicate subsections to such ancillary themes. For instance, the notebook containing the physician's above-mentioned list of alchemical materials and experiences includes several pages on quicksilver. A substantial section of another notebook contains a variety of notes on the compatibility of certain alchemical elements. Cross-references indicating correlations between texts or between useful pieces of information found in different notebooks are shorthand equivalents to the mentioned lists and subsections. Although these cross-references are not spelled out explicitly, some can be identified by close observation. For example, the trefoil sign, which appears frequently in all Sloan notebooks, appears to refer to BL Ms. Sloan 1095. To implicate other notebooks, the physician employs specific Latin synonyms of the word book or volume as proper names. Manuscriptus, Thesaurus, or Codicillus refer to 3 different manuscripts which are, unfortunately, lost. And whenever alchemical recipes were required to appear in several notebooks, among them texts from the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, the compiler marked the duplication with a cancellation of the text in the primary location or, more frequently, procured different versions of the same text, which would serve different notebooks in different capacities. His use of 4 different versions of the verses upon the elixir, and the countless isolation of couplets from associated texts which appear in a variety of notebooks, is based on this method. In combination of all these ordering devices and the multiplicity of manuscript texts, the physician's use of the alchemical notebooks takes textual exegesis to new realms. Since the original passages in all alchemical notebooks remain legible, even the carefully cancelled items, it would be possible to draw a timeline of their composition had we all notebooks available for inspection. But even the surviving notebooks show that this was by no means a straightforward progression of thought and knowledge, but a more complex interaction of note-taking, reading, cross-referencing, and refining. The increasing sophistication of the physician's understanding of alchemical matters emerges with the complexity of his writing techniques. Based on a medical professional background, and with a view to the medical employment of alchemical procedures. With this general sequential organization of the alchemical notebooks in mind, it is worth noting that the arrangement of alchemical knowledge on each manuscript page is different for texts in different languages. The Latin alchemical notebooks, a minority in the series, contain materials from classical and authoritative works, somewhat equivalent in status to the medical authorities that permeated contemporary libraries. Authoritative alchemical texts are presented in a similar layout as the medical notebooks, but they show a wider range of graphical features, including the frequent use of bold script, underlining, and red ink. Instead of merely recording catchwords, their marginal space contains substantial commentaries and references. The latter operate not with names and titles but almost exclusively with symbols and page numbers. Many entries provide a text incipit ending in etc., and followed by an explanation, and significantly the commentary was often authored by the physician rather than received knowledge. All these critical devices suggest that the physician was intimately familiar with his alchemical sources. His reception of Alchemica was much more vivid, complex, creative, and experimental than his scholarly detached approach to Medica. The vernacular Alchemica, including the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, create a much more spontaneous arrangement of a notebook page. Adjustments range from a simple introduction of an additional margin for further references or commentary to the abandonment of all margins, compartments, or numbering sequences. On these pages, form and purpose seem to coincide, just as the physician experimented with the poems, their sections, and the ways in which they may be combined in order to yield a full rendition of a particular substance's properties and uses, so the script on the manuscript page moved in unprecedented ways, almost like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle to contribute to an unknown picture. The physician's commentary on the corpus text remains primarily Latin in language. English prose explanations, although rarer, also render parallel passages from other works which are intended to elucidate difficult terms and concepts. Significantly, throughout his critical engagement with English Alchemica, the physician implicitly acknowledged the corpus around the verses upon the elixir as an interconnected corpus of writings. He arranged passages from the corpus in clusters. 3 manuscripts in particular serve this function. Further, phrases he quotes in his annotations, to elucidate specific passages throughout the Sloan Notebook series, often represent precisely those elements of the corpus which hold it together. Since the physician sought out and had access to a large variety of manuscript copies, he also demonstrably selected the exemplar for a poem's copy with greatest care. Stimata show that he saw around a dozen manuscripts containing multiple copies of several corpus texts altogether. Diagram 5 just indicates volumes he used particularly carefully. The physician's selection criteria were concerned with clean, basic texts as a foundation for his exploration. Supplemented with unusual variations he deemed illuminating, he dismissed variants he knew to contain significant scribal errors and did not copy them further. Attributions, titles, or the appearance of a particular manuscript did not influence his process. For example, he chose to copy some text from a Ripley scroll, but favored manuscript copies for others. His interest in the corpus was pragmatic, textual, and alchemically motivated, his methodology scholarly, and his evaluation of the body of available alchemical writings both informed and astute. In the stemma, his manuscripts further stand out because they upset the chronological direction commonly present in traditional stemmata, as well as the ideal of one source producing several copies. The physician's notebooks cause knots, clusters, and general disorder in the stemma, while his methods of note-taking produce order in the multitude of excerpts he took from his sources. Finally, the physician's textual experimentation with the corpus texts becomes particularly apparent in two manuscripts which acted as source material for his composition of B.L. Ms. Sloane 1098. Here the evidence for his originality strikes even the untrained eye. Both his exemplars are simple compendia containing a variety of alchemical texts written page after page, line after line, in an orderly fashion. The physician would have seen the Trinity compendium while it was still in private hands, probably Thomas Wally's, before it entered the college library, and while it was being annotated in the margins. He decided to use these two manuscripts as sources for the main text of the verses upon the Elixir. He dismissed others in this process. However, he chose not to write a simple, unadorned, and accurate compendium in replication of TCD-MS 389. Nor was he inspired by the Trinity compendium's annotations to incorporate them in his notebooks. Instead, he effected a complete reorganization of their information. He extracted both manuscripts' singularly representative standard texts of the verses as perfect additions to his collection and supplemented them with his own comments and cross-references. This diligence in textual choice, together with the boldness of his note-taking system, marked the notebooks as records of alchemical poetry as it was circulated in the late 16th century, and at the same time a medium for a particular individual's inquiry into things alchemical and medical. In conclusion, the Sloane Notebook compiler's way of thinking about the medical uses of alchemical processes resulted in the dissection of reading materials into passages referring to specific substances and the placing of these excerpts into specially designated notebooks, which interconnected with each other by means of cross-references. Retaining the traceability of their original context but allowing for further modification, the notebooks became a working space in which a new body of knowledge could be constructed from medical and alchemical elements. The physician thus not only witnessed, but took part in the contemporary discussion of alchemomedical matters, even if his was a silent debate, on paper, with himself and mostly contemporary authors. Probably a practicing doctor, he also seems to have acquired materials for a laboratory, which would have been ideal for the manufacture of both conventional distillations and chemical remedies. His methods of experimenting on paper and in the workshop took his contemporaries' readings and uses of the verses upon the Elixir, and associated text to a logical, meticulous conclusion. Alchemical Verse and the Organization of Knowledge 199, 200 Chapter 6, Alchemical Verse and the Organization of Knowledge 201, 202 Chapter 6, Concluding Thoughts. Information overload not only applied to the early modern period, but also applies to the nature of sources for the history of alchemy today. Historians' difficult task is to find fresh and illuminating ways to navigate a body of writing whose manifestations and forms, migration through manuscripts, across disciplines and geographical areas are as diverse as their original writers' and readers' lives and work. This book has proposed and demonstrated a historiographical approach based on a history of texts and manuscripts, particularly anonyma, guided by the textual networks of alchemical poems. The boundaries of this research were defined by a family of texts, the corpus around the poem Verses upon the Elixir. Its directions and applications were suggested by the historical materials themselves. Chapters 3 and 4 investigated the roles of authorship and authority in the reception of the corpus. They discovered that named authorship and distinctive manuscript features like a scroll format and illustrations did not have the same impact on the poem's reception as they do on our perception of the body of alchemical writing and manuscripts today. Chapters 5 and 6 combine the history of the corpus around the verses with more familiar narratives about institutions, collections, and note-taking techniques. Here, the verse-related angle provided insights into the minds of both anonymous and named individuals who had hitherto escaped closer historical analysis. In all studies, the focus on text corpora lent a new perspective on materials partly familiar and partly undiscovered. Historical disentanglement of a pandemonium of sources, when ordered by the history of corpora of texts, can, therefore, expand our knowledge about the communities around the individuals wrote and received them. Beyond the themes highlighted in these studies, many more remain to be explored in future scholarship. My list of desiderata, as prompted by this research, includes increased investigation on the communication of ideas at the lower ends of the alchemical social strata, analysis of texts used by anonymous alchemical writers and practitioners with interests ranging from the metallurgical to the philosophical, and any kind of alchemical text from brief, elliptic recipes to lengthy theoretical treatises. Again, manuscript manifestations of texts, complete with annotations and textual changes, would offer a useful approach to hitherto undiscovered material. This research would successively capture the breadth of alchemical activity. In the Renaissance, the materiality of manuscripts, another aspect of historiography that merits a dedicated focus in the history of alchemy, would provide the tools for these inquiries. Another area opened up by the case studies in this book from a slightly different angle is a reader-driven history of libraries and collections. The collector as reader and the history of books after they enter a collection, beyond disciplinary boundaries intimated by an institution or its shelving system, offer much food for thought. They supplement the impressions of the role of alchemy in society recovered by the recent work on the sites where chemistry was practiced. An institutional history of alchemy would also aid the effort of discovering historical practices and correcting a historical record that had originally unwittingly edited alchemy out of academic circles. A matter only touched upon here but worthy of note is the study of Preparacelsian contacts between medicine and alchemy in their manuscript context, and thus in their literary cultural contexts. Here too the book as object, as means of the preservation and transmission of knowledge, and silent witness of practical approaches to texts will suggest fruitful paths. And a consideration of the movement of texts situated between the medical and the alchemical will open up inquiries beyond case studies on individual books and personalities. In this instance, a thorough study of the recipe as text form would be particularly promising. A third area of pressing questions in the history of alchemy concerns alchemical expression, terminology, genres, and the non-verbal communication of alchemical lore. This book focused on alchemical verse, and my subsequent work on alchemical images is intended to investigate the communication of alchemical practices in non-verbal elements of alchemical manuscripts, and thus translates the approach shown here to other types of alchemical documentation. But much remains to be investigated once a certain cross-section of alchemical manuscript writings is evaluated. No matter what the specific type of text or document under investigation, corpus-based research will be ideal for distinguishing individualizations of texts and codices, regional or temporal fashions for textual or practical parts in the history of alchemy from more general movements. Both the individual and the wider context merit investigation, but as their intermingling in the final two case studies has shown, a corpus-based perspective adds another dimension to locating manuscripts and historical actors in the large web of communication that presents itself in extant alchemical manuscripts. Ideally, a significant number of critical editions and their conjunction in a virtual environment would highlight particularly noteworthy individuals, manuscripts, places, and periods. The medium of digital editions and new approaches to stemmata would aid this process significantly. A final logical step into the future of research to be mentioned here is the contextualization of alchemical writings in the wider world of Middle English literature and culture. Here too, a textual approach will facilitate the combination of research on other areas of Middle English writing, both literary and pragmatic. Joint textual corpora would also offer an opportunity for studies into the development of vernacular technical terminology and tropes over time. Certain parallel developments in, for example, medicine and alchemy, as well as influences of other languages and literatures, and even fashions in the use of equipment would emerge. All research directions outlined here naturally intersect with existing studies, and would complement them by merit of their textual material approach to formerly neglected materials. The widest implications of research presented in this book, then, affect the discovery of research angles that capture new materials for historical investigation. The reception of anonymous Alchemica, when seen through the history of the corpus around the verses, indicates that the genre of Middle English alchemical poetry lent authority to texts. I therefore selected it here as a theme guiding the researcher and reader of this book through a variety of materials not hitherto investigated in combination with each other, or not studied at all in existing scholarship. Like the texts investigated in this book, a large number of anonymous prose texts and unidentified text fragments, particularly in vernacular languages, lie undiscovered and unresearched in manuscripts and archives all over Europe and beyond. They are often neither captured in catalogs nor even classified appropriately to indicate their content, length, or origin. But it is this recipe literature that defines practical applications of alchemy in medieval and early modern Europe. With a focus on the characteristics of texts, it might be possible to find other criteria which help these manuscripts writers and readers navigate their texts, and this will define a strategy for their recovery and analysis. If not a recipe for the alchemical secret, corpus-based research may yet be a method of turning information overload into knowledge. Editions. Preface to the editions. The edition of a corpus of texts involves editorial decisions which are sensitive to the nature of the corpus, its scope, and its individual texts, but also aims to keep the information provided manageable and useful to a wide variety of audiences. For the purposes of the present volume on the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, both the choice of textual material and the editorial treatment are necessarily pragmatic. All core texts are presented in a critical edition for each of their extant versions. Some ancillary texts are reproduced in diplomatic edition, The critical editions, the first to be published to date, are intended to facilitate access to the text for researchers in and beyond the fields of late medieval and early modern English history and the history of alchemy. Their presentation and the extent of the critical apparatus balance the complexities of extant copies with an aim for readability, as specified below. The diplomatic editions are intended to provide further textual and cultural points of reference unencumbered by their text's convoluted histories. Each of the text editions is preceded by an introduction consisting of summaries of the standard text relation to the poem verses upon the elixir, variants, date of composition, author and title. It should be noted that my identification of variants constitutes an original contribution to scholarship. Textual distinctions were not previously stated explicitly or consistently in the available catalogs and literature. For poems, the Naimiev reference is also provided. The manuscript's dates of composition are based on information from the relevant libraries' catalogs and secondary literature, as well as my own insights into the paleography and chronological order of the text manifestations in the individual volumes. More information on the text position within the corpus, chronology, variants, summaries of their contents and related literature, may be found in Chapter 1, on authorship and attribution issues in Chapter 2 above. The corpus text's relations are also visualized in a diagram placed before Chapter 1, which may be a useful reminder of the conceptualization of the corpus. Chapters 1 and 2 are not cross-referenced separately in the edition's introductions for reasons of conciseness. Similarly, titles preserved in extant manuscripts are not repeated here but recorded in the handlist of manuscript witnesses in the bibliography below. The discursive parts of each text's introduction are followed by a list of extant manuscript witnesses and the sigla they were assigned for the purposes of the critical edition. Full copies and substantial fragments are arranged in order of sigil and separately for each version, to facilitate perusal of the edition apparatus. Sigla for version B texts are rendered in italics. Minor fragments, variants, lost copies, and, occasionally, witnesses I was not able to consult in person are listed separately by shelf mark. Finally, bibliographical references of notable early print publications of the text have been provided. The inclusion of full manuscript descriptions would have been unwieldy and impracticable in the framework of the present volume. References to standard catalogs comprising the most comprehensive information about the corpus's manuscripts are supplied in the bibliography below. The introductions for core texts of the corpus finish with a visualization of the extant witnesses' relations in the form of stemmata. The principles of their composition and presentation are summarized separately below. All edition copies providing the basic text for the critical editions and the respective manuscripts lists represent good text versions, i.e. they agree with an identifiable standard or common denominator of all surviving texts. Whenever more than one suitable copy was available, the most ancient exemplar was chosen. Where an edition copy exhibits an unusual variant, a more characteristic alternative was substituted from a copy closely related to the edition copy, and the change recorded in the apparatus. All text editions are based on normalized transcriptions, which aim to retain original features of the text in a reader-friendly presentation. Abbreviations and contractions have been interpreted, expanded, and added letters underlined accordingly. Spelling, punctuation, and sentence division have been preserved. Also, the use of U and V, IJ, and Y of FF in initial position, and the original capitalization have been retained. Changes in script are not marked up. Numerals and measurements are rendered as in the exemplar where typographically possible. Otherwise transliterated, measurement symbols appear in translation. Alchemical symbols have been replaced with their linguistic Latin equivalents. In these cases, any varying notations in parallel texts have not been recorded. All editorial procedures specified apply to both poems and prose texts. The critical apparatus provides a complete record of meaningful variations in all parallel witnesses of a text. The apparatus follows the sequence of the main text, with variations identified by the lines in which they appear. Omissions of significant words or lines, structural changes to a text, additions and alterations of words and variant renditions of passages constitute the bulk of the apparatus. Variations in word order and spelling variants have been ignored unless they help or change the reading of a passage. Conjunctions, prepositions, personal pronouns, and other highly variable linguistic elements of the Middle and Early Modern English idiom were not considered in the apparatus. Minor scribal errors are noted only where they affect a text's historical reception or later manifestation in manuscripts. Similarly, marginal material has been widely neglected, and scribal emendation generally been recorded only if it appears in the main scribe's own hand. As for the visual presentation of the critical apparatus, spelling was retained for variations applying to a single witness only. However, whenever changes affect more than one copy, and the extant witnesses show different orthographical forms, the spelling was modernized. Editorial notes used in the textual apparatus apply to the following word only, unless round brackets indicate their expansion over a set of words. Round brackets may also indicate minor differences in individual entries gathering otherwise similar variations from a number of manuscripts. Square brackets and italicization distinguish editorial comments from the text proper. The following editions have not been supplemented with a commentary and glossary for several reasons. The corpus's varying and vast stock of terminology, references to alchemical equipment and procedures, possibilities of translation into alchemical practice, and the development of all these aspects over the course of more than 2 centuries provide a complex, incongruent, yet interconnected mass of information, which could not be captured adequately in editorial paraphernalia. The corpus's wide-ranging geographical and institutional affiliations, associations with named personalities, historical readers' interpretations, and literary influences remove the possibility of providing accurate yet simple and elegant explanations of any aspect of the corpus text's contents and meaning. However, the descriptions in Chapter 1, the case studies forming the main focus of this book, and modern editions of contemporary Alchemica, including a glossary or commentary, may serve as ancillary references for the editions presented here. The following editions are based on my own transcriptions and research, aided in part by the kind individuals listed in the acknowledgments above. Any errors that remain are my own. 212 Preface to the editions. 2. Notes on the stemmata. Core texts from the corpus around the verses upon the elixir are supplied with a visualization of the relation between their extant witnesses below. These stemmata necessarily only provide a rough impression of the state of affairs. The frequently tentative dating of manuscripts and the diagrammatic confines of the stemma format limit the accuracy achievable with this type of representation. Further, with an unknown but certainly significant number of copies lost, relations between surviving witnesses are illuminating from a linguistic and textual point of view, but do not always indicate material proximity, that is, they do not necessarily imply that one copy ist had the exemplar indicated in the stemma at hand when compiling his own manuscript. Wherever such a material connection can be inferred with certainty and, pertinently, supported with external evidence about the manuscripts and their production, this is mentioned in the main part of this book. Generally, however, it is judicious to consider these stemmata scholarly tools, not depictions with an intrinsic truth value. Based on significant variations in the text, these stemmata are, nevertheless, good estimates of how the copied texts are related to each other. The mode of visual representation for the corpus text stemmata was chosen with care. It is, with some modifications, based on traditional stemmata, and intended to support an understanding of the history of the individual texts, as well as of the entire corpus around the verses upon the elixir, by merit of being particularly sensitive to the complex history of the texts and their manuscripts. Changes to the traditional stemmatic method include the elimination of a single urtext for each text. However, whenever it is possible to infer the original existence of a lost witness acting as a common ancestor for later copies, this is indicated with a gray sigil. This lost exemplar's position in the stemma is necessarily pragmatic rather than based on evidence of a date of composition where extant copies show textual proximity to not one extant or lost exemplar, but rather to several extant copies. They connect visually to a pertinent branch in the stemma. Similarly, a connection of many copies to a single lost exemplar indicates a group of texts showing striking similarities rather than implying the actual existence of such an exemplar. Generally, full texts are identified as exemplars of fragments and not vice versa, but occasionally the textual links prove so strong that it seems that the exemplar is indeed a fragment supplemented with lines from another, unidentified exemplar. In those cases, the stemma should be read accordingly. Finally, I have adapted the width of connecting lines in the stemmata's branches to reflect the conclusiveness of relevant evidence about the copy's relations. Solid lines represent fairly certain connections between witnesses, while fainter lines indicate likely but more tentative relations between texts. A full stop after a sigil denotes a dead end, a copy personalized so much by its writer that it is unlikely to have served as an exemplar for later copies. Any peculiarities of representation applying to individual stemmata only have been mentioned with the relevant stemma. Poems. 1. Verses upon the elixir. Nimev 30,249. Date. The poem Verses upon the Elixir was written around the mid-15th century. Its subject matter, style, and terminology suggest that the poem is roughly contemporary with George Ripley's Compound of Alchemy and Thomas Norton's Ordinal of Alchemy. Lexical and manuscript evidence supports a slightly earlier date of composition. The oldest surviving witnesses of version A and version B date from the second half and the end of the 15th century, respectively. The latter version is preceded by a fragment of version B in Bod Miss Ashmole 759, a manuscript which also contains an initial fragment of version A. Author. The verses upon the elixir are best considered anonymous. The poem circulated anonymously before some 16th century copies attributed it intermittently to a variety of ancient and late medieval alchemical authors. Elias Ashmole's attribution of the verses to Pierce the Black Monk appears only in 17th century manuscripts. Neither its validity nor the identity of its author can be established from the available evidence. Title. The poem was generally circulated without a title. The title used for current purposes, Verses upon the Elixir, is an amalgam of similar titles appearing in some late manuscript copies and modern bibliographies. 220 Poems. 1.1. Verses upon the Elixir, version A. Take earth of earth, earthus broder water, and earth it is none other, and fire of thirth that beareth the price, and of that earth loke thou be wise. 5. The true Elixir, if ye list to make earth out of earth loke that ye take. Pure subtil fair and good, and do it with water of the woad f4. In it thirth dissoluid must be 10 withouten fire by days 3. Depart the thin then from the thike, and vapor it in to gom like pick a water thereof distill ye shall our aqua vite and our menstrual 15, and after that shall come a fire. Ready as blowed and full of a black earth like tinder dree heavy as metal benneth shall lie, wherein is hid a gret proite 24 motor of all that earth must be. Then into purgatory she must be due, and how the pains that longeth thirto till she be bright as the sun f4 then, is the maestry 125 which is dawn in hors 3. Wish forsoth is gret frele yevid earth his water to drink till it be white as ye can think, and after yevid his fire so good 30 till it be red as any blowed. Then fade it forth as ye shall do with milk, and meat that longeth thirto, till it be grown to his full age, then shall she be strong, and of great courage 35, and turn all bodies that low full be. To his own power and dignite, this is the mocking of our stone, the troth I hoe told you, echon 4 truly there is none other way of very right 40 but body of body and light of light. Where all the folies in the world second a thing that they mow neuer metin for they wold hew metal out of them, that neuer was found of earthly men 45 4 of all things, I will no mow. But 4 elementas in general I say to you so son and 1 earth and water, and here is all that men of clater 4, our gold and our silure, is no on plate 50 but a sperm out of a body take. Wherein is all soul loon and light water and earth fire and fright and all cometh out of onwimage, but water of the woad maketh the mariage 55 I arsenic sublimed away there is straight. With mercury calcine 9 times his weight and grondin togater with the water of might, that beareth ingression life and light anon as they togater bin 60 all renneth to water bright and shane. VP pon this fire they grow togater till they be fast and flay no weather then fede them forth with thine handa with milky and mede to make them strange 65, and here how ye a good stone. Whereof in VNC on 40 will gone VPP on Venus and Mercury this medicine will make the Mary Ihoe a daughter that hight Saturn and Derling 70 of my daughter withouten dreed. Bine made elixirs both a white and red of whom ye must draw water clear this science if ye list to lair this water reddiseth ury thing 75 to tenderness and fixing. Birueth and groweth and yeveth fruit and light ingression life and lasting sight and all rightful works the soth to say hit helpeth and bringeth in a good way 80, this is the water that is most worthy. Aqua perfectissima and flos mundi all works this water maketh white and light reducing and shining as silure bright in men's prayers and dowies, Psalter 85 plainly, it is written before the prest at thouter. And of thoil gret marvel thur is for all thing it bringeth to redness. As citrine gold he is full high where none is so red and a so worthy 90 and in thirth gret marvel is hided. That is first so black, and then so red which is dawn in hors 3, this may be calid gotis pruit, then thirth shall turn red as blowed 95 as citrine gold real elixir and good. And then the ready oil to him shall go ready ferment and ready mercury also, and grow togater wake 7 now blessed be Almighty God of heaven 100% and VNCE of this medicine worthy. Cast VPP on IJC VNCs of mercury maketh gold, most real ure to endure and dwell now how we herde the making of our stone, 105 the beginning and ende and all is on. 1-2, verses upon the elixir, version B, take earth of earth earth is brother and water of earth, that is no other and fire of earth that beareth ye price and, of the earth look thou be wise 5 this is ye true elixir for to make earth out of earth look that thou take pure subtil right fair and good, and then take ye water of the wood clear as crystal shining bright. 224, 10 and put them together and write, 3 days thou must let them lie and then depart them privily and sly then shall it be bright shining, and in ye water a soul running 15 invisible hid and unseen. A marvellous matter it is to mean then part them by distilling, and thou shalt see an earth appearing heavy as metal should it be 20 in the which is hid great privity. Distill ye earth in green hue 3 days during well and true, and put them in a body of glass in ye which never work was 25 in a furnace he must be dough. And set in a lembeck also and draw from him water clear the which water hath no peer, and then make thy fire stronger 30 and thereon continue thy glass longer. And then shalt thou see a fire red as blood and of great ire, and after that an earth there leave shall the which is called ye mother of all 35, and then in purgatory she must be dough. And have ye pains that long there to till that she be brighter than ye sona for then have you all ye mastery wonna and that shall be within hours 340 that shall be great wonder to thee. Then dough her in a fair glass with some of ye water that hers was, and in a furnace dough her again till she have drunk her water certain 45, and after that water give her blood. That was around pure and good, and when she hath drunk all ye fire she shall wax stout and of great ire. Then take thou meat and milk thereto 50 and feed ye child as thou shouldst dough. till he be grown into his full age, then shall he be strong of courage and turn all bodies that lawful be to his own power and dignity. 55. And this is ye making of our stone. The truth I have said to you every chone, for all that take any other way much good they lose, and more they may, for truly there is no way of right. 60. But body of body and light of light. Man of man begotten he is, and beast of beast to his liken is. Many fools in this work seeking a thing that they may never get. In 65. They would have metal out of iron, that never was found by earthly men, nay newer was found by God's might, that they should bear such fright. All salts and sulphurs far and near. 70. I interdict them all in fear. All corrosive waters, blood and hair, pisses, horns and sand of Aralounds atriments, all I suspend. Rosalgar and arsenic I defend. 75. Calx 5 and Calx Nox his brother. I suspend them both, the one and t'other. Of all things I will no mo, but fower in general I say, so is sun and moon, earth and water. 80. And here is all that men do clatter. Our gold and silver is not common plate, but a sperm out of a body I take in, which is sol, luna, life and light, water, and earth, fire and fright. 85. All cometh but of one image. But ye water of ye wood maketh ye marriage. Therefore, here is no other way but to ye living God to pray for covetous men, it findeth no year. 90. Though they seek it once and ever. Set not your heart in this thing, but onely to God and good living, and he yet will come thereby. Must be meek and full of mercy. 95. Both in spirit and in countenance. Full of charity and good governance, and evermore full of all men's deeds, simply and poorly his life to lead, with prayer, penance and pity. 100. And ever a lover to God to be. And all ye riches thou canst can, and lead it to do for God's love. Alms deeds. In arsenic calcine sublimed away, there is straight with mercury calcine dying times his weight. 105. And ground with ye water of might, that beareth ingression life and light, and anon together as they bin all runneth to water bright and sheen upon this fire, they grow together. 110. Till they be fast and fly no weather. But then feed him with thy hand with milka and meat to make him strong, and then shalt thou have there a good stone 1 ounce VP on XL, it will gone. 115. Upon Venus or Mercury. This medicine will make thee merry, and ye that have sought many a day leave work and diligently pray, for ye longer ye seek. And 120. Ye longer it is ye at meetin'. And ye that would fain be sped, take good heed to my daughter Meg, for she will tell ye truth, and right hearken then, with all your might. 125. For now they shall speak, say to your ear, and Lear my daughter, how she Lear. I am Mercury the mighty Flos Florum, I am most worth of all Singularum, I am sower of and Mars. 130. I am Gendrer of Io, of him be all wars. I am Suitler of Saturn and dower of Venus, I am Empress and Princess and Regal of Queens, I am Mother and Mirror and Maker of Light, I am Headest and Highest and Increaser of Fright. 135. I am both sun and moon, I am she that all must doon, I am she that doeth all, I am she that men call I so a daughter that is my darling. 140. The which is brother and loitrix of all working. In my daughter there, bin hid fower things full rightfully kid, a gold head and a sperm full rich, and a salver head to him more leash. 145. And a mercury head full bright, and a sulphur head, this the right of my daughter, without any spite being made elixir both red and white, his water reduceth everything. 150. To tenderns and fixing, and bringeth and groweth and giveth fright, ingression life and long-lasting light, all rightful work ye truth to say, it helpeth and bringeth it to a good way. 155. This is ye water that is most worthy. Aqua perfectissima et flos mundi, for all works this water maketh white, sharing, reducing silver bright, and of ye oil great merveil is. 160. All things it turneth into redness. As citron gold he is full high, there is none so red nor none so worthy, and of ye earth a great merveil I heed, that ye first see black and after see red. 165. And all done in hours 3. This may be clept God's privity. Then ye earth shall turn red as blood, citron gold elixir royal and good, and then ye red oil to him shall go. 170. And ferment and red mercury also, and grow together. Week 7. Blessed be Almighty God of heaven. 1 oz of this medicine worthy cast upon cc ounces of crude mercury. 175. Shall make him gold most royal, and ever enduring to hold and dwell, fire and hammer touch and test in all assays both most and least, and it is more medicinable to man's body. 180. For it is made most perfectly. Gold that cometh from Eowar is nourished by sulphur head, and that knoweth men both long and bred, and engendered by mercury he is, and nourished by earth and sulphur ewis. 185. And our gold is made of 3 pure souls, in ye which no corruption is, but pure as clear as crystal, body and spirit and soul withal, and so they grow into a stone. 190. In ye which corruption is none. And then cast him on Mercury, and he shall be gold most worthy. Now have yao heard ye making of our stone the beginning and ending, and all is one. Enter or enter 1 o we ae 4, o ra 1, o and we s. Ra 5 k2 178 asa s's manner o size d, manner o se s to 1 most and eastmost in kank, est east ins, ot more and isa 5 179 and o and it is more me I sina e or mans. Ns, as me sena uwe common o, S more mosi and more 7 S1 most of 4 6 T1 180 or per ekford is ma e most per 8, as o wu, and n or mneramias or ma e. Or WN7 mega amperes e mos, ma e pure C en and most D181 go T at comet rom T or S7 T1 go and u E9, u 2, Boast of Mercury, Nemev 1276. Relation to the verses upon the Elixir. Version A of the poem, Boast of Mercury, is a medial fragment of the verses upon the Elixir, version B, and circulated independently from the latter in a slightly extended form. Its variant, an extensive standalone version, is related to the verses by association. Date: the poem Boast of Mercury, version A, survives contemporarily with the verses upon the Elixir from the end of the 15th century. As an independent text, Boast of Mercury appears in manuscripts from the 16th century onwards. The causal and chronological relationship between versions A and B of Boast of Mercury is nevertheless not clear given the likely loss of earlier witnesses for both. Author: it is not possible to identify an author for the Boast of Mercury, neither its implicit attributions as a medial section of the verses upon the Elixir, nor its intermittent explicit ascriptions as a standalone text are consistent or conclusive. Most copies do not specify an author at all. Title: the title Boast of Mercury appears in connection with two 16th century copies of the poem, and Bod Mizi Mus 63 here added in a later hand. In its circulation as an individual text, it mostly appeared without a title. Editions of versions A and B agree with the general edition principles outlined above. The edition of the variant ending for version B1, however, is not based on a single edition copy, as its text varies significantly from one copy to the next. Rather, it presents a text created from the witnesses' common denominators, that is, passages shared between several witnesses, while preserving the scope of the text. Manuscripts version A, copies of Boast of Mercury, which form medial parts of full versions of the verses upon the Elixir. Version B, retain the sigla assigned in the corresponding edition above, as well as the related sections of the critical apparatus. Folio numbers refer to the relevant excerpts of the verses that constitute Boast of Mercury. Independent copies of Boast of Mercury are marked with an additional letter M in the Sci-Il. 237, 2.1, Boast of Mercury, version A, I am Mercury the mighty Flos Florum, I am most worthiest of all singulorum, I am sower of Sol and Lune and Mars, I am genderer of Iovis, of him be all wars. 5. I am subtler of Saturn, sower of Venus, I am empress of princes and regual of queens, I am mother, and mirer and maker of light, I am head and highest and increaser of fright, I am both sun and moon. 10. I am she that all must doon. I am she that doth all, I am she that men call. 2.2. Boast of Mercury, version B, I am Mercury the mightiest Flos Florum, I am most royal and richest of all singulorum, I am Patronus and Princeps most royal, I am the mother of all manner of metal. 5. I am vegetal, animal, and mineral, I am fower and one in general, I am air, water, and also fire among all others, I hawe no peer, I kill, I slay, and calcine. 10. I die and ake, I live again. I hoe a life in ingression, for I am 3 in 1, I ointly, I am body, soul, and spirit, very red, black, and white. 15. Many wooers hang on my tail, but I will not with them deal, they would me wed against my will with my form that licks me ill. But I will deal with him right, not 20, but with my husband as it is right. With him yet I shall bear fight, he is by nature of my suit of him, the people how most despict, and when the fools do least the light. 25. There we had our kinde engendering. Our natural food and our good keeping we shall increase fruit by dene both red and white, king and queen. All manner of salte or defy 30 sulfur arsene and argala. Alume orpiment and heel gold, silure and sandaver galls, gums and eggshells, corrosive waters and calces, else goats horns and alum plume, good with them will I none done all yet discords from metalls. 35. It is contrary, in general. For more to one woman than one wedded husband ought not to be had by the law of England, and for Christ's sake rather than her spouse should be undue. A B.C. D.E.F. She will rather suffer her heart to be cloven in two, such a spouse hath a love by artificial matrimony, created first both of God and after by grace in one conjunctly. Many fools to me, how is sought but I, and they accord not, for rather than to occupy my body with them in vain, I shall as a true lover die rather, and never live again, but with my own spouse when that I meet, I will die for his love it is to me so sweet, than to see the sorrow he takes, for that I am slain to comfort him after my death I live again. To know this privy counsel there ask it of me, but their petitions be so unreasonable that may not be, I lay them there where I them finde, and as fools I make them blind. 40. In philosophy I bear the flower. For I am king, prince, and emperor to all men, be it known, learned, lewd, high and low, it is in me and in my fire. 45. My own Lu, both life and dear, he is my light, he is my fruit. GHI, JKLMNOPQ, suffer 2 or art erst in 2 my 3 soti at cumsoft MSA 18 to so May 2037 trillions air row or conishon cause it me to W or WEMR 3 UU so round A or con cons 3 Uso orwar r. Er con si ons 1 1 akor re 1 nu ar nu. M1 M19 M2. With him I work with all my might, he is my son, I am his mother, I lui him paramour and no other 50 in soul, and Luna is all my lu. For only in me is all his beho, with him I work with all my might, but we may not increase fight without another that passeth him 55 1,000-fold who him can? He is my lamen and my lu sweet, and all his counsel I will keep seek ye forth as I how sought for more of me get ye not. Variant ending version B1. 60 And now all men know you this, how Mercury has made her boast and magnified her worthiness, for first she says that she is most mightiest and that she is flos florum, and indeed she is so 65 for by her might every metal is calcined wrought and done, for she is flower of all flowers in this craft of alchemy, also in every operation in all colors 70 Mother of metals is Mercury. For of Mercury in the earth engendered they bene, and therefore she is mother of them all. For the earth receives the sperm good and clean and nourishes it to another as it will fall 75. Also Mercury is flying, and has a soul spiritual. And with very progeneration very metal and elixir, after qualities and quantities natural by operation of the material and ministry. Also Mercury is a Thurijaean 180, and the earth is water running. And by working is substance ain one, and it is air fleeting and fire brenning, for by her power she calcines cold more than fire may do with heat 85, and her calcination is 1,000-fold. Unto all metals as precious and sweet as gold. 3. Mystery of Alchemists. Nimev 4017. Relation to the verses upon the elixir. Mystery of Alchemists is connected with the verses upon the elixir, through intertextuality by indirect association. One version of Mystery of Alchemists includes substantial passages of Boast of Mercury, and individual couplets that coincide with Richard Carpenter's work, Variants Spain and Titan Magnesia. Date. This poem first appears in manuscripts contemporary with the verses upon the elixir. It appears to date from the second half of the 15th century. Author. Mystery of Alchemists was circulated with intermittent, consistent yet probably erroneous attribution to George Ripley, which is also noted by Elias Ashmole. Title. Extant copies and early printed versions of the poem assign a wide variety of descriptive titles to the text. The title used here was adopted from the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. Edition. The following diplomatic edition is intended to provide extended alchemical literary background for the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. Stanzas are numbered as in the edition copy. Extant texts vary greatly in scope and wording. It should be noted that a rather common variant is easily mistaken for the version relevant here. Indeed, the interference with Boast of Mercury, version B observed above, may indicate the existence of an amalgam text of the two poems. Many extant copies remain to be identified, classified, and investigated. 3.1. Mystery of Alchemists. 6 Follies in the Ire with it doeth flee, and fishes therewith do swim in the sea, the soul of angels they do discern, both man and woman to govern. 79. I am Mercury, the mightiest flos florum. I am most rile and richest of all singular. I am Patronas and princes most rile. I am mother of all manner of metal. 80. I am vegetable, animal, and mineral. I am 4, and 1 in general. I am air, water, earth, and fire. Among all other I hoe no pair. 81. I kill, I slay, and eke I calcine, I die, and eke I liu again. I jew life and ingression, for I am Iastly 3 in 1. 82. I am body, soul, and spirit, very red, black, and white. Many wooers hang on my tail, but I will not with them deal. 83. They would me wed against my will, with my foemen that like me ill. I will not deal with them right, not but with my husband as it is right. 84. With whom that I shall bear fruit, he is of nature of my suit, of him the people hoe most despite, and there the fools loose their light. 85. There we had ewer our kind, and gendringe our natural food and good keeping. We shall increase fruit by dene, both red and white, king and queen. 86. In all manner of salties I defy, sulfur, arsenic, and arguli, alum, orpiment, and hair, gold, silur, and sandivir. 87. Gales, gums, and aegis, shells, corrosife, water, and calcis, els, goats, horn, and alum, plume, good with them will I none done. 88. All that discordeth from metal, it is contrarious to me in general. Many fools to me how is sought, but I, and they accord right not. 89. I lee them there as I them find, and as fools I make them blind, for in philosophy I bear the flower, for I am prince, king, and emperor. 90. To all Christian men be it known, to learned lewd high and low, it is in me and in my fair mine aunlofe both the life and death. 91. He is my Louis, he is my fruit, with him I work with all my might, he is my son, and I am his mother, I Louis him Euramore and none other. 92. In Sol and Loon is all my Lou, for onely of me is all there be, who with them I work with all my might, but we by and by may not increase fright. 93. Without another that passeth them 1,000-fold, who so him can, he is my Laman, ambi Lou sweet, andal his consal, I will kepe. 94. Seek ye therefore, as I how is sought for further of me, get ye right not at this time, I shew you here a short conclusion to understand it, and ye ho grace.
4. Liber Patris Sapientiae. Nimev 53. Relation to the verses upon the Elixir. Liber Patris Sapientiae is related to the verses upon the Elixir via Boast of Mercury rather than directly.
Both for both chronological and textual reasons. Medial passages from Liber Patris Sapientiae borrow extensively from Boast of Mercury version B. Some stanzas agree almost verbatim. Date. The date of origin for Liber Patris Sapientiae is difficult to determine due to the existence of one early yet vaguely dated and unfortunately illegible witness. The poem nevertheless appears to be contemporary with version B of Boast of Mercury, which dates from the 16th century. Author. The text was circulated anonymously and is even recorded explicitly as such by Elias Ashmole. Title. The title used here agrees with its published title in the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. In early modern manuscripts, however, the poem usually appears without a title. Edition. As for the mystery of alchemists, extant texts vary greatly in scope and wording. Not all surviving texts can be easily identified, and the poem itself is ancillary to the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. Accordingly, the diplomatic edition below was compiled from only a handful of representative copies and focuses on common passages with Boast of Mercury, version B, and other core poems from the corpus. 250 poems. 4.1. Liber Patris Sapientiae. This worthy science of alchemy wife thou wilt it learn 65 a little money out of thy purse thou must forbear. To buy therewith floss florum it is most worthiest, and to build well her chamber and her nest. Therefore of all bodies, and spirits more and less is called floss florum, and worthiest princes 90 for here beauty and marvellous dealange. There is most worthiest to how been a kin. Now how I declared the working of the bodies mineral thereof, they be engendered after other men saying overall and as in place of the earth on body was fully wrought 135 so most the artificial medicine be, or else it is not. My son is called the mightiest floss florum 145 and most royal and richest of all singulorum. She is very patron, and princes most royal, and she is very mother of every metal. She is animal vegetal and mineral she is four. In kinde and on in general 150 she is earth, air, water and fear.
Mongi all other she hath no a peer.
She killeth and slieth, and also doth calcine she dieth, and also she doth renew again she giveth life, and also in Grecian 155 for Isley she is 3 in 1. 251. She is with every kind of mixar the progeneration of the great Elixir. She is both body soul and sprite in color very red black and white. 160 many be the wars that hang on her tail, but she will not with them deal they wold her wed against her will with foemen that liken her full ill. She will deal with no a manner of weight 165 but with her husband, as it is great right. With him she will bear mosh fruit for she is natural of his sweet. My former men in him men how much despite and therein such fools lost their light 170 for sometimes he is dark and sometimes bright, for she is like no other weight. For then how they kind engendrins their natural food, and good kepen j, shall increase fruit by Dean 175, very red and white king and queen. My son in this science, I do deny, all things that be discording truly all manner of saltes I do defy, and all manners of sulfurs in waters of Cerezius. 180 also alum vitriol atramen and here, gould, silur, angola and sanduar gums and gallus, and also e.g. shells honey wax and oils or calces els. Also I defy our money barale crystal 185 ropine pitch, also amberiate and coral, herbs date stones, marble or tine glass yf there come any of all these therein yt is the worse. Also pell, goat's horns, alum plume good with them I will non done 190 all thing that discordeth from metal, yt is contrary to the work in generale. My son many fools to me how sought but they and I accorded right not I leave them thur as I them find 195, and as fools I leave them blind. For with they how erred full sore and when they had him they could do no more therefore in fellowship she beareth the flower for she is king prince and emperor. 200 Yet my dear son be thou not a known, to nor to lewd, to hit, nor to low that this work standeth by and in her fear her own special lui both life and dear. For he is their son, she is his fryite 205 in whom she worketh all her might, he is her son, she is his mother she leweth him paramour and no other. In sun and moon, in her metenge is all her love for of only is all her behu 210, and with them she worketh all might, but they never increase no fruit. Therefore yt is impossible to cast a proation pura vipion on 100,000 to make a perfect body of tincture with medicine of sprite well ioined and fixed 215, yt shall not be pursued when yt is well mixed. And therefore if there come either silver or gould in it hergate the which men vest in coin or another plate, I swear by God that all this wordle hath wrought all thy labour and work shall turn to naught. 220 For with what metal soever is ioined, by cause his coldness and moistness he is cloyed, put them never so close together, she will fume anon and when they come into the fear she will son be gone. Therefore hath a lure that passeth them 225 an hundredfold, whoso will him ken. And he is her lure and her lemon sweet and for his counsel she will keep. both in his chamber, and also in his bed also one live, and when they be dead 230 seke fools as ye how well sought, for in all other things find you right naught. 380 For why if thou work by good measure and perfect time, thou shalt hoe very gold and silver fine, then shalt thou be richer in thyself than any kin without he labor the science, and how with the same thing. 5. Exposition, Nemiv 2666, relation to the verses upon the Elixir, an auxiliary poem claiming to explain difficult passages from a preceding text. The exposition often appears attached to or incorporated into copies of the verses version A. It appears to have been written in response to the verses upon the Elixir, even though it is not possible to match the poem's contents with absolute certainty. Another connection between the exposition and the verses upon the Elixir presents itself in two early modern variant copies. An otherwise independent poem, here amalgamated with the exposition. This echoes the verses in various ways. Date. The exposition appears in manuscripts at the same time as the verses upon the Elixir. 3 of the oldest surviving manuscripts contain both poems. Style and language also mark the exposition as a product of the mid to late 15th century. Author. Apart from indirect attributions to varying authors, the exposition was circulated anonymously. Title. The title used here, Exposition, is a digest of the poem's incipit and a title given in a 16th century manuscript, an exposition of Earth's brother, the only extant copy assigning a title to the text. 257 5.1. Exposition. Now this matter to you most clear and exposicon I do make here, wherein I charge you secrete to be that friend if food to its se5 earth is within most fine water of woad a cell of wine for the moist of the grape who can it take and sericon don our maestry make, but now beware that ye not fail. 10. For then yo lose your gret trawale when ye how a drawn out of the gom all the mercury that will come venderstoned, then likers 3 in that mercury contain to be 15, the fierced is the water of lif ardent. By bath to be departed that is most lent hit brenneth as aquavite by live and as calid our mercury attractive wherewith is made earth crystalline 20 out of all calces metalline. I speak no more thereof as ye for in this work we need not it then cometh a water after thelka, litel of quantite white as melka 25 which is sperm of nature of our stone. Which is sought of many on 4 of man best and your thing, sperm is their beginning, therefore our mercury we it call 30 which is fonde o'er all, f4 without it there is no thing bang wherefore it is in yuri thing as well, in thing is not costhouse as in thing is most precious 35 of them, it is their first mater. This moisture, as now to your is clear, this is the mercury that we call vegetal mineral and animal, our quicksilver and our lac virginis 40 our water permanent, forsoth it is. With this water mercurial we wesha the filthy original of our earth till it be white like a goma that floweth tight 45 by dree fire after that shall come. Oil wherewith we make redigome, which is our tincture and our sulfur vif, the sowl of Saturn and the gold of lif our tincture, and our deary gold 50 which before was noyer thus plainly told. God grante I do no displeasure to him fulfilling your desire now elementis arduated eshon with this oil, make ready your stone 55 our gomas 2 then how shall ye? Without the which non-elixir may be they go the body and the sprite betwixt without the which it may not be fix and maketh of hem in litel space 62 elixirs by God is grace. Werbe are truly alterate all metalline bodies to a better estate with sol and lune equal, to be to help verses in necessite 65 now thanked be God most gracious. Which hath this secrete lent to verses GCE to verses therewith, he left to Saul's health verses to Meve. 6. Wind and water, Nimev 3257, relation to the verses upon the Elixir. Version A of Wind and Water is physically connected with the verses upon the Elixir, following the exposition, in a considerable number of manuscript witnesses. For the resulting composite poem the individual components are rarely marked as originally independent poems. Wind and Water version A further shows intertextual links with the verses upon the Elixir. It repeats 6 of its lines almost verbatim. The poem's variant version B is mainly linked with the corpus by association with version A. Date. Version A of Wind and Water first appears together with one of the earliest copies of the verses upon the Elixir in a manuscript from the second half of the 15th century, and also seems to date from the mid to late 15th century. Version B emerges in the 16th century as an independent text. Author. It is not possible to identify an associated author in any of the extant copies. Wind and Water is therefore best considered anonymous. Title. Although occasionally appearing with the descriptive title, Wind and Water mostly circulates without a moniker. The title used here, Wind and Water, is a pragmatic contraction of its incipit. 6.1. Wind and Water version A. Take wind and water white and grain, and draw a therof lac virginis, where some it call a water clare the which water hath a no pair 5, and then make your fear stronger when the white fume doth a pair change your receiver and continue languor and then shall you succumb a fire red as blood and full of ire 10 quad dicitur menstrum fetum sol philosophorum.
Cum quo fit nostra dissolutio amp, congelatio, sublimatio, attractio amp, etiam fixatio amp, sulfuris nostri sine foliati creatio.
6.2. Wind and Water, version B. Now will I clearly declare unto you all, the making of our elixir which we call our stone, truly and nicely how, Hercon Euricone first know ye materials and propersion of each one, 5 take wind and water, white and also green and like as I mean do you them together, and by a limbec draw ye of a milk water clean, and do it into ye liquor. Rex Borea et Regina Meridi Evan Thether. 10 Set your mantle y against Ike's women, boil them and roast them and yen in an oven let yem be bake, and so murder them till all be powder congealed into a stone. Then all is done, yen have you ye maestri, I've undertake this child, yus born shall have cc at one regeneration. 15 And thirto make yem all of his father's power, with a marvellous red treble diadem and crown, and shall have his full kind and power over all parts lower, but when he is born of his mother, he must have a nurse with pap and suck. 20 And thus with nourishing of milk suck and pap, he shall be nourished to full age with God his grace and good luck, and truly yis is ye making of our stone whoso in it may say but there may no man make yis stone without it, have truly a father and a mother and other yet be of your genealogy. 25 His father is ye son, and his mother ye moon silerly, and yet wife your come any gold or silur, yet men verses in plate or coin, all is not worth but lost. Without remedy, for it to recur yt new but labor and cost in vain, but it is our gold and our silur 30 for certain, the which is written in ye Old Testament. And it says thus as I shall rehearse full plain, to ye information of my ward's intent there is a stone in ye world hid vendor muck, and it is most dispiced, and of all other less set by 35 yt is most common and most royal in himself at a luck. Most of power, and most marvellous in working truly for in himself he is gold royal sparm and silur clear, mercury and copper and he is earth water fire and air. He is of all thing richest best cheap and most dare, 40 and foulest, and in his working most fair. Also our stone is both flesh and blood naturally, for when earth and water bene congealed rotten ripe and rectified then departeth ye milk from ye crud as dry. And yen do them to ye soul of the stone fully aspire, 45 And so fold him vp, with ye soul and with heat, and all shall be blood renning full fair and clean, and after congeal it into a red stone full sweet, which shall be precious, riche and pleasant, and truly yes that I have said is ye making of our stone, 50% and if you find it true, privily discreetly and secretly. Keep it from all evil men can yet be our foes, as you will onswear afore God at ye die of judgment osly low to you yet art vendorstand and speculative. Having exercised an operation and knowledge in perfect yon 55 now, I have said to you ye truth assay now by your practice, and to you yet vendorstand no perfitness in operation. I have said right not to you, keep counsel, and seek for as others warrers doth, no earthlies ye grok of God is given to many a man sodly and soothily incomparable thereof 60 is the worth.
Therefore primum querete regnum Dei et justitiam eius et tunc omnia addicentur vobis. 7. Richard Carpenter's work.
Nimev 2656, 3255.7, 1558, 1438. Relation to the verses upon the elixir. Richard Carpenter's work is a modern umbrella title for 4 rather distinct poems. Spain and Titan Magnesia are roughly the same text except for a variation in the incipit. Son and Father Phoebus constitute completely different works. The 4 poems' connections to the verses upon the elixir differ accordingly. Spain and Titan Magnesia share passages with the Exposition, and therefore constitute the only variants of Richard Carpenter's work directly linked to the core corpus. The long variant of Son is in turn related to Spain intertextually, and to the Exposition by merit of their similar idiom. Father Phoebus's, a true variant, is part of the corpus only thanks to its association with the other variants of Richard Carpenter's work. Richard Carpenter's work affects the scope of the corpus around the verses upon the elixir in 2 further ways. On one hand, both Son and Father Phoebus appear on the Ripley scrolls, illuminated scrolls quite different from the more common codices. On the other hand, Spain is a vernacular verse translation of an older Latin prose text, and affects a temporal, geographical, and linguistic extension of the corpus. Date. All 4 versions of Richard Carpenter's work share their period of composition and circulation in English-language manuscripts with the verses upon the elixir. The possibly earliest versions, Spain and Son, appear in manuscripts by the 15th century, as their earliest witnesses are contained in the most recent parts of a manuscript written between the 13th and 15th centuries. Variant Titan Magnesia circulates from the 15th century onwards, followed by Father Phoebus towards the end of the century. Notably, its first surviving appearance is on a Ripley scroll. Author. The attributed author of all poems, one Richard Carpenter, proves to be an obscure historical figure, an early copy of Spain beginning notably verses. Quad Rick Carpenter is probably responsible for Elias Ashmole's attribution of Titan Magnesia to Carpenter. Ashmole refers to an old manuscript as source of his information. However, the attribution and Carpenter's identity remain unsupported by further evidence. The poem mostly circulated anonymously throughout the early modern period. The two versions of Richard Carpenter's work featuring on the Ripley scrolls enjoyed an indirect, erroneous association with George Ripley, which is reinforced by their publication in this context in Ashmole's Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum. Title. The title, Richard Carpenter's work, is commonly used in catalogues and bibliographies to indicate all and any of the four versions of the poem. Manuscript copies, however, did not usually circulate with a title. The titles used here to indicate the different versions of the poem derive from the terms unique to the respective incipits: Spain, Titan Magnesia, Sun and Father Phoebus. 270 poems, 7.1. Richard Carpenter's work, Spain. Of Spain take thou thy clear light, the redigon that is so bright of philosophers, the sulphur vif callid gold without and strife 5 of Heim, draw out a tincture, and make a matrimony pure between the husband and the wife, espoused with the sprite of Lif, so that no division 10 be there in the coniuncon. Of the M1 and of the son after that the marriage is begone with Mercury the planet in love, make them to mate 15, that either with other be ioined Evan. Of a stone engendered sent from heaven, of him make water clear running, as any crystal bright shining, drawn of a body fixed 20 by nature pruly annexed. With a vessel depured clean of philosophers bright and sheen, beware the fume escape the knot, and also mark well in thy thought 25 of the fire the qualite. Egal to the beams of Phoebus, it be in the months of Ion and Uli Venderstond, be thou not dully, for thou shaltest emervelaus great 30 colors spring out of the head. First a black white and also reddy, and after citrony without and dreed, so that within horrors 3 the stone shall thorough perish, be 35 with air that on him alight. The which is then a wonder sight, when the sprite is so refrained and with his body so constrained, that them asunder may nothing depart 40 for nature doeth them court. In the matrice when they been kinet let it noyer be venshita, till they howie engendered a stone that in this world nys sushan 45 for it is culled animal. Richer than the mineral which is found in Uri place, who so it finde may how gret grace in the enemy, and our all 50 both of vegetable and sophistical. On hills high and valleys low it groweth, who so could it know take this for an information in weight and proportion 55 lithe all who can seek out. In bus and nubi is all the doubt of them that will put them in prise to genus or to species qualite or quantite 60 to many man it will not be. To bring about this treasure I many are stone of sweats of air and yet, who can well understand may find it ready at his hand 65 for fowls and therewith do flay. In teir and om ma eao, e can no u alpha 48 so it to upsilon 1, so e to sigma 1, t at, and also fishes swim therewith in the CF4 moisture of the ready grape and of the white, who can it take virtues of herbis vegetative 70, and souls of best is sensitive. Resins of angelies do discern good and ill man, to govern all bring home to thine house this noble stone precious 75 and most sourant of all the work. Both to lewd, and to clerk all lithe and discretion of fire and to cock on this craft record if ye can read 80 how all and some and who shall speed. In Boaks clear as ye shall sustondeth in ignis regimine to bring forth my dues this riche ruby the stone of price 85 hurta heavy and pershing. Now is this a wonder thing. I caltha neuer sushon sb saf I found how Mary first, so I found it withouten. Lisa's 90 truly was sister to Moises. But who so that Heron shall work let him not begin in the dirk f4, then may he fail without light, but if the sun shine bright 95 adois the well tho begin. Or else lightel shall thou win. 7.2. Richard Carpenter's work, Titan Magnesia. Of Titan Magnesia take the clear light the redigum that why is so bright of philosophers the sulphur value ye called gold without and strive 5. Of hem draw out a tincture and make a matrimonia pure between the husband and the wife espoused with the water of life so look that no division 10 be there in the conjunction. Of the moon and of the soon after the marriage wise be gone, and in Mercury the planet in love make them so to meet 15 yet either with other be eoined even. As a stone engendered sent down from heaven of hem make water clear running, as any crystal bright shining drawn out of a body fixed 20 by nature prevli comixt. With a vessel depured clean, is one of our CEOO 95 trillions ETO, CAE and N, I to TE say 196. Of philosophers bright and sheen beware the fume escape the knot end. Also mark a well in thy thought at 25 that of the fire the quality. Equal to Phoebus beams be in the month of June and July understand, and be not dully for thou shalt see mervilaus great 30% of colors spring out of the heat. Fierce to blacka and white and so ready and after citrina without and dreda, and so within hours 3 the stone shall through casade be 35 with air yet shall vp on him light. The wish is a wonderous sight when the spirit ways refrained and with the body so constrained that hem asunder may nothing parte 40 nature doeth them so coarcta. In matrice when they being kinit led to newer thy vessel be venchet till they engendered have a stone in all the world is not such 145 for ytys called animal. richer than the mineral which is found in Uri place who find it might have grace in the and me, and over all 50 both vegetable and sophistical. On hills high and valleys low he groweth whoso could it know take this for information J and correcta and in proportion. 55 lieth all who could seek out it. JN bus and VBIs all the doubt he at putteth himself in presse to genus and to species quality or quantity 60 to some man it will not be. To bringe about this treasure J mean or stone of such of allure, and yet who could well understand may find it ready at HYS hand 65 for fowls yet in the air doon flee. And also fishes in the sea the moisture of the red grape and of the white who could him take virtues of herb as vegetative 70 and souls of beast as sensitive. Reasons of angel as yet do discern good and evil man to govern all bringes to thine house this stone so noble so produce 75 and sovereignty of all this worky. Both to lewd, and to clear Goliath, all by discretion JN fire, and in decoction the craft recordeth yf ye can read 80 how all and some who shall speed. In books clear as ye may see standes in ignis regimine, to bringe forth at my device this racia ruby the stone of price 85 hard heavy and pure cinch. Now is this a wonder thing, I could neuer such one SBA. Save yat J found how Murray fiersta found it without unless he 90 yat was sister to Moses, but who it be yat shall verka let him not begin in the darker for he may fail for fault of light, but the soon shine full bright 95 advice the well or thou begin. Or else little shalte thou win. Manuscripts God Angel, 703, Richard Carpenter's work, God Angel. In the name of the Holy Trinity now send verses grace, so it be first. God made both angel and human, and also the world with planets 5 man and woman with great sensuality, some of estate and other in their degree both beast and worm yet in the ground creep uric in his kind to receive his meat eagles and fowls in the ire do fly 10 and swimming of fishes also in the sea. With vegetable moisture and of the red grape and also of the wit whoso he can him take all mineral things that grow in ground some to increase and some to Macan and 15 all this bringeth now to our house. This mighty stone that is so precious this rich ruby that stone of prize, Maria 1 and all other copies, 1 2 OM, 4, the which was sent out of paradise thus made the great God of Heaven 20, with all been ruled vendor planets. God send verses part of this secret and of that Heaven yat is so sweet if thou wilt this work begin, then shrine thee clean of all thy sinny 25 in secret with all thy thought. And ewer thank on him that thee clearly bet satisfaction thou mac with all thy might then. Foreign flowers thou hast in sight yet needeth the M1 to thy conclusion 30. Take thou good heed now to this lesson. Thou must how grace nature and reason speculative and cunning with good condition, yet thou must how more heart to experience with practic, prudent also 35 patient that thou be and holy in luinge. Think thou on this in thy beginnings thus forward and hefties as I the say ewer, keep thou man both night and day of thy desire thou mayst not miss 40 and also of hewen that sweet bliss. Smo EOS 52, CRO, SXVE Eon. 41, CRO SXV, Richard Carpenter's work, 72, version A, of the song Take the Light the red gome yat is so bright and of the M1 do also the white gome there, both to 5 the philosopher's sulfur vife this I called withouten strife kybrite, and, kyber I called also in other names mani mo of them dry out a tincture 10 and make a matrimony pure. Between the husband and the wife espoused with the spirit of life, 7.4.2, Richard Carpenter's work, Sun version A. Of the soon take the light the red gummy yat is so bright and of the moon do also the white gum there. Both the 2.5 the philosopher's sulfur value thus ye called withouten strife kybrite, and, alkebrite called also in other names mani mo of hemdrawa, ote a tincture 10, and make then a marriage pure. Between the husband and the wife espoused with the water of life but of this water thou must beware or else thy worka will be full bare. 8 feet, 8 true 8 feet, OTM 2E845. And 15 he must be made of his own kinda. Marka thou well in thy minda situm of philosophers men call this and water abadinge so it wise the maid is melka of the dew 20 yat all or vorka doeth renew. The spirit of life called also in other names many mo the which causeth or generation between the man and the woman 25 so look yat there be no division. Be theer in the conjunction of the moon and of the soon after the marriage wise begonandal the while they be a wedding 30 give them to their drinkings. Asidum yat is good and fine better to them than any wine now when this marriage is due in philosophers collect this, a stone 35 the which hath great nature. To bring a stone yat is pure so we have kindly nori shinge perfet heat and decoction, but in the matrice when they be put 40 look nor thy vessel be vien shoot. Till they have engendered a stone in all the world is not such one, 7.4.3. Richard Carpenter's work, Sun, version B of the Son take the clear light the red stone yat is so bright. The philosopher in all his life called it son, and it is argent v5 then take both his son and one and make of them conjunctian, and join them with the bird of lift then will they store and make strife wife thou wilt have yet you haste sought 10 beware ye spirit, escape ye not.
Manuscripts Father Phoebus. A8. Bod MSH Mol 1480 FF. 13 Vol 14 RS665 TCC MSO F. 87 RV S665.
Sigma 10. BLMS Sloan 1098 FF. 24 volts 25 RS, XVC2 London, Wellcome Institute MS 519 FF.
63 volt 64 R, S614 Bod Ashmol Rolls 40, Scroll, S6VX 15 Bod Ashmol Rolls 52, Scroll, S6VX THEX 16 BL Mesad. 5025, Scroll, S, X667 BL Mesad.
32,621, Scroll, SXV-TT 18 Cambridge, Fitzwilliam Museum MS 276, Scroll, SXE, Theta 19 Edinburgh, Royal College of Physicians Mes Erg, 2 Scroll, SXT Theta 20 Santa Monica, CA Getty, Center for the History of Art and the Humanities. Ripley Scroll, SXV Theta 21, San Marino CA Huntington Library MSHM 30313, Scroll SXD 13, 23 billion 60 Theta, Princeton, NJ Princeton University Library MS 93, Scroll SXVX Theta 24, Bod Bodley Rolls 1 Scroll SXVX Theta 25, Bod Bodley Rolls 1 Scroll SXVX Theta 26 New Haven, CT, Yale University, Beinecke Rare Book and Manuscript Library. Mellon MS 41 Scroll, SXV 7.5, Richard Carpenter's work, Father Phoebus. Take the Father yet Phoebus so bright that sitteth so high in majesty with his beams yet shineth light in all places wheresoever he be found. For he wise Father to all thing maintainer of life to crop and root and causeth nature, for to spring with the wife bang suit, for he wise salute to uere sore tend to bringe about this previous worka. Take good heed evento this lore I say to lute and eke to clerka, and homogeneae, whyas his name wish God shope with his Honda 15 and magnesia whyas his dame. You shalte verily vinderstand. Now I shall here begin for to teach the ready way, or else little shalte thou win 20 take good heed what I say. David U Phoebus and many a parte with his beams yet Venus so bright and thus with nature hem coarcta the which is mirror of all light 25. This Phoebus hath a full many a name. Which it was now it is hard to know. And but ye take the very same the philosopher's stone ye shall not know, therefore I counsel or ye begin 30 know thou well what he be. And yat is thick and make it thin for then yat shall write well like the now vanderstand what I mean, and take good heed thereto 35 thy worka els shall be little seen. And turn the to Michael woe as I have said in this lore many a name I wis he hath a some by Hend, and some by 440, as philosophers their him gave. 8. Short work. Nimev 30,721. Relation to the verses upon the Elixir. The poem Short Work is one of the late additions to the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Its short 15th century versions are not part of the corpus at the time, but its elaborate variant appears complete with striking linguistic affinities with the verses upon the Elixir in the 16th century. Date. The early concise versions of the Short Work are extant in manuscripts from the 15th century onwards. Version C, which forms part of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, dates from the 16th century. Author. The Short Work is an anonymous composition which lacks early consistent attributions in extant manuscripts. However, it is interesting to note that different versions of the poem were attributed intermittently to George Ripley and to Friar Bacon. Title. Generally circulated without a title, the Short Work is here named after its rare yet surprisingly consistent early modern description as a work very short but not so short as it is true. 289. 8.1. Short Work Version A. Wife you wool to ys medicine apply make first heavy hard hot and dry light cold and wheat put ham together and make ham mede 5 may you spend more annie king with ye have coming of suche wing. 802. Short Work Version B. Heard a heavy hoat and dry put togader for so did I hoat and most a cold and wheat make them togadir to mate 5 then art you richer and the king. But if he how the same ink as is you weigh to soft fastneys, no other way had Hermes. He that taketh more or less is like to lose all as I guessa. I224. 8.3. Short Work Version C. Take Huey soft to could and dry cleanse him and calce grind subtly if thou can any good dissolve him in water yet is so wad 5 there if take a tincture and earth calce is good. Pure of this mayst thou how thy trowel both mercury water and oil out of ye air with flames great 10 fear into ye earth doth creep. In this work if you wilt win take head wherewith thou doest beguine, and in what wise yet thou doest work for lo sing of thy way in the dark 15, and wherewith what and how ye matter shall yond. I tell and counsel thee as my friend make water of earth and earth of water, then art thou well onward in thy matter, for thou shalt find hid in mire 20, both earth water ire and fire. I tell ye my brother I will not flatter of our earth is made our water the which is clear white as snow and maketh our earth to calcine and grow 25 blackness fierce doth show. As by the practice thou shalt know dissolu and calcine oft and oft with congelation till ye body to witness be brought make ye body flexible and flowing 30 with thy earth parfit and taming. Then after ferment is done, whether with S1 or mon dissolu him with ye water of life I colid Mercury with outen streaf 35 put yat soul with ye body and ye spirit. Together in one yat they may meet in his dame's belly till he wax great with jewing him drink of his own sweat for ye milk of a cow to a child. My brother 40 is not so sweet as ye milk of his own mother. This child yat is so marvelously wrought viento his heritage he must be brought his liulihout is so worthy a thing of ability to spend with a kinch 45 he yat beareth all this in Mindy. And vendor standeth these parables all with operations he may fin poor rich great and smale with our sulphur, we make our antimony which is wit and red 50, and therefore we make our mercury quike and dead. This is a metal yat I speak of one of ye suen, if you be a clerk read what I mean, there is no a planet of ye vi nether great ne smale, but if he be put to them he will call sign them all 55 vientio red blood he must be brought. Els of him thou gettest right not retch him with ye woad water, man and woman I clothed vendor one hatter in and of them is conceived a child 60 lousely of beauty meek and mild. Out of the earth with drope strong nourish ye child in his mother's womba, till he by come to full ag, then make thou a marriage 65 between ye daughter and ye son. Then hast thou ye master won the beginning of this work. If you wilt crow in holy writ thou shalt it how in ye Bible yat most holy book 70 written who therein list to look. And what is antimony that thou shalt mark ye how a written vento ye, if thou be a clerk loke about ye before, and thou mayst fin plainly written which maketh men blind, 75 our work is bringing a jane of Mercury. That philosopher calleth solution but if thou loust not thy venclean body thou workest without discretion of this losing speaketh ye philosopher in ye book of Turby 80 some wheneth yat losing is without body. Imbibition of water is not ye losing but it is in bringing of ye body into water a jane torning that is to say into such water yat is torning ye body into his first matter 85 the sea count work is to bring earth and water to congealing the cleansing ye third is another vientio witness my own brother with his water of his own 90 which is full marvelous to be known. The forte work is distilling of ye earth and water by sweating, and thus hast thou by one ascent earth water air and fire ye fourth element 95 the ashes which is in ye bottom of ye yosel. Look thou despise them not for I tell ye right well there is the diadem of our craft. 9. Text from the Ripley Scroll, Nimev 2688.7, 1561.7, 1364.5. Relation to the verses upon the Elixir. The poems On the Ground, In the Sea and I Shall You Tell join the extended corpus around the verses upon the Elixir thanks to their appearance on the Ripley Scrolls together with Richard Carpenter's work, Variants, Son, and Father Phoebus, and Trinity. Their connection is thus one of material or physical proximity, origin and date. The earliest identified copies of In the Sea and I Shall You Tell appear on the oldest extant Ripley Scroll, possibly their point of origin. By contrast, On the Ground first survives in a 15th century codex. All three poems date from the late 15th century. Author. Not attributed to any author explicitly, these three poems are associated with George Ripley through their medium of presentation, the so-called Ripley Scrolls. It is not clear at what point in time this attribution originated. It heads the reproduction of the texts in the Theatrum Chemicum Britannicum and the corresponding entry in its table of contents. Title: On the Ground, In the Sea and I Shall You Tell were circulated without a title throughout the period of their transmission. The titles used here are derived from the poems incipits. Edition. Due to these three poems' peripheral role in the corpus and their remarkably uniform, faithful rendition in all inspected witnesses, they are rendered here in diplomatic rather than critical edition. 9.1. On the Ground. 1. The Gronda there is an hill also a serpente within a well his tail is longe with winges wide, all ready to flee by every side. 5. Repair the well fast about that the serpente pays not out for if, that he be there aguan thou losest the virtue of the stone, what is thy groan thou must know here. 10. And also ye well that is so clear. And what is the dragon with his tail or else thy work will little avail thy well must bren and water clear take good heed for this is thy fire. 15. Thy fire with water brent shall be. And water with fire wash shall he thy earth on fire shall be put, and water with air shall be knite. Thus you shall go to putrefaction. 20. And bring the serpente to redemption. First he shall be black as a crow, and down in his den shall he full low so he swoln as a toad that lieth on ground to blast with bladders sitting so rounded. 25. They shall to borst and lie full plain. And thus with craft thy serpent is slain, he shall change colors there many one, and torn as white wall by the bone with the water that he was in. 30. Wash him clean from his sin, and let him drink ye a light, and that shall make him fair and white the which whiteness is ever abiding low. Here is a very full finish. 35 of the white stone and the red. Here is truly the very dead. 9.2. In the sea withouten leas standeth the bird of Hermes eating his winges variable and maketh himself full stable. 5. When all his feathers be from him gone he standeth still as A bone here is now both white and red, and also the stone to quicken the dead here is all and some without in fable 10 both hard and leash and malleable. Vendor stand now well and right and thank Yao God for this light. Manuscripts I shall you tell. 903. I shall you tell without lazing. How and what is my generation? Homogenea is my father, and Magnetia is my mother. 5 and truly is my sister, and Kibrate for south is my brother. The serpent of Arabia is my name. The which is leader of all this game, that sometime was both wood and wild. 10 and now I am both meek and mild. The sun and moon with thermite, how he chastened me yet was so light. My wing is that me brought, hither and thither where I thought. 15 now with their might they down me pull, and bringeth me whether they wull, the blot of my heart I wis. Now causeth Ioia and bliss, and dissolveth the very stone. 20 and knitteth him or he how he done, now maketh hard that was licks, and causeth him to be fix. Of my blood and water why wis, plenty in all the world there is. 25 it runneth in your place, who findeth it he hath grace in all the world runneth o'er all. And goeth round as a ball, but if thou understand not this, 30% of the work thou shalt missy, therefore know ere thou begin, what they be and all his kin. Every man hath it at full sewer, and all is but one matter. 35 thou must part him in 3, and knit him as the Trinity, and make him all but one. Lo here is the Philosopher's Stone. Nemev 1558.5. Relation to the verses upon the Elixir Trinity is the final poem on some Ripley scrolls, and thus related to 2 major and 3 minor corpus poems. Moreover, Trinity is the only known text to mention Pierce, the supposed author of the verses upon the Elixir, prior to the 17th century. The poem also refers to the Sustra of Moises Mary Prophetess, an authorial figure connected to Richard Carpenter's work variant Spain and its derivates. Date: Trinity appears to originate in the late 15th or early 16th century, and is thus near contemporary with the verses upon the Elixir. Author: thanks to its appearance on the so-called Ripley scrolls, Trinity is indirectly if erroneously associated with George Ripley at an unidentified point in history. The poem is not explicitly attributed to an author in any of the extant copies, and should therefore be considered anonymous. Title: due to the lack of a title in its manuscript copies, Trinity is referred to here with its abbreviated incipit. 10.1. Trinity. In the name of ye Trinite hearken here, and ye shall see mine octor yat formeth his work both first last bright and dark 5 some of hem I shall ye tell both in rhyme and in spell Malapides plat and Pion and ye boke of Turba Philosophorum both Aristotle Jaber and Hermes 10, also Lely Morien and Rosaris. Benellus Raymundus and Albert Arnold and Percy the Monk so Blackaros and Raises and also Decima the Sustra of Moises Mary Prophetessa 15 Bacon also the great clerk. Formeth I wis Alethes work as these accord a now and one that here wise the Philosopher's Stone otherwise yt may not be 20 or stone well thys I counsel thee. And pray you God of his, grace that thou mayest save time and place to have the troth of this parable. Thank thou God yat we is so stable 25 for many a man defieth, theys. Both Pope and Emperor and King of first was Preston Clark and also Friar and not so much but ye very beggar. Now Isu and yt be thy will 30 capers is alley from the pain of hell. And as though Mattis days 7 bringe verses to the blies of heathen all manner of good men in their degree say amen for Charit. Prose texts. 1. Alumen de Hispania. Relation to the verses upon the Elixir. Alumen de Hispania is the 15th century Latin translation of a Hebrew, and possibly an even older Arabic prose text, which served as the base text for Richard Carpenter's work, Variant Spain. As origin rather than derivative a part of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir, and as a Latin prose text, Alumen de Hispania makes for a comparatively unusual extension of the corpus. Date: Alumen de Hispania appears frequently in the same manuscripts as other texts from the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir in the late 15th century. The composition of the text, that is its translation from a more ancient text, may, however, predate this period by several decades. Author: Alumen de Hispania was never explicitly attributed to an author. Nevertheless, Alumen de Hispania maintains an association with a number of alchemical authorities throughout the period of its transmission by merit of mentioning them in its text. The connection with Maria, the mythical alchemist commonly known as the prophetess, the Jewess or the sister of Moses, is particularly strong in its manuscript tradition. An early witness features a drawing of Maria beside a copy of the text, F6R. Title: Alumen de Hispania is recorded at times together with a title resembling the following, Practica Mariae Prophetissis Sororis Moisi et Aaron. The title used here agrees with a common form of the incipit of the recipe proper, 306 prose texts. Edition. Due to both the peripheral role of Alumen de Hispania in the corpus and the variability of extant texts, one representative copy is rendered here in diplomatic edition, as a point of reference for the history of the corpus around the verses upon the Elixir. Similarly, the following list of manuscripts dating from before the 18th century is not exhaustive, yet will provide a good impression of the linguistic range and the original popularity of the text. PIX, in printed versions, Francis Barrett, The Lives of Alchemistical Philosophers with a Critical Catalogue of Books in Occult Chemistry, and a selection of the most celebrated treatises on the theory and practice of the Hermetic art, 363.
Sexculienmus Cratarolos, Avriferae artis, quam chemiam vocant, antiquissimi authores, sive turba philosophorum, triforte, sive turba philosophorum, von Gott hochgebene Turgemessen edlen Kunst Alchymia wahre Beschreibung, etliche kurze V&D nützliche Traktätlein zusammengetragen wie Versa-Pagina zu sehen, an denselben Kunstliebenden zu Nutz an Tag gegeben. Item 14 Michael Sendivogius, Lumen Chemicum Novum, 323 Arnaldus de Villanova, Opus Aureum de Arnaldi de Villanova,
Dre unter.
Schiedliche Traktat von der Alchemie. 8. Jean-Maugin de Richebourg, Bibliothèque des Philosophes Chimiques Volonans. 7 fort, Lazarus Setzner, Theatrum Chemicum, Praecipos Selectorum Auctorum Trac. Tatus de Chemiae, et Lapidis Philosophici Antiquitat, Veritat, Iure. Praestantia amp operationibus continent volume 5, quatnaunt 7 quartnavangit.
1.1. Alumen de Hispania.
Accedens, Aaron, ad Mariam prophetissa, sororem, suam salutans eam dixit. O prophetissa soror, mea audiui, siquidem de te multo tis, quod albificas lapidem in venodi. Respondit Maria. Vtico Aaron per diem amp in partidie. Saint quod dixit Aaron idem. E quomodo erit illud quod aseris o prophetissa, quando albificamus lapidem dehendrahemus nigrum. Respondit Maria. O Aaron, non quid de partista mortui sunt gentes, and nosci quod sit aqua vel resci albificate lendraemus, dixit Aaron idem. Hoc est ita ut tu dicis o Domina in tempor longo. Dend respondit Maria a Hermes dixit in omnibus libris suis quod philosophi. Albificant lapidem suum in hora die, inquit Aaron, quid est stud excellens. Respondit Maria. Excellentissimum est hoc apud eum qui ignorat. Inquit Aaron aedem. O prophetissa sint apud homines omnia, elementa fintet elixir completi possent amp complexionari amp coniungi amp coagulari eorum fumi. Axeretineri de vono donecim pleret consequens. Respondit Maria o Aaron per Deum si non essent sensus tui firmi non audires a me verba hec.
Verumtamen. Recipe Gummi de Hispania Gummi Album and Gummi Rubeum.
Quid quibrit philosophorum eorum sol, emp tinctura maior. Emp, matrimonifica gummi cum gummi vero matrimonio. Intellexistio Aaron. Respondit, viti domina mea. Dixit Maria. Custodi fumum am peccaue nea liquid fugiat ab illo. Amp esto mensura ignis, qui sit sicut mensura caliditatis solis in diebus iuneic et iulei.
25 and morare prop vas.
Amp intuere mira quomodo, nigrescit albesit amp rubesit. In minus quam in tribus horis die. Et fumus penetrabit corpus amp spiritus constringitur. Emperant sicut lacta inserans liquefans amper penetrans. Amp illud, est occultum Aaron. Trinity dixit Aaron idem. Ego non dico quod erit hoc semper. Respondi Maria. O Aaron amp mirablius est esto eo quod non fuerit apud antiquos no accesserit ad eos per meditatonem. Amp illud est. Recipi herbam album claram in oratum, optimum super monticulus. Amp terre ipses rientem sicut in sua hora. Amp illa es corpus verum non fugens abine. Onsanc dixit quod Aaron. Nunquid ipse e lapis veritatis domina. Respondi Maria. Vtic verumtum nesciunt hominis hoc regimen cum velocitatis sua. Inquit Aaron. Et postea quod, respondit Maria. Postea ignifica super illud quibrit amp, zebit quarant ipsi, sunt duo fumi, complectentes duo lumina. Amp prois super ipsa complicans tincturarum amp spirituum amp pondera. Veritatis. Amp terre totum amp poneat ignem. Amp videbis de ipsis mirabilia. O Aaron. Totum regimen est in tempere ignis. Uquam mirum quommodum unbitur de colorem 45 minus quam, in hora die quosque admettam rubedinis amp alboris. Et tunc designem amp bimite infrari, quare cum infrigatum fuerit. Amp apertum invenis. Ipsam corpus margaritale clarum es in colore papaurum silvestrus mixtum albore. Amp illud et entrans licescens penetrans. 50 cadipars eius super 1000. Amp 200 milia o Aaron. Tunc Aaron inclinato capi procidit in manibus sus. Dixit quod Maria. Leua caput tuum, o Aaron. Per Deum abremabo super terrem sideo plaquerit, viti illud corum proiectum super monticulos. Clarum 55 quod non capitur putrefactone vel motu. Recipi amp terrae ipsam cum gumi elsarog. Amp cum duobus fumis quare corum comprehendificans is gumi elsarog. Amp ter totum ampa propinqua igni. Amp totum liquefiet. Si proieseris super ipsam uxorem erit sicut aqua distillans. Sistant quando percutiet ipsam congelabitur. Amp erit corpus unum. Proicede ipso. Amp pidebis miravaran. Nam istude secretum scoli. Isias quod praedicta duo fumi. Sunt radices ujus artis amp sunt oleum amp calx humida. It philosophi nominaurant illa multis nomibus modis amp cogominibus. 65 sit corpus fixum est de corde Saturni comprehendificans tincturam. Amp compos sapiem sut scoliae. Et acceptum de monticulis est corpus album clarum. Amp istas sunt medicina hujus artis. Amp pars invenitur super monticulos. Esias quod sapientes non nominaverunt illud compo scoli 74, scolia non complebitur ni per illud. In hoc scoli sunt mirabilia. Trant nunc in illo, lapides. Amp sum regimen verum sicut dixi. Amp illud, e primum scoliarum, age amp set. Per illud allegoria ut hermes scolias in libris suis. 75 sigens non caderet supermanentem sui parlamenti. Sit semper lognificaverunt philosophi sum regimen. Amp similaurant, opus per quodlibus quod non oportet facere illud opus. Amp faciunt nigrum, uno anno non nisi, pro occultatone ignorantiae, philosophi donec firmatum sit in cordibus eorum. Amp insensibus ottentaquare ars non complebitur preterque in anno. Quare secretum de magnum. Amp quando odiunt de secretis nostris non verificant ea prop eorum ignorantiam. Intellexisti artem oaran. Responded Aaron. Vtico domina mea. Sed narra mihi de isto 85 vase sine quo non complebitur opus. Dixit Maria. Illud est vaser metis quod occulta verunt scolia. Amp non est vas ignorantium, sed mensura ignis tui. Tuus sapiens ulterius vide questionem meam amp, auidem plecter. Dixit Aaron. O domina mea hobedist in societate scoliari 90, qui posuerunt in liber shos ux facere artem de corpore vino. Responded Maria. Vti quod Hermes non doquid quaere radix scolias compos indol insanable. Amp est toxicum mortificans omnio corpora. Amp polumbiat ea, amp coaglat venerem odore suo. Dixit quod Aaron adem. Illud est sicut dixisti. 95 respondit Maria. Ego iro tibi per Deum eternum, quod hoc erit quando solutur donec sit aqua subtilis. Non curo qua solutione, fiat coagulatum zaebec, in lunam super robere, veritatis, ampi incidit, sonum cale. Ampa latificat ipsam lunam ampin omnibus corporibus est scientia. Honder sed scolia prope longiquitatem eorum probation hexis. Amp eorum uise invenerunt hexi elementate inentiora. Et ipsi invenerunt empreter was hermetis quam illud est medium de sapientia Dei occultatum. Agentibus. Et ipsi ignorant, veritatem regiminch prope eorum ignorantiam vasis. 105 explicit praticas iue secretum Marii, prophetise Deo gratias amen. Maria mira sonat, mira quod talia donat, gummis combinis, fugitium figit inimis horis in crinis tria, vincea fortea finis Maria lux roris legam legat in tribus, horis filia Platonis consortia iungit amoris gaudein assata.
Sata per tria associata. Relation to the verses upon the elixir lead, a prose recipe, forms part of the written reception of the verses upon the elixir. The text itself explicitly names the verses as an authority for part of the alchemical process it details. The headings of two late copies immediately following the verses further explicitly declare lead to be an explanatory ancillary text. Date lead was necessarily written after the verses upon the elixir, and appears to date from the early 16th century. Author apart from an early erroneous ascription to Chaucer, the text circulated anonymously. Title. In the absence of a fixed historical model, the title used here is a pragmatic abbreviation of the text's incipit. 2.1. Lead. Take and be aided as thin as you can, then take aqua vitae vinegar distilled that is rectified, and put these thin plates into the vitae, and stop fast the glass with wax and 5 let them stand together 4, or 5, days and the vitae will be as white as milka, the power out the vitae, that is white from the lead that remains so sottily as you can, then still it in balneo, and the vitae will distill, and 10 that which remaineth will lie white in the bottom of the which matter thou must distill in dry, and with ECST, that you can, or 5 days it will be a stilling or more, and when the is all come there 15 will appear in the lembic red or somewhat yellow, then change your receptory, and keep your by himself, and recipe your red oleum by himself, and make your bigger and continue till all your red oleum become, then will there 20 remain a terra or earth behinda that must you calcine in the till it be white, then wimby be that earth with that was distilled from him by Littell and Littell ventil he had the drunk all his A&C, sufficit ad opus album, 25 and after that wimbibe it with the red, 4, the red work and when he hath drunk a VP all is white, then make proection vipon. 2 vitae vinegar, argentum and it will be britel, and sodo vipon, with the same, vipon the which the 30 medicine was cast first at till your wax, tug, then seize. Then take every part thereof and cast it VP on V and perfect bodies ederit, and to the red work wimbibe that medicine with the 35 red oil, and then make proection vipon. As you did vipon, and when it waxeth tough, then take a parte theraph and cast VP on, et erit, AT&T all examinations. And here is the very truth of philosopher, 40 and if you can find it hereon, yao. Need not seek yet farther, for herein it is without doubt, and this accordeth to the work in rhyme, earth of earth and earth is brother, for first a yao distill 45 the. From his earth and ear it was ire in ascendendo, the which air is hide in thee, and then with strange, cometh red oil that is called, because it is hot. The which heat is hided in the 50 oil, and behindi in the bottom of the glass, remaineth the earth, and thus have yao 4, elementus of one thing, the which is the Lord of the earth because, holdeth all the earth, and all inferior things is 55 governed by his superiority, for all the planets be vendor, and therefore all gover, 315, ned by him, and also all metals are governed by him because he is Theer Lord and Theer Governor, as it doth appear in 60th the creation of stones for, or lead, is noblest amongst stones and metals, and his virtues are abu the stairs and thelement. In venemus nisi and terra, et ideo terra, and in his earth are mani mervelo 65 things as Thelonius saith. Relation to the verses upon the elixir. This prose text appears together with lead in some manuscripts, apparently as an alternative explication of passages from the verses upon the elixir. Like lead, Thomas Hend is not a textual but rather an exegetic addition to the corpus around the verses upon the elixir. Date. The oldest extant copy of Thomas Hend dates from the 16th century. It appears to be contemporary with lead, and similarly slightly more modern than the verses upon the elixir. Author. All except the earliest copy of the text attributed to one Thomas Hend, an author otherwise invisible in the historical record. Title. The title assigned here utilizes the attribution to Thomas Hend as an inspiration rather than the text's occasional description as a conclusion in extant manuscripts. Edition. Unless indicated otherwise, the recorded variations occur in all other surviving copies of this text. 3.1. Thomas Hend. Tack a pottle of vinegar distilled in a vessel of glass and put therein 3 of red elide and stir yt well, and let yt stand 3 days stirringe yt every day oftentimes, then pour out ye clear, distill yt by filter 5 and the distill yt by a limbic and balneo while anything will distill, then shall ye find a dry matter in ye bottom of ye vessel which y is calid anima satvaranai, which draw out of ye vessel whan yt, wis hoot in ye best manner, and again make more 10 of ye sade anima with new vinegar till ye haue a good quantite, then put yt all in ij oxen bladers and by the mouths and put them in cold water 3 or 4 days till ye matter be dissolute into a thike water ye which tacken, put into a stillatory of glass with hys 15 limbec well jointed, and in a furnace with ashes. Isil clear water with a lent fire, and when ye water beginneth to cease then increase ye fire till an oil come forth by ye nose then change ye receptory, and distill with great fire till ye ha 20 all ye oil which y is redicepi yat well by yt sulphe. Then take ye earthy abiding in ye botome, and put yt in a crucible and thrust yt down with thy fingers, so yat yt be plain above, and with a wire measure ye depth and mark yt, and then set yt 25 in a furnace of calcination till ye pope be as 5 by a limbic, read as fire, till yt be strunk down half his height which you mast iugda by thy mark vp on ye wire, then take a rotund of glass with a long neck and weigh yt and kepa contra pace 30% of his weight, also weigh ye eartha, and kepa a contra pace of yt also, and put ye earth in ye glass and thirda put as much water as ye eartha doth weigh, then place yt in a fornace with ashes and give a lent fire till yt be dried vpe, and lock ye mouth 35 be well stopped, and being dry put in a 4th pert his water, and stopped ye vessel and dry yt vpe as before, and this do till you hear a rattling in vessel as yt were small stones when you put test in ye water and rollus yt about ye 40 glass, then continue for thy imbibitions as is aforesaid with his fourth perty of ye water till you say above ye earth a white thing lake to snow to ye thickness of 2 grots then tack ye weight of all save ye glass and tack as much 45 of crude mercury which divide in 2 pertes and put them in 2 pots or crucibles. Then you must ha other 2 crucibles and put into one of them a weight of sol, and in ye other as much weight of lune, and let all this 450 stoned in ye fire and, when ye metal is rita, hoot and ye mercury begin to fly, then cast ye 1 perty of ye mercury vipon ye sol, and ye other vipon ye lune, and stir them well with an hassle stick till ye metal be torned into mercury, then put 55 all yat into your medicine and mack ye fire some. What greater and stop to fast ye mouth of ye, 29/30ths a vessel, and all yat shall torn vento medicine, and when ytys made dry a de him ye forte perte of hes water, and as mush of sublimate 60 mercury and
dry yt again amp, all shall torn.
Viento medicine, and so imbibe him with ye forte perte of hes water and fede him fora with ye forte perte of mercury sublime I till ye ha as much as y will, and, in ye leste doing which ys ye 65 termination let yt be sore dry then. Break your glass over a clean vessel and take your medicine, and put thereof as much as yo will in an other rotound, and put to yt ye forte perte of ye oil and dry yt and, so conti 70 new doing till yt be torned into very ride color as fire in a dark place, and yff you will increase yt do in all thinges as ye did with ye white in putting to ye forte perte of ye forsade oil, with ye forte perte of mercury sublimate 75 till ye ha as much in, quantite as ye will. And at ye last to dry yt very strongly, cast ye way out of a penny vp on a of lune, and convertitur in sol optimum. 4. Terra Terrae Philosophicae, relation to the verses upon the Elixir. Terra Terrae Philosophicae is a verbatim Latin prose translation of the verses upon the Elixir. Date. This text dates from the second half of the 16th century, that is from roughly a century after the composition of the verses upon the Elixir. Author. Actually an anonymous translation circulated without any reference to its English verse origins. Terra Terrae Philosophicae was frequently considered to be a text of George Ripley's. Title. Terra Terrae Philosophicae is the historical title assigned to the text throughout its manuscript transmission and early print incarnations. Edition. The diplomatic edition rendered below represents a good text of Terra Terrae Philosophicae in its early modern manuscript manifestation. A critical edition would demand a thorough investigation also of its other vernacular incarnations. A preliminary list of manuscripts belonging to the continental traditions is included below. 4.1. Terra Terrae Philosophicae.
Terra Terrae Philosophiae gr. Accipe terram de terra e fratrem terrae quae non liu de quam aquae terra. Et ignis de terra pretiosissimat que in hac terra legenda fac vitae sis prudens. Ergo verum elixir facere desideras 5 vide vitae de terra illa extras. Exterra vide licet, pulchra, subtili et bona. Hanc aqua nemoris imbue. Namen hac aqua terra dissoluenda es per 3 dies idque sine inne. Lescu fact separa subtila gros. Atque opor ingumi in similitudinem piscis. Esque aquam distillabis que nostra aqua vitae et menstruum nostrum. Post quies extractionem venit ignis rubeus ut sanguis e furore plenus. 15 quo, etiam extractor hemanebit, in fundo terra nigra. Ut fomentum et ponderosa vitae metallum in qua, quidem totum magnum arcanum, absconditum, estenim mater omnium. Ostea in purgatorium transiero porte. Vant vitae ibi sustineat poenas sibi convenientes. Quusque fiat lucens vitae sol et tunc magisterium obtinetur, quod fit tribus oris e certe miraculosa. Quo facto dabis huic terrat bibendum aquam vitae fiat albissima, postea similiter illi dabis ignem quosque fiat rubeus ut sanguis. Pentifinc tinc vero vulterit sivabis eam cum lacte et sibo convenientibus. Donec crescat in maturametatem tunc, enim fortis erit valde, et potens conuertere, omnia corpora licita in suam, potentiam et dignitatem. Atque ad se es confectio nostri lapidis, sicut tibi verum dixi in omnibus. Tenam profecto vete vera, loquar non ecerendum. Aliud quam corpus de corpore lumen de lumen. Ubi nihili minus fatui eroncerontes res inutiles in naturae repugnant. Conantur enim frustra metalla extrahier, Trinity finc, excibus nemo mortalium vinquam extraxerit. Nam de omnibus rebus, non aliud eligendum est in genere. Quam quatuor elementa. Sol et luna terra, et aquaque finaliter sunt omnia de quibus multi multa locuntur, et stulti vanum fabulantur. Orentinam aurum et argentum nostrum non sunt ea. Ex quibus nobilium vasa fiunt et divitum communiter, sed sunt sperma ex corpore quodam abstractu. In quo sunt omnia sol luna, aqua ignis et terra. quae omnia ex viene imagine oriuntur. 45 sed aquae lorum facit matrimonium in arsenico debit sublimato. Cum novem sui partibus ijac alcinati, ita vitis semel conterantur cum aqua potentissima predicta, co prebet ingress sum lumen et vitae. Nam statim postquam simul conjuncta fuerint finquento, omnia revertentur in aquam, lucidam et splendentem. It super hunc ignem simul concrescont, donec fuerent fixa nec amplis volatilia. Tunc vero Vilterius cum siba bis lacte et sibo donec, fuerent robusta et tunc habebis lapidem bonum 55, cuius vena vencia super 40 vencias veneris cadit, cuius contemplatio animum tum valde exhilarabit. Habeo filiam dilectam et mihi caram nominis Saturnam de qua certe filia fiunt elixiria tam alba quam rubea. Ex ea ergo extrahir debes aquam claram, sestensi bones ientiam, habere desideres. Aec aqua reducit omnia metalla. Ad molitiem e fixationem facite tiam germinare crescer, fruxtum prebet. Elus sem cum ingression vitae splendor sempiterno, denic boriter eloquar, adiuat 65 e reducit omnia perfecta, opera in viam rectum. Et enim aqua dignissima e flos mundi. Docti omnes, Philosophi faciunt hent aquam albam eloem lucentem esplendentem vitae argentum. Eac aqua fit mentio, impressibus humanis, setente et legitura sacerdote in altari. Hoc et oleum admirabil, nam omnia reduci ad rubidinem e citrinitatem, valde intensam, qui non aliud equiparandum est intera insuper, admiranda secreta sunt recondita, 75 quando quidem in primis est nigra. Ac poplo post rubea, itque trium horarum spatio. 324 proste texts. Van de arcanum de vocari potest. Hunc vero terra vertitur in rubem utis sanguis aurum citrinum nostrum, et elixir naturale. Int adendo oleum hubrum, ilia ponendum, es fermentum, etiam hubrum. Eus hubeus vitae simul concrescat per domadas septem, in edictus sit ergo Deus cli, virtute cuius voentia viene, istius altae, medicinae proiecta super 200 voentias, ige convertit illum, in aurum purissimum. 85 iam audiuisti compositionem, lapidis nostri cuius principium et finis idem. Est, quod otem ad hens medicinam attinec, charissime decreui hic tibi exponere. Pote maxim, rogo viti in pectoris tuis crinio abscondas ita viti nec, amitis nec inimitis patefacias. Lente terra et intrinsecus subtilissima. Aqua ne moris et acitum vinicis quis potest illud ex humiditate varum extrahere potest etiam cum eo magisterium nostrum perficere. Sed hic oreret debis ne decipiaris et periat labor tum 95, cum ergo ex gumi tutum ium extraxeris. Intellige quod in io continentur tres licores, quar primus est aqua vitae, quae per balneum lentissimo in extraitur. Ec aqua incenditur e inflammatur sitissime, ut aqua vitae communi, sans evocatur ignis noster attractius, cum quo fit terra crystallina cum omnibus causibus metallicis. De qua non amplius loquar quia in hac operatione iam indigemus, poste avero sequitur alia, aqua spissa, et alba vitilac, in quantitate poca 105 quae sperma nostri lapidis. Quod a multis ignoratur e perciritur. Nam et hominum et animalium omnium viventium sperma est principium. Quo circa non in merito vocamus illud nostrum ium qui per omnia eubicer reperitur. 110 nam sine illo nihil, fesquam viuit. Atque Deo dicitur esse in omni re. Ecum igitas cicibiam debes. Charissima est ius ille que invocamus vegetabilem, animalem et mineralem. Arg vivium nostrum e lac virginis.
Et aqua nostra permanens.
Hac aqua de gun lauamus peccatum original. 115 et sordis ter nostrae quusque fiat alba vete gumi cito fluens. Post extractionem vero huius aquae predictae venet oleum per ignem. Sicum. Cum hoc oleo facimus gumi rubeum quod. Et tinctura nostra. Et nostrum sulfurvium. Quod alias dicitur anima Saturnia aurum viuens. 120 tinctura nostra pretiosa et aurum nobis charissimum. Jicibus nemo vene quam locutus estam manifest. Ignoscat ergo mihi Deosi alique illum offenderim dum voluntaci tuae satisfacere conor. Jam itaca omnia elementa sunt divisa. Vivin cinco cum hoc vero oleo hubificabis lapiden. Io enim abes nostras gummas sinecibus elixir nullum fiere potest. Illae sunt, que intercedunt et mediantur, inter corpus et spiritum. Sinecibus figi non potest facit que ex eo breui tempore 2 elixira 130. Perché omnia corpora metallica vere alterantur in meliorem statam. Et sunt dignitate, equalis soli elun. Ut nos similiter adiuerent in necessitatibus nostris. Nam ergo sit benedictus omnipotens Deus, qui nobis hoc secretam revelavit faxitque vete, simul cum eo largiatur nobis suam gratiam 135 ad animarum nostrarum salutem. Vete itac braiter huius operis ordinem reseram. Recipe. Ventum aquam albam et viridem, atque ex histrahas lac virginis quod acibus dam vocatur aqua clara, 140 canem habet sibi parem. Vero fumus albus apparihit augmenta ignem e videbis venir ignem rubeum vitis sanguis, e furore plenum qui disitur menstruum potens, e sol philosophoros cum quo fit nostra dissolutio e congelatio 145. Attractio, atque etiam fixatio.
Ac sulphuris nostris sua terra foliatae creatio. 2. Hand list of manuscript witnesses. The following list presents all identified witnesses of text from the corpus around the verses upon the elixir in their manuscript. Context. Line numbers have been given wherever possible. Numbers of lines listed for individual texts refer to the text proper, not counting title or closings like finis. Numbers displayed as sums mirror a scribal caesura, for example a visual division of a text on the manuscript page. Merged texts are indicated as such, and line numbers given for the whole text as well as for its individual parts. Titles are only included if recorded in the same hand as the main text. Authorial names have not been included with this list, since they are generally recorded in annotations, not with the title. For titles, the transcription criteria applied to the critical editions in this book have been adopted. Datings for manuscripts are based on information from the catalogs listed in the bibliography, and occasionally amended in accordance with recent scholarship, paleographical evidence, and information on textual relations between parts of the corpus. Information about texts on a Ripley scroll I was not able to consult in person were kindly provided by Adam MacLean, Glasgow. Other materials which were difficult to access in person have been transcribed from microfilm reproductions. Items marked with an asterisk were not recorded in bibliographies at the time of completion of the doctoral thesis on which this book is based. Those followed by a hash, mostly marginal texts in the corpus around the verses upon the elixir, were not seen in person. Information about the languages of the individual copies, particularly of prose texts, is recorded in more detail before the respective editions. Additional manuscript witnesses of Alumen de Hispania are listed with the addition of the text.